On Florida's Gulf Coast, bodies don't stay hidden for long. Secrets do. Jack the Stripper. A weird and wacky Florida mystery. Chapter 1. The Pelican's perch sat on the water side of Cedar Key's main drag in a building that had been a fish house, a boat repair operation, and briefly, according to the hand-lettered sign above the men's room, a notary public, all before someone decided the most honest use of the space was selling cold beer to people who needed it. The interior ran to dark wood and darker corners, and a bar that faced the water through windows that hadn't been washed since the previous administration. The salt haze on the glass filtering the Gulf light into something amber and forgiving. Gary Timms had been tending bar here for 15 years. He knew the regulars by drink, the tourists by confusion, and the in-betweens, the live-aboards, the seasonal workers, the people who'd stopped moving and hadn't admitted it yet, by the way they sat at the bar, which was different from how visiting people sat, more settled, less performed. He set a Yingling in front of Gumbo Malone without being asked. "Renata's doing inventory," Gumbo said. "I figured," Gary said. "It's Wednesday." Gumbo took the beer and looked at the composition book open on the bar in front of him. The page had 3 lines on it: Carol Boone, Ocala, Equine Insurance Brokerage. Below that, $42,000 accounts receivable, partner gone. Below that, 3 questions he'd written on the drive over and hadn't answered yet. He looked at the questions. He looked at the water through the salt-hazed windows. He drank the beer. The perch on a Wednesday, in late September, had the specific character of a place reclaiming itself after a season of visitors. October was a week away, and Cedar Key felt it the way the island felt everything, in the water first, then the air, then the particular quality of the light going slightly less aggressive, slightly more considered. The summer tourists had retreated. The snowbirds hadn't arrived yet. The 700 people who actually lived here had the place to themselves, which was how they preferred it, and how they'd tell you they preferred it if you asked, which they generally hoped you wouldn't. 4 people at the bar, besides Gumbo. 2 men he knew by sight from the marina. A couple from the look of them, at a table near the window, who had arrived in a rental car and were eating fried shrimp with the enthusiasm of people having the authentic experience they'd driven 2 hours for. The couple was fine. The rental car couple was always fine. They came, they ate the shrimp, they took photographs of the water, they left. The island absorbed them without effort, and closed back over the space they'd occupied like water closing over a stone. Gary drifted to the far end of the bar to deal with the marina men. Gumbo went back to the composition book. The Boone case had arrived in his marina mailbox 3 weeks ago, in the form of a letter from a woman in Ocala who wrote in the precise hand of someone accustomed to forms and ledgers, and who had managed in 2 pages to convey both the factual situation, partner gone, accounts gone, books she couldn't fully read, and the specific quality of her anger, which was not the hot kind. It was the cold kind, the kind that arrived after the hot kind was finished, and it had a focus to it that he'd recognized and respected. He'd written back. She'd called. She was coming Friday. He was looking at the 3 questions when the door opened. She came in the way people came into bars alone when they'd been in bars alone before, and had no particular feeling about it, without the self-consciousness of someone who thought they were being watched, and without the performance of someone who wanted to be. She wore dark jeans and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbows, and boots that were practical rather than decorative, the boots of someone who spent time on her feet. Her hair was dark red, and she wore it down, which with hair like that in a bar with amber light coming off the water through salt-hazed windows was the kind of thing you noticed before you decided to notice it. She took the stool 2 down from Gumbo. Gary materialized. "Bourbon," she said. "Whatever you have, that's not a well pour and not a performance." Gary produced a bottle, without comment. He poured 2 fingers and left it in front of her and went away, which was what good bartenders did with people who knew what they wanted. She looked at the water through the window. She did not look at the composition book. She did not look at Gumbo. She was doing the thing that people who spent a lot of time paying professional attention to their surroundings did when they were off the clock, which was to let the surroundings exist without cataloging them. Gumbo looked at the 3 questions in the composition book. He looked at the bourbon she'd ordered. He went back to the questions. The first question was, how long has the fraud been running? The second was, who else knows about it? The third was, where is Latimer now? He stared at the third question for a while. A man who took $42,000 in accounts receivable and disappeared had either panicked and grabbed what was liquid and run, or had been planning for long enough that $42,000 was just what he took on the way out. The distinction mattered because it determined how far he'd gotten. What are you working on? He looked up. She was looking at the composition book. Not intrusively. She'd kept the stool between them as buffer, and her posture hadn't changed, the bourbon still in her right hand, her attention directed at the book the way attention was directed at something in peripheral vision that had turned out to be interesting. Case notes, he said. Pie. Yes. She looked at the book a moment longer, and then looked at the water. Anything interesting? Equine insurance fraud, he said. Ocala. Horses, she said. Ghost horses, he said. Nobody's seen them. She looked at him. She had green eyes with something gold in them that the amber light picked up, and the look she gave him was the professional look. The look of someone who processed information for a living and had just processed a piece and was deciding what it meant. Ghost horses, she said. Horses on a policy register that don't correspond to actual animals, he said. The premiums come in, the claims never materialize, the difference goes somewhere it shouldn't. She looked at her bourbon. How long does something like that run before someone catches it? Long time, he said. If the bookkeeping is good enough, and the people who should be looking aren't looking. He paused. In this case, 3 years at minimum. Possibly longer. What makes you think longer? The partner who set it up is too organized for this to be his first time, he said. Organized fraud looks different from improvised fraud. Improvised fraud has rough edges. This one is smooth. She considered this. You can see that from the outside? I can see the shape of it, he said. The full picture is in the books. My contact in Tampa is going to read those Friday. She looked at the water again. The Gulf had gone darker with the hour, the silver surface going pewter, a pelican working the channel beyond the marina in the last of the light with the unhurried patience of something that had been doing this since before the bar existed. Cedar Key Pie, she said. Slip 12, he said. City Marina. You live on a boat. Carver. 38 feet. He drank the Yingling. You're not from Cedar Key. Chiefland, she said. Close enough. Nobody's from Chiefland, he said. You're from somewhere, and you ended up in Chiefland. She looked at him again. The gold in the green eyes. Gainesville, she said. Originally. What brought you to Chiefland? Work, she said. What work? She looked at him steadily. The kind where you ask questions, she said. And other people answer them. He held her eyes. That's 2 of us then. She almost smiled. It started, and then she redirected it back into the bourbon glass, which she lifted and drank from without looking away. Sandra, she said. Gumbo, he said. She looked at him. It's my name, he said. I know it's your name, she said. I'm deciding how I feel about it. Most people need a minute, he said. I don't need a minute, she said. I just like to be accurate. She set the bourbon down. Gumbo's a good name for a PI. It's a good name for a large man in a marina, he said. The pie part is coincidental. How does that work? You become a pie by getting the license, which I did. The large man in a marina part one came to first. She looked at the composition book. What were you before? Procurement, he said. Paper supply. Columbus, Ohio. She held his gaze. That's the least Florida sentence I've ever heard in Florida. I drove south, he said. Then west. Then I ran out of road. She looked at the window, the dark water. The Pelican gone now to wherever pelicans went after dark. Cedar Key is what happens when you run out of road, she said. Yes, he said. That's about right. Gary appeared and refilled her bourbon without being asked, and looked at Gumbo's Yingling, which still had beer in it, and went away. Good bartender, economy of motion. The ghost horses, she said. They're in Ocala. The farm is outside Ocala, he said. My client's in Ocala. Her partner is gone. Is gone, he said. Where do you think he went? He looked at the composition book. The third question. Where is Latimer now? Somewhere warm with good water and limited extradition infrastructure, he said. Which in this hemisphere narrows it to several hundred options. The Bahamas, she said. Why the Bahamas? Because it's close enough to feel safe and far enough to feel free, she said. And because men who commit financial crimes aren't creative about geography. They go where they've been told to go by other men who committed financial crimes. She drank the bourbon. The Bahamas gets a lot of that traffic. He looked at her. Professional observation, she said. What profession observes that? She looked at the water and didn't answer, which was its own answer. They talked for another 40 minutes, the conversation moving the way good bar conversations moved when both parties were paying attention, and neither was performing, sideways, thematic, building something that didn't have a name while appearing to be about something else. She asked about Cedar Key, and he told her about the island in the way he'd learned to tell it. From the inside, the 700 people, the one rode in, the way the place had decided what it was before he arrived and had not adjusted for his arrival. She told him about Gainesville, the way people talked about places they'd left, with the specific mixture of affection and relief that meant the leaving had been necessary. She didn't tell him why she'd left. He didn't ask. He was composing the question, the dinner question, the straightforward extension of a conversation that had earned it, when she looked at her watch and finished the bourbon in a way that meant she'd known the time for 20 minutes and had been deciding something about it. I have an early morning, she said. What kind of early morning? The kind I have most mornings, she said. She put 2 bills on the bar, which covered the bourbon twice. She stood. The ghost horses, she said. Let me know how they turn out. How would I do that, he said. She had already started toward the door. She looked back. You're a pie, she said. In a town of 700 people. I assume you can find someone if you want to. The door closed. Gary appeared and looked at the 2 bills on the bar and at the door and at Gumbo. You know her, he said. I had a drink near her, Gumbo said. Gary picked up the bills. That's different from knowing her, he said, and went to the other end of the bar. He drove back to the marina at 9:30 on the county road that ran along the water, the Gulf invisible in the dark but present in the sound and the smell, the specific salt-wrought iodine smell of a tidal system that had been processing the world's business for longer than anyone had been around to notice. The causeway lights were on, the 2 miles of elevated road over the estuary, and he crossed it with the water on both sides going black below and the island ahead at the end of it doing what it always did, which was sit there and be what it was. He parked at the marina and walked down the dock to slip 12. The SS Severance package sat in its slip the way it always sat, settled, specific, the carver's lines clean in the dock lights, the hull reflecting the water's movement in slow pulses. He'd been on this boat for almost 2 years now, and the sight of it at the end of a dock still produced something he hadn't had a word for at first, and had eventually identified as the feeling of a thing being in its right place. Not home exactly. Right place. He went aboard, and opened the stern table, and put the composition book on it, and got a Yingling from the cooler and sat in the stern chair. Cedar Key, at 10 o'clock. The marina sounds, lines working on cleats, something small against the hull 3 slips down. The radio from the live aboard, at the end of the dock, playing something with a steel guitar at the volume of company rather than entertainment. Deanne had locked the bait shop at 6. The charter boats were dark. The fish houses across the water had their working lights on. The night shift of the processing operation that ran year-round, regardless of what the island's other economy was doing. He opened the composition book to the Boone page. He looked at the third question. Where is Latimer now? Sandra's voice. The Bahamas gets a lot of that traffic. He wrote Bahamas. Start there. He looked at what he'd written. He turned to a fresh page and wrote Sandra. Chiefland. Gainesville originally. Work involves asking questions. Early mornings. Specific. He looked at this. He wrote, find her before you ask the question. Know who you're asking. He capped the pen. He drank the Yingling and looked at the harbor doing its night version and thought about the conversation in the way he thought about conversations that had earned thinking about. Not analyzing exactly, more like holding the thing up to see what light came through it. She'd known about financial crimes and extradition and the Bahamas without naming her profession. She'd watched the room without appearing to watch it. She'd given her first name only and left when she'd decided to leave, which was before he'd gotten to the question he was composing. He reached for the Yingling. His phone buzzed on the table. Renata. A text, inventory done. You alive? He smiled and typed back, barely. Yingling and case notes. Her response came in 10 seconds, the Ocala case. Yes. Come for breakfast. 7. Marcos doing something with the eggs. He looked at the text. He looked at the harbor. He typed 7. He put the phone down and picked up the composition book and turned back to the fresh page with Sandra's name on it. He looked at it for a moment. He was about to write something when his phone buzzed again. Not Renata this time. An alarm he'd set 3 days ago and forgotten about. A reminder to watch the Levy County press conference in the morning. He'd seen a notice in the Levy County Journal about a major crimes update on a case he'd been reading about, in the way he read about active local cases. Not working them, just reading. The background awareness of a man whose professional life ran on pattern recognition. Jack the Stripper. The journal's name for it, not the county's. 3 victims in 8 months. Sex workers in the Cedar Key, Chiefland, Crystal River Corridor. Clothing removed post-mortem. The Me's public statement had used the word deliberate, which was the kind of word that got into public statements when someone wanted to signal something without saying it directly. He set the alarm forward to 7:30, which was after he'd be back from Renata's. He closed the composition book. He finished the Yingling and looked at the marina and thought about the question he'd been composing at the bar, the dinner question, the natural extension of a conversation that had earned it, and about how she'd left before he'd gotten there, which was either timing or intention, and he didn't know which yet. He was at the island room at 7:05, the Thursday morning version of the place. The front door unlocked, the overhead lights on, the tables bare, the kitchen already running. Marco had opinions about eggs that manifested as a frittata with things in it that had no business being as good as they were this early in the morning. Renata was at the bar with coffee, and the week's delivery invoices spread across 3 stools. She looked up when he came in. "You look like you thought about something all night," she said. "I slept fine," he said. "I didn't say you didn't sleep." She poured him coffee from the pot behind the bar. "What were you thinking about?" "The Boone case," he said. She looked at him. "And something else," he said. "The something else is what's on your face," she said. "The Boone case is what you said to account for it." She handed him the coffee. "Sit down. Marco's almost done." He sat at the bar. She went back to the invoices, which she read with the same attention she gave everything, full without performance. The kitchen sounds ran behind the pass-through. The Cedar Key morning came through the windows, the 2 trucks on 2nd Street, a bicycle, the specific quality of an October morning on an island that had just gotten itself back. "Tell me about the something else," she said without looking up from an invoice. "I met someone at the Perch last night," he said. She looked up. "Not that kind of met," he said. She was 2 stools down. "We talked." She knew things about financial crimes and extradition that she didn't explain knowing. "She left before I could ask her to dinner." Renata held his eyes for a moment. The assessment expression, the one that was also more than assessment. What was she like? "Organized," he said. She watched the room without appearing to watch it. She ordered bourbon and knew exactly what she wanted and how much she wanted. "What's her name?" "Sandra," he said. "First name only. She's from Gainesville, originally. Works in Chiefland. Something that involves asking questions." Renata looked at the invoices. She looked at the bar surface. She looked at him. "Law enforcement," she said. "That's where I landed," he said. Marco called something through the pass-through, and Renata got up and came back with 2 plates, the frittata, something with roasted tomatoes alongside it, the bread from the Gainesville bakery she drove to on Monday mornings. She set 1 plate in front of him and kept the other, and sat on the stool beside him, which she did sometimes when it was just the 2 of them in the morning, the restaurant empty, the day not started yet. "You're going to find out who she is," Renata said. "I set an alarm for the Levy County press conference," he said. "This morning. Major crimes update." She ate a piece of the frittata. She looked at the bar surface with the expression of someone who has made peace with a thing and is confirming the peace is still there. "Are you telling me this because you want my permission?" she said. "I'm telling you this because you'd know anyway," he said. "And because I don't do things you don't know about." She looked at him. "I know that," she said. "It's one of your better qualities." She ate more of the frittata. "The dinner question." "She left before I got there." "Women leave before that question gets asked for different reasons," she said. "You should figure out which reason before you ask again." "I'm working on it," he said. "Work faster," she said. "You're slow with questions." "I'm deliberate with questions," he said. "Those aren't always different things," she said, which was something he'd said to her once in a different context, and which she deployed now with the precision of a woman who remembered things people said. He ate the frittata. It was what Marco's food always was, the thing itself made correctly. At 7:20, he looked at his phone. "I have to get back to the boat," he said. "The press conference is at 7:30. She looked at the phone. "You could watch it here," she said. "I have the television in the office." He looked at her. "It's not a test," she said. "I have a television, and you have a press conference." She picked up the plates. "Come watch it." The office television was a 32-inch mounted above the desk that held the reservation system and the weekly prep schedule, and a framed photograph of the island room's first full dinner service in 2011. The tables occupied, the pine floors new. Renata at the edge of the frame, looking at the room with the expression of someone who has just seen a thing they built become real. The Levy County press conference came on at 7:32. Two detectives behind a podium on the steps of the county building. The podium had the county seal on it, and a cluster of microphones that belonged to stations from Gainesville, Tampa, and the local Cedar Key cable channel that mostly broadcast fishing reports. The detective on the left did most of the talking. He was the lead by department hierarchy, the kind of lead that existed on paper. He gave the update. Third victim found, investigation ongoing. The public urged to report suspicious activity in the corridor. A tip line number that appeared as a graphic at the bottom of the screen. The detective on the right stood with her hands at her sides and looked at the reporters the way she'd looked at the bar the previous night, which was with total attention and no performance. Dark red hair pulled back on duty. The suit jacket. The organized intelligence visible in the way it was always visible, not displayed, just present. Gumbo watched the screen. Renata was at the door of the office watching him watch it. He didn't say anything. The detective on the left finished the update and took 3 questions from the reporters. The detective on the right answered the third one, a question about the investigation's current focus, with 2 sentences, precise, giving nothing that wasn't given deliberately. Gumbo looked at her name on the lower third graphic. Dead. Sandra Voss, Levy County Major Crimes. He looked at it. He looked at Renata in the doorway. Well, Renata said. Yes, he said. The woman from the bar. The lead detective on a serial murder case, he said. Renata looked at the television, where the press conference was ending, the reporters dispersing, Sandra Voss already turning back toward the building. So, Renata said. The dinner question. Yes, he said. You're not going to ask it yet, she said. No, he said. She looked at him. Because. He looked at the television. Sandra Voss had gone back inside the county building. The reporters were packing their equipment. The county seal on the podium reflected the morning sun. He picked up the composition book from the desk where he'd set it. He opened it to the fresh page with Sandra's name on it. Below what he'd written the night before, he wrote, Det. Sandra Voss. Levy County Major Crimes. Led, Jack the Stripper. He paused. He wrote wrong approach. Start with the case. He looked at what he'd written. Renata read it over his shoulder. You're going to work her case, she said. I'm going to look at the public record, he said. See what I see. Because if you work her case. I'm not working her case, he said. I'm looking at the public record. Every citizen can look at the public record. Renata looked at him with the expression she used when she'd identified the exact shape of a thing and was deciding whether to name it. She named it. You think they're looking at the wrong person, she said. He looked at the composition book. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment. She looked at the framed photograph of the first dinner service. She looked at the composition book. Then you'd better be right, she said. Because if you go near a major crimes investigation, and you're wrong. I know, he said. She'll never answer the dinner question, Renata said. He looked at her. That's not why I'm doing it, he said. I know it's not, she said. I'm telling you the consequence so you understand the stakes. She paused. Not for the case. For the question. He held her eyes. Be right, she said. And be careful about how you're right. She went back to the restaurant, the invoices, the morning's work. He stood in the office with the composition book open to Sandra Voss's name and looked at the television, which was showing the fishing report now. A man in a center console, pointing at something silver on a line. The Gulf behind him going every color it went at 8 in the morning. He looked at the fresh page. He looked at what he'd written. Wrong approach. Start with the case. He capped the pen. He went back to the marina. Chapter 2. She pulled into the marina parking lot at 9:53 Friday morning in a truck that knew what it was. A Ford F-250 in a dark green that had been practical rather than chosen, with a trailer hitch that had seen serious use, and a University of Florida sticker on the rear window that had been there long enough to become structural. She put it in the spot beside the marina office with a single motion, no adjustment. The parking of someone who moved large things in small spaces for a living. Gumbo watched from the stern of the severance package. She sat in the truck for a moment after she cut the engine. Not composing herself, she had the posture of someone who had already composed herself, probably somewhere on US 19 an hour ago, probably at a gas station where she'd gotten coffee and made the decision about how this meeting was going to go. She was doing the last accounting before she got out. Then she got out. She was 51, he knew from the letter, and looked it in the way that people who worked outside looked their age. The sun in the skin, the efficiency in the movement, nothing performed. She wore jeans and a checked shirt, and paddock boots that had been in active service. She lifted a banker's box from the back seat with the ease of someone accustomed to carrying things, and walked down the dock with the box under one arm, and found slip 12 without asking. "Malone," she said. "Ms. Boone," he said. "Come aboard." She came aboard, and put the box on the stern table, and looked at the marina, and looked at the boat, and made no comment on either, which he appreciated. "Coffee," he said. "Please," she said. "Black." He made it in the galley on the 2-burner propane stove, the percolator that made real coffee rather than the idea of it, and brought 2 cups to the stern, and put one in front of her and sat across the box. She had her hands around the mug before it reached the table. The banker's box had a lid on it, and the lid had Boone and Latimer Financial 2021 to 2024 written on it in marker, the writing of someone who labeled things correctly because unlabeled things created problems. She'd brought the original documents rather than copies, which told him she trusted him with them or had no one else to trust, and he suspected it was some of both. "Tell me about Stephen Latimer," he said. She looked at the box. 9 years, she said. "We met at an industry conference in Orlando in 2015. Florida equine insurance is a smaller world than you'd think. There are maybe 40 active brokers in the state who do serious volume. We all know each other." She drank the coffee. He was Latimer Insurance at the time. Sole proprietor. Good reputation. Precise. He did the actuarial work himself, which most brokers don't. They outsource the risk modeling. Stephen ran his own numbers. Why did he want a partner? He said he wanted to grow the client base, and his strength was the numbers, not the relationships. She held the mug. "My strength is the relationships. I know the farms. I know the horses. I've been riding since I was 7 years old, and I know the difference between a horse that's worth insuring at a premium rate and one that isn't, which is a thing you can learn from a spreadsheet, but you learn better from standing next to the animal." She paused. He said we were complementary. He was right about that part. What was he wrong about? She looked at the marina. The shrimp boat at its dock. The egrets on the pilings. The specific October quality of the light. He was wrong about the kind of partner he was, she said. Gumbo waited. "I brought the clients," she said. "He managed the books." That was the division. I trusted the books because I trusted his reputation, and because the business was growing, and growing businesses feel healthy even when they're not. She put the mug down. A year ago, the book started feeling off to me. Not wrong exactly. Off. The margins weren't moving the way I expected them to move, given the premium volume. She paused. I thought it was me. I thought I was reading them wrong. Were you reading them wrong? He said. No, she said. I was reading them exactly right. What I was reading was constructed to look like something other than what it was, and I didn't have the vocabulary for what it actually was, so I assumed the problem was mine. She looked at the box. That's what I can't forgive. Not that he stole. That he made me think I was the one who didn't understand. She set it level, the cold anger doing its work, and picked up the mug again. When did he leave? Gumbo said. I went to the office September 2nd to do the quarterly reconciliation, she said. He wasn't there. His computer was gone. The files in his desk were gone. She paused. His coffee mug was still there. The ceramic one his daughter made him in a pottery class when she was 12. He left that. Does he have contact with the daughter? She lives in Tallahassee. They're close. Or they were. She looked at the harbor. I called her after I called the police. She hadn't heard from him. She paused. She was more confused than I was, which told me he hadn't told her he was leaving. He just left. Did she tell you anything useful? She told me he'd been distracted for about 6 months. Quieter than usual. She'd asked him about it twice, and both times he said it was business stress. She held the mug. She thought he was having health problems he didn't want to worry her with. She looked at Gumbo. He wasn't having health problems. No, Gumbo said. He was getting ready to go. Yes. She looked at the box. The 42,000, she said. That's what I can document easily. The accounts receivable, he transferred out of the business account the week before he left. 14 separate transfers over 5 days, each one small enough that the bank's automated flag threshold didn't. She stopped. He knew the threshold. He designed our banking protocols. He knew exactly how small each transfer had to be. The 42,000 is the surface, Gumbo said. She looked at him. My contact in Tampa is going to read those books today, he said. I want you to be prepared for a different number when she's done. Carol Boone looked at the banker's box. She looked at it the way she'd looked at the marina when she arrived, taking inventory, recording what was there. How different, she said. Larger, he said. Significantly. She was quiet for a moment. Outside, something moved along the dock. The marina cat, an orange tabby with territorial ambitions, making its morning circuit of the finger piers. It stopped at the stern of the severance package and looked at the two of them and kept moving. All right, Carol said. What do you need from me? He needed the box. He needed her to walk him through the client list, not every client, the significant ones, the farms with the highest premium volume, the relationships she'd built and handed to Latimer to manage on the financial end. She lifted the lid off the banker's box. The files inside were organized by year, and within each year by client, color-coded tabs in a system that she explained in 30 seconds, and that made immediate sense because it was the system of someone who thought in categories and applied them consistently. He recognized the organization the way he recognized good systems, not by studying it, by the way it didn't require study. The large farms first, he said. The ones with 10 or more horses on the policy register. She pulled 4 files and set them on the table. He opened the first one. 12 horses. A breeding operation in Marion County. Premiums going back 3 years, all paid. Claims history clean. Too clean, he thought, but he didn't say it yet. Tell me about this farm, he said. Silverbrook, she said. Thoroughbred breeding. Owner is a woman named Patricia Hennessy. Third-generation horse people. Her family has been in Marion County since the 70s. She runs a legitimate operation. I've been to the farm, I know the horses, I've watched them work. She paused. She's a good client. When did you last visit the farm? He said. Carol looked at the file. March, he said. I go twice a year. March and September. She paused. I didn't go in September because, she stopped. Because in September she'd driven to the office and found the computer gone and the files gone and the coffee mug on the desk. The other 3 farms, he said. She pulled the second file and slid it across. He opened it. 16 horses. An operation called Palmetto Pines, equestrian in Marion County, different part of the county. Owner Gerald Marsh. Premiums going back 3 years, all paid. Claims history empty. Gumbo looked at the claims history. 16 horses over 3 years, not one claim. He looked up at Carol. Palmetto Pines, he said. Tell me about Gerald Marsh. She took the file back and looked at it. He's been a client since 2019, she said. First policy I sold after the partnership formed. I drove out to the farm, met Marsh, looked at the horses, assessed the operation. She paused. Standard process. I do it for every new client. What was the farm like? Working, she said. Not fancy. He had 12 horses at the time. Mix of breeds, primarily a boarding and training operation with some breeding on the side. She paused. Nothing about it flagged. Did you go back? He said. I went back in the fall of 2019 for a policy update. He'd added 4 horses. She looked at the file. After that, Latimer managed the relationship. Annual updates, premium adjustments. That was his end. Did you ever go back to Palmetto Pines after 2019? She looked at him. No, she said. Latimer said Marsh preferred to handle things by phone and email. He said Marsh was, his word was private. She paused. I accepted that. Some clients are. Gumbo looked at the file. 16 horses. 3 years of premiums. 0 claims. He said, in 3 years with 16 horses in active use, what's the statistical probability of 0 claims? She was quiet for a moment. She was doing math she'd done before, probably at the kitchen table with a glass of wine, and the creeping certainty that she'd been right the first time she'd felt it. Low, she said. Horses get injured. They develop conditions. They have accidents. A working operation with 16 animals over 3 years, she stopped. At least 3 or 4 claims. Conservative estimate. What does 0 claims mean? She looked at the table. It means the horses aren't being used, she said. Or they don't exist. She said it, the way you said things, when you'd known them for a while, and had been waiting for the right moment to put them into words. Gerald Marsh, Gumbo said. When did you first meet him? November 2019, she said. At the farm. We had coffee in his kitchen. He was, she paused. He knew horses. He talked about them, the way people talk about things they actually know. The breeding side, the bloodlines. He had opinions about quarter horses versus thoroughbreds for different disciplines. She paused. He didn't feel like a fraud. He's not entirely a fraud, Gumbo said. He has a real farm and real horses. He just also has 16 horses on a policy register that may not correspond to 16 real animals. Ghost horses, she said. Ghost horses, he said. She looked at the banker's box. She looked at the remaining 2 files. The other farms, she said. You think it's not just marsh? Tell me about the other two, he said. The third farm was a smaller operation in Alachua County. 8 horses, a woman named Diane Ferris, who Carol had visited twice and who had seemed straightforward. The fourth was in Levy County itself, closer to home, an equestrian training center with 14 horses on the register, and a claims history that was present but thin, 1 claim in 3 years on a 14-horse operation. Thin is interesting, Gumbo said. Why thin? Carol said. Because 0 is too obvious, he said. If you're constructing a fraud and you're careful, you file occasional small claims to make the policy register look active. 0 is a red flag for anyone who looks. 1 claim in 3 years on 14 horses is still suspicious, but it's less suspicious than 0. He looked at the file. Latimer's careful. The thin one is probably also his. Carol looked at the 4 files on the table. She looked at the rest of the box. How many? She said. I don't know yet, he said. That's what Francine is going to tell us. His phone showed 11:45. He told Francine to come at noon. He looked at Carol. My contact from Tampa, he said. She's going to read the books. She's been doing financial forensics for 15 years. She'll have a number by the end of today. He paused. Are you staying? Carol looked at the box. I drove 2 hours, she said. Yes, he said. You're staying. Francine Dowd arrived at 12:03 in the 10-year-old Volvo that was immaculate and drove like she drove everything. She came down the dock with a legal pad under one arm and a reading glasses case in her hand, and found the severance package without hesitation, and came aboard, and looked at the banker's box, and looked at Carol, and looked at Gumbo. Show me the books, she said. He introduced them. Francine shook Carol's hand with the brief efficiency of someone who shook hands as information exchange rather than social ritual, and sat at the stern table, and lifted the lid off the box. Gumbo made sandwiches. He made them in the galley with the bread from the marina's Cuban supplier, and the sliced turkey Deanne, stocked in the bait shop cooler alongside the live shrimp, which was one of the stranger product adjacencies in Florida retail. He cut them on the cutting board, and brought them to the stern on a plate, and put the plate on the far corner of the table away from the files. Francine was reading. She had the legal pad beside the box, and was making notations with a specific shorthand that he didn't try to read, because her shorthand was hers, and the conclusions would be in plain language when she was ready for plain language. Carol sat in the second stern chair, and drank her second coffee, and watched Francine read with the expression of someone watching a test result come in. The marina went about its Friday. A charter came back at 1:30, and unloaded fish at the cleaning station 3 slips down, the sound of the operation carrying on the light wind. Deanne's radio played something with a fiddle. A family on the guest dock was packing up a rental boat with the escalating logistical complexity of a family that had brought more than they needed and was now reconciling this with available space. Francine read for 2 hours and 40 minutes. She ate half a sandwich without looking at it. At 2:50, she put the legal pad flat on the table and took her reading glasses off and looked at Gumbo. It's not 42,000, she said. I know, he said. It's closer to 380,000, she said. Spread over 3 years. Possibly more. There are entries in the 2021 records I want to look at more carefully before I commit to that number. She looked at the legal pad. He's been issuing policies on horses that don't exist. Ghost animals, as you put it. The premiums come in from the farms, the risk pool absorbs them as legitimate business, and the float, the difference between premiums collected and claims paid, goes somewhere it shouldn't. Where? Carol said. Into an account that appears in the books as an administrative reserve fund, Francine said. It's a real account. The business has a legitimate administrative reserve for operating expenses. What Latimer did was use the same account designation for a second, shadow reserve that runs parallel to the real one. She looked at Carol. Did you ever audit the reserve fund? No, Carol said. That was his end. Right, Francine said. Because he managed the books. Which is why the mechanism works. You need someone managing the books who is also managing the fraud. The two are the same job. Carol held her coffee cup. The farms, Gumbo said. Francine looked at the legal pad. 4 farms with ghost policy activity that I can identify from these records. The largest is Palmetto Pines in Marion County. Gerald Marsh. She looked at Carol. You know him? I sold him his first policy, Carol said. In 2019. Francine looked at her legal pad. Marsh's ghost policy register goes back to early 2020, she said. 3 months after the initial policy was issued. He converted to the fraud program quickly. She looked at the legal pad. 16 ghost horses. Premium income of approximately $220,000 over 3 years. The marina sounds continued around them. The charter captain was hosing down his boat. The family on the guest dock had resolved the packing problem and was motoring out with the relief of people who had made a decision and committed to it. Carol said, he took a cut. Francine looked at her. Yes, she said. The farms participate. The premium payments come in from the farm side. They pay premiums on horses that don't exist. The float comes back to the farms as a fee, probably characterized as a management rebate or a policy service credit. She paused. Marsh is writing checks to the business for 16 horses he doesn't have and getting a percentage of those premiums back as a credit. She paused. He's paying to launder the fraud and taking a fee for hosting it. What's his net? Gumbo said. Depends on the fee structure, Francine said, which isn't fully visible in these records. But if he's taking 20%, she wrote a number on the legal pad and turned it to face Carol. Carol looked at the number. $44,000, she said. Approximately, Francine said. Net over 3 years. He made more than I lost in the receivable theft, Carol said. Yes, Francine said. The $42,000 was Latimer covering his travel expenses. She closed the legal pad. The real money is in the ghost horses. She picked up the second half of the sandwich and ate it and looked at the harbor. What do you need from me? Carol said. Everything you have on Gerald Marsh, Gumbo said. The original policy file, any correspondence you have from 2019, the farm visit documentation. He paused. Did you take notes when you visited the farm? I always take notes, Carol said. Good, Gumbo said. I need those notes. He looked at Francine. The 2021 records. What are you looking for? An earlier farm, she said. If Marsh came on in early 2020, there may have been a pilot operation in 2019 that I haven't found yet. A smaller farm, lower premium volume, a test case. She finished the sandwich. Latimer's careful. Careful people test before they scale. Can you stay? He said. I'm here until Monday, she said. I have a room at the bed and breakfast on 2nd Street. She looked at the banker's box. I'm going to need a table larger than this. Deanne has a folding table in the back of the office, he said. Get it? Francine said, and went back to the files. He walked to the marina office and found Deanne behind the counter reading a fishing report with the focused attention she gave things she was genuinely interested in. I need the folding table, he said. She looked at him over the fishing report. The banker's box, she said. The Ocala woman. Fraud case, he said. My contact from Tampa needs more surface area. Deanne put the fishing report down and went to the back and came out with the folding table, a 6-foot aluminum-legged thing with a laminate top that had been used at every marina event for the last decade, and showed it. She handed it across the counter. "The woman from the box," she said. "She's staying for dinner." "I don't know yet," he said. "Tell her the island room has grouper tonight if she is." She went back to the fishing report. "Marcos doing it with olives and capers. I heard through the window." He carried the table back to the boat. At 4:15 his phone buzzed. He was sitting at the end of the finger pier with the composition book, giving Francine and Carol the table and the work, when the notification came in. A text from a number he didn't have in his contacts. Levy County, area code. "The press conference this morning. You watched it." He looked at the text. He typed, "How do you know that?" The response took 40 seconds. Deanne mentioned it to Gary. Gary mentioned it to the deputy who gets coffee at the bait shop. The deputy mentioned it to me because the deputy knows I'm working the case, and he knows you're a PI, and he thought I should know a local PI was paying attention. He looked at the doc. He typed, 700 people. Her response, 699 of whom have nothing to do with this. One of whom does. He held the phone. He typed, "I'm looking at the public record." The response came back fast, faster than the previous ones. "I know what you're doing. I've been doing this job for 12 years. I know what it looks like when someone's doing what you're doing." He looked at the water. He typed, "What does it look like?" He watched the 3 dots appear and disappear and appear again. Her response, "Like someone who thinks we're looking at the wrong person." He looked at the text. He typed, "Are you?" The 3 dots appeared. They stayed longer this time. Then, "Buy me coffee and tell me why you think so." He looked at the text for a moment. He typed, "When?" The response, "Not tonight. I have reports. Monday." He typed, "Where?" She sent him the name of a diner in Chiefland. He knew by location but not by name, on the main road, the kind of place that had been there since before the chains arrived. He typed, "Monday." "What time?" 7, she sent. "I have an early morning." He put the phone in his pocket and looked at the harbor, the October afternoon going gold across the water, the shrimp boat coming in on the tide with the outriggers folded. Behind him on the severance package, Francine was reading 3 years of careful fraud and building the shape of it on her legal pad. Carol Boone was sitting across from her, with the precise stillness of a woman letting someone else do the work that needed doing. He opened the composition book. He wrote Monday. 7 a.m. Voss. She reached out. He looked at it. He wrote, "She knows I think they're looking at the wrong person." He looked at that. He wrote below it, "She didn't say I was wrong." He capped the pen. From the boat behind him, Francine's voice, "Malone." "Yeah," he called. "Come look at this," she said. He got up from the finger pier and went back to the stern and looked at where Francine was pointing on the legal pad. A column of numbers, 2021, a farm he hadn't seen in the 4 files Carol had pulled. "The pilot," Francine said. "I found the pilot." Carol leaned in. "A farm in Levy County," Francine said. 8 ghost horses. 2019, before Marsh. She looked at Gumbo. He started local. He looked at the farm name in Francine's notation. He looked at it again. "What county road is that farm on?" he said. Francine looked at the file. She read out the address. He wrote it in the composition book. He looked at the address. He thought about a corridor that ran from Cedar Key to Chiefland to Crystal River. He thought about 3 women found without their clothing in that corridor over 8 months. He thought about what Francine had just said. He started local. He thought about how cases that looked separate sometimes shared geography in ways that weren't coincidence. He looked at Francine. "What's the owner's name on that farm?" he said. Francine looked at the file. She told him. He wrote it in the composition book. He looked at it for a long time. Chapter 3. He started with the Mies language. The public statement had been released 6 weeks ago, after the second victim, and hadn't been updated since, which meant either the third victim's autopsy had produced nothing new or the county was holding what it produced. Both possibilities were informative. He printed the statement at the marina office on Deanne's printer. She had a printer behind the counter that she used for slip rental agreements, and that she let him use without comment, and took it back to the boat and read it at the stern table with the morning coffee. The statement ran 4 paragraphs. The first 2 were administrative. Victim identification, timeline of discovery, next of kin notification completed. The third paragraph was the one that mattered. The decedents were found in a state consistent with deliberate post-mortem removal of clothing and personal effects. Forensic analysis indicates the removal occurred after death and was methodical in nature. No evidence of sexual assault was found in either case. The manner of death in both cases was determined to be homicide. The medical examiner's office is cooperating fully with the Levy County Major Crimes Investigation. He read it 3 times. He wrote in the composition book, deliberate, methodical, no sexual assault. He looked at what he'd written. In 28 years of procurement, he'd sat across from suppliers who were lying, and suppliers who believed what they were saying, and suppliers who were technically accurate in ways designed to produce false conclusions. And the skill he developed was reading the distance between what was said and what was meant. The Mies statement was technically accurate. It described what was found. What it didn't describe, and what the describing around of it told you, was the specific quality of deliberate and methodical when applied to the removal of clothing. Those words didn't live in the same neighborhood as sexual predation. Sexual predation was impulsive, even when it had a pattern. It was about the victim as victim, the specific person, the specific moment, the specific enactment of a specific compulsion. The trophies taken by sexual predators were intimate, personal, connected to the specific person and the specific act. A shoe, a piece of jewelry, something that was hers. Clothing was different. Clothing was inventory. He wrote that word, inventory. He looked at it. He spent 4 days on the public record. He built the timeline from the press releases, the Levy County Journal's coverage, and the Gainesville Sun's 2 pieces on the corridor murders that had been written by a reporter named Dana Holt, who understood the geography better than most. He cross-referenced the victim discovery dates against the corridor map he'd drawn on the back page of the composition book. Cedar Key on the left, Chiefland in the middle, Crystal River on the right, the 3 discovery sites marked with their dates. Victim 1, February. A location outside Chiefland, east of US 19, a rural road near the Suwannee River. Found by a deer hunter 3 days after the estimated time of death. Victim 2, June. Cedar Key, technically, though the discovery site was the causeway access road on the mainland side, not the island itself. Found by a man walking his dog at 6 in the morning. Victim 3, September. Crystal River, South End, near the spring system. Found by a kayaker in the water adjacent to a public launch. He drew lines between the points. The pattern didn't run north-south the way a predator moving through territory typically ran. It ran east-west, following the corridor, which was the coastal highway and its connecting roads. A predator running north-south was moving through territory, expanding or contracting a hunting ground in the instinctive way of animals that marked and returned to ranges. A pattern that ran east-west along a specific commercial corridor was something else. It was a route. He wrote, "The corridor is a business geography, not a hunting territory." He looked at that. He thought about what businesses ran the east-west corridor between Cedar Key and Crystal River. Fishing, tourism, the spring system, the commercial waterways, service industries of various kinds, and the independent sex work economy that Gary at the Perch had described with the careful language of a man who knew what he knew and said it sideways. He called Francine on the second day. She was still at the Cedar Key bed and breakfast, still reading the Boone and Latimer books, and she picked up with the sound of papers in the background. "The Jack the Stripper case," he said. "You're working it," she said. It wasn't a question. "I'm looking at the public record," he said. "You've been looking at the public record for 2 days," she said. "What did you find?" "The Mies language," he said. "Deliberate and methodical in the context of clothing removal. No sexual assault." He paused. "What does that read to you?" She was quiet for a moment. "It reads like someone who needed the clothes," she said. "Not as a trophy," he said. "Trophies aren't deliberate," she said. "They're compulsive. Deliberate implies purpose. Someone who removes clothing with deliberate methodology has a reason for the clothing." She paused. "What's the reason?" "Inventory," he said. She was quiet again, longer. "The victims were sex workers," she said. "Independent operators," he said. "Working the Cedar Key, Chiefland, Crystal River corridor." "Someone took their working wardrobe," Francine said. "That's the shape of it," he said. Another silence. He heard her put something down on the table at the bed and breakfast. "That's not a sexual predator," she said. "No," he said. "That's someone eliminating competition and taking their assets," she said. "That's the shape of it," he said again. Malone. Her voice had the quality it had when she was about to say something she'd already decided. "This is a major crimes investigation. Active. Multiple homicides. I know what it is. You have a meeting with the lead detective Monday." "I know I do." "What you just told me," she said. "That analysis. That's the thing you bring to that meeting." She paused. "Not peripherally. Directly. You lay it out, and you let her decide what to do with it." Another pause. "You're not law enforcement. You don't build a parallel case. You give her what you have, and she runs it." "I know the boundary," he said. "You know the boundary when you're thinking clearly," she said. "You have a tendency to drift when a case gets interesting." "I'm aware of the tendency." "Good," she said. "Stay aware of it." She picked up whatever she'd put down. "The pilot farm. The one in Levy County. I'm looking at the 2019 records now. And the owner was a client of Carol's," she said. "Small operation. Carol visited once in 2018 when the first policy was issued. Latimer managed the relationship after that." She paused. "The Ghost Horse program started there in early 2019. 8 animals. Lower premium volume than the later operations. Latimer was learning the mechanism." "Is the farm still operating?" "According to the county property records, yes," she said. "Same owner. The ghost policy activity stopped in 2021 when Latimer moved the program to larger operations." "Why did it stop there?" he said. "Probably because the owner got nervous," she said. "Or because the volume wasn't worth the risk once Latimer had bigger operations running." She paused. Or because something happened. Find out what happened, he said. I'll look at it today, she said, and went back to the books. On the third day, he drove the corridor. He drove it the way he'd driven other geographies in other cases, from the inside, at the pace the road required, without a destination, building the physical understanding of the space that no map provided. US 19 south from Cedar Key through Chiefland, and then down the coast toward Crystal River, the Nature Coast doing what it did in October, the cypress going gold at the edges, the roadside stands closing for the season, the bait shops open because the bait shops were always open. He stopped at a fish camp outside Chiefland that had a counter where you could get breakfast if you arrived before 10, and that had, on the wall above the coffee station, a corkboard covered in business cards, flyers, and handwritten notices that constituted the full text of the local information economy. Who had boats for rent? Who was looking for crew? Who had a truck for sale? Who did mobile marine repair? He read the corkboard for 20 minutes. Nothing on the corkboard connected to anything. That was fine. He wasn't looking for connection. He was looking at the texture of the place, the way the businesses related to the geography, who needed what from whom. The woman behind the counter was 60, gray-haired, the kind of woman who had worked a counter long enough to know the difference between people who wanted to eat and people who wanted to talk. He wanted to eat, and he wanted to talk, which she accommodated with the efficiency of a woman who handled both simultaneously without apparent effort. You driving through, she said. Cedar Key, he said. Live there. On the water? Morena, he said. I'm a PI. She looked at him. Not the skeptical look. The interested look, which was rarer and more useful. What kind of work? Right now, I'm looking at the corridor, he said. The murders. She refilled his coffee without being asked. Bad business, she said. Did you know any of the women? She looked at the coffee pot. Cheryl Watts, she said. She came in here on Tuesday mornings. Coffee and the breakfast plate. She always left a good tip. She paused. She was a regular. I don't ask people their business. She put the coffee pot back. I knew what her business was. Was she worried about anything? He said. In the weeks before she died. The woman looked at the corkboard. She looked at the counter. She mentioned something, she said. A month before. Maybe 6 weeks. She paused. She said there was pressure. In the corridor. Someone consolidating. She looked at him. Her word. Consolidating. He kept his face neutral. Did she say who? She said a woman from Crystal River had come to see her, she said. Professional. Well-dressed. She said the woman had made her an offer. What kind of offer? To work under an arrangement, she said. An exclusive arrangement. Referral basis. She paused. Cheryl said no. She looked at the coffee pot. 3 weeks later, she was dead. He wrote it in the composition book under the counter, out of sight, the shorthand he used when he was writing and watching at the same time. Did Cheryl describe the woman? He said. She said she was organized, the woman said. She said it felt like a business meeting. She paused. She said the woman had left a card. A real card, printed, professional. She said the card just had a name and a number. Did she keep the card? I don't know, she said. I didn't ask. She looked at him. The police asked about Cheryl. A young deputy. He took notes and left. She paused. He didn't ask about the Crystal River woman. Gumbo put the composition book in his pocket and paid for the coffee. Thank you, he said. Find who did it, she said, the way people said things they meant simply, without decoration. He drove south. The Crystal River end of the corridor was different from the Cedar Key end, the way the two ends of any working waterway were different. Cedar Key was the last island on a chain, and felt like an ending which was part of its character. Crystal River was a destination. The spring system, drawing tourists and divers and manatee watchers in numbers that had reshaped the town's economy without fully replacing the older economy underneath. He stopped at a gas station at the junction of US 19 and the Crystal River Access Road and looked at the map on his phone. The referral service operated out of a house on the river. He knew the general location from Gary's description. He didn't know the address. He wasn't going to go to the address today. He wasn't going to go to the address at all, not without a better reason than he currently had. And a conversation with a bartender didn't constitute a reason. But he knew the geography now, the relationship between the house on the river and the corridor and the 3 discovery sites, and the geography confirmed the shape he'd been building. The 3 discovery sites formed a triangle. Chiefland to the northeast, Cedar Key to the west, Crystal River to the south. The referral service was in the center of the triangle. He wrote, center of the triangle. Not moving through. Controlling. He drove back to Cedar Key on State Route 24 across the causeway, the October afternoon going amber over the estuary, the salt marsh on both sides doing its slow tidal exchange. On the 4th day, he looked at Philip Drew. He'd been holding this for last, because the person of interest situation was the most sensitive part of what he was doing, the part where crossing from public record into something that could be characterized as interference was easiest. He stayed entirely in the public record, the Levy County Journal's coverage, Kenny Drew's social media posts, the Cedar Key Town's social media groups where Drew's situation had been discussed with the mixture of concern and speculation that small towns produced. Philip Drew, 47. Cedar Key. North end of the island. Worked remotely as a database administrator. Lived alone. Had cooperated voluntarily with the investigation. Kenny Drew's posts were on a platform Gumbo used infrequently and navigated with the uncertainty of someone who understood the concept better than the interface. Kenny was 22 and posted with the passionate disorganization of someone who was right about the destination and wrong about every road that led there. He posted daily. He tagged Levy County major crimes in every post, which Gumbo suspected was counterproductive. He read the posts from the beginning. The first ones were outrage. His uncle was innocent, the investigation was wrong, the real killer was still out there. The middle posts were more specific, marshalling arguments in the way of someone who had been told his general position wasn't enough and had tried to build a case out of whatever was available. The recent posts had acquired a desperation that read as fear, the specific fear of watching a situation move in a direction you can't stop. In the middle posts, buried in a thread about why his uncle's personal life was irrelevant to the investigation, Kenny had written about the collection. Gumbo read the thread 3 times. Kenny's argument was that his uncle collected things, action figures, vintage electronics, vintage clothing, because he was a collector, not because he was a predator, and that these were categorically different impulses. The argument was correct, and Kenny made it badly, the way people made correct arguments badly when they were too close to the subject to see how it landed on people who weren't. But in the third post in the thread, defending the vintage clothing collection specifically, Kenny had written, "He's had this collection since 2012. I was 10 when he started it. I was there at the estate sale in Gainesville, where he bought the first pieces. My mom took pictures. 12 years, people. 12 years. Gumbo stopped. He went back. My mom took pictures. He looked at the date of the post. He looked at Kenny's profile. He looked at Kenny's mother, who was tagged in 3 of the posts, Philip's sister, a woman in her late 40s from the profile photograph, someone who documented family events. If the mother documented family events and had been at an estate sale in Gainesville in 2012 where Philip had bought the first pieces of his vintage clothing collection, the documentation existed. 12 years of documented collection, predating the murders by a decade. He wrote in the composition book, Kenny. Estate sale photos 2012. Mother has them. Documentation of 12-year collection, predating murders. He looked at it. He wrote, "This is the exculpatory evidence the investigation doesn't have." He looked at that. He looked at what he'd assembled over 4 days. The Mies language, the corridor geography, the fish camp conversation, the triangle with the referral service at its center, the clothing as inventory rather than trophy, and now this. A 12-year collection that turned the investigation's central physical evidence into something it thought it wasn't. He sat on the stern of the severance package in the Thursday afternoon and let the harbor do what it did, and thought about Monday at 7 in the morning in a diner in Chiefland with Sandra Voss, who had 12 years of detective work and a case that was moving in the wrong direction. He thought about what Francine had said, "You lay it out and you let her decide." He thought about what he had, and what it meant, and how to present it to a detective who had not asked for his help and had agreed to coffee rather than his analysis, and who was, by any professional measure, operating well above his weight class. He thought about the ceramic frog garden at the north end of the island. He thought about what a garden like that said about its keeper, and what it meant when you understood what it said. Friday evening, he went to the island room. Renata was behind the bar, doing the end-of-week thing she did. The wine inventory, the list for Monday's Gainesville run, the specific organized efficiency of a woman who ran a serious kitchen and kept it serious by never letting the organization slip. She looked up when he came in. "You have the look," she said. "What look?" "The look you get when you've been inside something for 4 days and you've found the shape of it." She poured him a glass of the Seville orange wine without being asked. "The Jack the Stripper case." "The public record," he said. "You keep saying that," she said. "What did the public record tell you?" He drank the wine. He told her. Not everything, the specific sources he'd protect, but the shape. The Mies language. The corridor, geography. The clothing, as inventory. The triangle, with the referral service at the center. She listened the way she always listened, with the full attention of someone who processed information for real rather than as performance. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. "The woman in Crystal River," she said. "I don't have a name yet," he said. "I have a general location and a description. Professional, organized, a printed business card." He paused. "And I have the shape of the business model, which is consolidation through elimination." "Elimination," she said. "The women who said no," he said. "The 3 victims all said no to the arrangement." She looked at the wine inventory list. She looked at the bar surface. "The women who said yes," she said. "Are they in danger?" "I don't think so," he said. "They're assets now, not competition." He paused. "If the consolidation is complete, there's no further business reason for violence." "If," she said. "If," he said. She looked at him. "The meeting Monday," she said. "You're going to give her all of this." "Everything I have," he said. And then it's her case," he said. "I give her what I have, and I step back and let the process run." She held his eyes with the assessment expression, the one that was also more than assessment. "You believe that," she said. "I believe it's the right thing," he said. "That's not what I asked," she said. He looked at the wine glass. He looked at the bar's surface. He looked at her. "I believe it, until the process goes in the wrong direction," he said. "And then, I believe it more carefully." She held his eyes for another moment. "Philip Drew," she said. "The man they're looking at. He has a 12-year collection," he said. "Documented. Estate sale photographs from 2012. His nephew's mother took them." He paused. "The investigation is treating the collection as trophy behavior. It predates the murders by a decade." "Did you go to him?" she said. "No," he said. "Everything I have is public record and general conversation." She looked at the inventory list. She picked up the pen and made a notation and put it down. "Tell Vance about the nephew," she said. "Not the nephew. About the photographs. Give her the specific evidence thread." She paused. "She's a detective. Give her the thread and let her pull it." "That's the plan," he said. She looked at him. "That better be the plan," she said. Marco called something through the pass-through, and she moved toward the kitchen door and stopped. "The woman at the bar," she said. "Sandra Voss." She didn't look back. "You said she looked organized." "Yes," he said. "Organized people don't agree to 7 a.m. coffee on a Monday with someone they've decided is useless," she said. "She's already thinking about what you said." She went into the kitchen. He drank the wine and looked at the pine floors and the hurricane lamps on the white cloths and the window showing 2nd Street and the Thursday Cedar Key evening, the 2 trucks and the bicycle, and the specific quality of a small town past 7 o'clock when the day had finished its business and the night was just the night. He opened the composition book to the page with Voss's name on it. He had a list of what he was bringing Monday. He read it. The ME language. The corridor, geography. The triangle. The clothing, as inventory. The fish camp conversation, without the source, the substance. The collection timeline, without approach to Drew, the public record thread through Kenny's posts. He looked at the list. He added one item at the bottom, the 4th location. He'd put an X on the corridor map, at a point between Crystal River and Chiefland, where the geography of the 3 discovery sites suggested a 4th, if the pattern held. If the pattern was what he thought it was, which was a systematic elimination of independent operators along a route that ran east to west through the corridor. The pattern might not hold. The 4th location was inference, not evidence. He wrote beside the X, "Show her the map. Let her tell you if the inference is sound." He closed the book. He looked at the pine floors. He thought about Sandra Voss in the bar 2 stools down, watching the room without appearing to watch it, with the bourbon she'd ordered exactly right, and the dark red hair down, and the professional attention running underneath the off-duty surface like a current under still water. He thought about what Renata had said. Organized people don't agree to 7 a.m. coffee on a Monday with someone they've decided is useless. He finished the wine. He walked back to the marina in the Cedar Key dark, the Gulf somewhere on his left, the fish houses dark on the water, the stars doing their thing above an island with no competing light. In slip 12, the severance package sat in its correct place. He went aboard. He opened the composition book to a fresh page. At the top he wrote Monday. 7 a.m. What the public record says. Below that, he wrote the list again, cleaner this time, in the order he was going to present it. The ME language first because it was the foundation. The corridor geography second because it built the frame. The fish camp conversation third because it was human testimony. The collection timeline fourth because it was the exculpatory thread. The map last. He read the list. He thought about presenting it to a woman who'd been a detective for 12 years, who had access to everything he didn't have access to, who had the case file and the forensics and the interview records, and the full picture of what law enforcement knew. He thought about what she was going to do when she heard what a man with a peeling pie license and a background in paper supply procurement had found in 4 days of public record. He didn't know. That was the thing about Monday. He didn't know what she was going to do, and not knowing was the right condition for a conversation that needed to happen honestly rather than strategically. He closed the book. He looked at the harbor. The marina was quiet. The charter boats dark. The liveaboards settled. Somewhere at the north end of the island, in a house with a ceramic frog garden along the front walk, Philip Drew was doing whatever he did on Thursday evenings, watching something, maintaining his collection, existing in the specific quiet of a man who had been at the center of something terrible and had been returned to the periphery of his own life without anyone telling him why. Gumbo looked at the harbor. He thought about the frogs. Chapter 4. She was already at the stern table when he came up from the galley with the coffee. 6:45 in the morning, the marina in the specific half-dark of a Florida October dawn, the light building over the fish houses to the east in the gradual way of a season that had decided to take its time. Francine had been at the table for 20 minutes, which he knew because her Volvo had been in the parking lot when he'd woken at 6:15 and looked out the porthole, and Francine drove from the bed and breakfast to the marina in approximately 4 minutes, and she would have needed 10 minutes to set up. She'd set up. The folding table from Deanne's office was alongside the stern table, creating an L shape that held the banker's box, the legal pad, 3 folders she'd brought from the bed and breakfast, and a coffee she'd made herself from a thermos she carried the way she carried the Volvo, and the reading glasses and the legal pad as equipment, functional, always present. She was reading when he came up. She didn't look up. He put a mug beside her thermos and sat across from her with his own coffee, and opened the composition book to the Boone page and waited. The marina woke around them in the incremental way it always woke. The charter captain 3 slips down, starting his engine check at 6:50, the sound of it carrying clean across the water in the morning air. A great blue heron landed on the dock box at the end of the finger pier and stood with the patient authority of something that had prior claim to the space. Francine turned a page. She made a notation. She turned another page. Carol Boone arrived at 8:12 with a second banker's box. He saw her from the stern, the green truck pulling in, the precision parking, the box lifted from the back seat with the same one-arm ease as the first one. She came down the dock and looked at the setup, the folding table, the files spread across both surfaces, Francine reading, and put the second box on the dock beside the table without disturbing anything. "More records?" Francine said without looking up. 2018 and 2019, Carol said. The years before the partnership formally launched. I went back to my storage unit last night. She looked at Gumbo. You said the pilot program started in 2019. I had the original policy files from that period at home. She opened the second box and pulled a folder. Latimer's pre-partnership records. He gave me copies when we formalized the arrangement. I never looked at them closely. Why not? Francine said. Because they were his records from his previous operation, Carol said. Before we merged the books. I kept them because you keep records. She held the folder. I didn't look at them because they were his. And now I'm looking at everything, she said. Francine held out her hand without looking up from what she was reading. Carol put the folder in it. Francine set it on the right side of the legal pad and went back to the page she was on. Carol sat in the second stern chair with her coffee and the composure of a woman who had made peace with the fact that the next few hours were going to produce information she'd already started preparing for. Gumbo looked at the composition book. He looked at the harbor. He thought about the fish camp conversation, and the woman from Crystal River, and the printed business card, and what printed business cards said about the person who carried them. Professional. Organized. Prepared. He thought about the clothing. He thought about inventory. At 9:45, Francine put her pen down. Not the finished for now pen down she'd done periodically, to consult a previous notation or stretch her hand. The different one. The pen placed parallel to the legal pad with the deliberate alignment of a person completing something. She took her reading glasses off. She looked at the harbor. She looked at Gumbo. "How much do you want the narrative first?" she said. "Or the numbers?" "Numbers," Carol said. Gumbo looked at Carol, who had said it before he could. "Numbers," he agreed. Francine turned the legal pad to face them both across the table. The number at the top was $378,400. Below it, 3 subsidiary numbers in a column, each one labeled. Carol looked at the column. She read each line. She read them the way she'd been reading things since September 2nd, carefully, accounting for what each line actually said rather than what she'd assumed it said. "Walk me through it," she said. Francine pulled the legal pad back. "The ghost policy program ran in 4 farms," she said. "I have 3 confirmed and the pilot, which gives us 4. There may be a 5th. There are entries in the 2021 records that suggest another operation that was either abandoned before it launched or is documented somewhere I haven't looked yet." She paused. "For now, 4. Palmetto Pines is the largest," Gumbo said. "By volume, yes," Francine said. 16 ghost horses, 3-year run, premium income of $219,000. The Marsh operation is the engine of the fraud." She looked at Carol. "He's not just a participant. He's the infrastructure. Without a farm of that size generating that premium volume, the fraud doesn't reach this number." "What does Marsh net?" Gumbo said. "Approximately $44,000 over 3 years, Francine said. "Based on the fee structure, I can reconstruct from the records. He's taking 20% of the ghost premium income as a management credit." She paused. "He writes checks to the business for horses that don't exist and gets 20 cents back on every dollar." "Why would someone do that?" Carol said. "Pay premiums on animals that don't exist just to get 20 cents back." "Because the 20 cents are clean," Francine said. "They come back as a business credit, which goes on his books as income from a legitimate source. The original premium payment is a business expense. He writes off the expense, takes the credit as income, and nets 20 cents on a dollar of laundered money." She looked at Carol. "What's Marsh's primary business?" "Boarding and training," Carol said. "Some breeding." "Cash adjacent," Francine said. "Horse businesses run on cash transactions that are difficult to audit from the outside. Premium credits from an insurance policy are cleaner than cash. They're documented, they have a paper trail, they look like normal business income." She paused. "For a man running a boarding operation who wants to move money through a clean channel, 20 cents on a dollar is a reasonable fee." "Where's the money coming from?" Carol said. "On Marsh's side. The premiums he's paying on the ghost horses. Where does that money originate?" Francine looked at her. "That's the question I don't have a full answer to yet," she said. "The records I have don't show me Marsh's books. They show me our books, what Boone and Latimer received from Marsh and what was done with it." She paused. "But premium payments at that volume, for horses that don't exist, on a boarding operation of Marsh's size," she stopped. "He's washing something," Gumbo said. "He's washing something," Francine said. "The ghost horse program is Latimer's fraud. But it's also a laundry for whatever Marsh has." The marina sounds ran under the conversation. The charter engine check done, the captain moving to the next item on his morning list. The heron still on the dock box, waiting with the inexhaustible patience of something that had learned to wait. Carol looked at the number at the top of the legal pad. 378,000, she said. Approximately, Francine said. The uncertainty is in the 2021 records. If the fifth operation exists and I find it, the number goes up. How far up? Potentially another 40 to 60,000, Francine said. Depending on the scale. Carol looked at the second banker's box she'd brought from storage. The pre-partnership records. Did you look at those yet? She said. The 2018 and 2019 files. I looked at the folder you handed me, Francine said. The pre-partnership records tell me when the mechanism was designed. She turned a page on the legal pad. Latimer had a version of this running before he met you. Carol looked at her. Smaller scale, Francine said. One farm, 4 ghost horses, premium volume of about 30,000 over 2 years. 2017 and 2018. She paused. A farm in Alachua County. Different farm from the pilot I found in the Levy County records. He had 2 pilots, Gumbo said. He learned from the first one and ran a second, Francine said. The Levy County farm was 2019. The Alachua County farm was 2017 to 2018. She looked at the folder. Before he met Carol. Before the partnership. He brought the fraud into the partnership, Carol said. He brought the mechanism, Francine said. And the partnership's larger premium volume and client base gave him the capacity to scale it. She looked at Carol directly. He needed your clients. Not to defraud them. The ghost horses aren't your real clients' horses. He needed the legitimate business volume to make the fraud invisible inside it. Carol looked at the harbor. She was quiet for a moment. He needed me, she said, to cover what he was doing. Yes, Francine said. The word landed where it landed. Carol let it. She looked at the second banker's box. She looked at the number on the legal pad. She looked at the harbor the way Gumbo had seen people look at water when they needed something that wasn't going to react, something that would just keep doing what it did regardless. He's in Nassau, she said. That's where Diane Feltz found him, Gumbo said. As of last week. On a boat. A sloop, he said. 32 feet. He bought it in cash in June. Carol looked at the marina, the boats in their slips, the specific community of people who lived on water for their own reasons. He always said he wanted a boat, she said. He said it at the conference where we met. He said when the business was stable enough, he was going to get a sailboat and spend a month in the Bahamas. She paused. I thought he was making conversation. He was making a plan, Gumbo said. She looked at him. Yes, she said. I see that now. He made sandwiches at noon. He made them in the galley with the efficiency of someone who had made sandwiches in this galley enough times to have a system. The bread from the marina supply, the turkey from Deanne's cooler, the mustard that lived in the door of the mini fridge in the specific spot he'd allocated for mustard 3 months ago and had maintained without thinking about it. He brought them up on the cutting board because the plates were in the locker below the settee and the cutting board was already on the counter. Francine took one without looking up from the folder she'd moved to. Carol took one and ate it looking at the harbor with the focused distraction of someone processing a large amount of information that kept rearranging itself. Gumbo ate standing at the stern rail and looked at the water. The Florida Department of Insurance, Francine said into the folder. Their fraud division. You mentioned them before, Gumbo said. I have a contact there, she said. A man named Pruitt, who spent 15 years investigating insurance fraud before he moved to the regulatory side. He knows equine fraud specifically. It's a specialized area. She turned a page. What I have on this table is enough to open a formal investigation. The ghost policy documentation, the farm participation evidence, the wire transfer records on the $42,000, that's a package. Carol's attorney needs to be part of that conversation, Gumbo said. Carol's attorney needs to make that call, Francine said. Not me, not you. She looked at Carol. Your attorney contacts the fraud division. The fraud division has authority I don't have, subpoena power, interstate cooperation agreements, a working relationship with Bahamian financial authorities through an existing treaty. She paused. What your attorney does with this package is what makes Latimer's 32-foot sloop a temporary address rather than a permanent one. Carol looked at the legal pad. The number. The column. My attorney is in Ocala, she said. She handles business law. She's not a criminal attorney. You need a criminal attorney, Francine said. Or a referral from your current attorney to one who handles financial crimes and interstate fraud. She looked at Gumbo. Vance in Chiefland. Patricia Vance handles divorce, he said. Patricia Vance handles whatever walks in the door, Francine said. I've worked with her. She's good, and she knows who to call when something is outside her lane. She looked at Carol. Call her this afternoon. Carol looked at her watch. She looked at the number on the legal pad. What does this cost? She said. Formally. Legally. The process. Less than you've already lost, Francine said. And considerably less than what Latimer is going to lose when the fraud division gets the package. Carol looked at Gumbo. She's right, he said. Call Vance. At 2 o'clock, Francine closed the last folder and put the legal pad inside it and handed the pad to Gumbo. Everything I found is in the notations, she said. Column headers are date, account, amount, source, and characterization. The characterization column is where I've flagged each entry as legitimate, ghost, or uncertain. She paused. The uncertain entries are the ones in the 2021 records I mentioned. Don't present them to the fraud division as confirmed. Present them as pending verification. Understood, he said. The Pilot Farms, she said. The Alachua County one from 2017 and 2018. The Levy County one from 2019. She looked at him. The Levy County pilot owner's name. I have it, he said. You looked at it the day I found it, she said. You had a reaction. He looked at the composition book. The page with the farm address and the owner's name that he'd written and then sat with for the rest of that evening. The name is in the same geographic corridor as the murder investigation, he said. Francine looked at him steadily. That could be coincidence, she said. It could, he said. Small county, she said. Everyone operates in the same geography. Yes, he said. But, she said. But the pilot program stopped in 2021, he said. And the murders started in February of this year. He paused. If the pilot stopped because the farm owner got nervous, and the farm owner got nervous because of something they knew about the larger operation. That's 4 steps of inference, Francine said. I know, he said. You need to tell Voss, she said. I know that too, he said. She looked at him for a moment, with the expression she used when she was deciding whether to say the next thing. She said it. The Levy County pilot owner, she said. Do you know if they're still operating in the corridor? He looked at the composition book. The name he'd written. The address in Levy County, on a county road that ran between US 19 and the river. I don't know yet, he said. Find out before Monday, she said. Before you sit down with Voss. She picked up her thermos. If the pilot farm owner is connected to the murder investigation in any way, by geography, by business relationship, by anything, you need to know that before you walk into that diner. He nodded. And Gumbo, she said. Yeah. If they are connected, she said. You tell Voss everything. Not the shape of it, not the thread of it. Everything. Names, addresses, the pilot program documentation, all of it. She held his eyes. You give her the whole picture. I know the boundary, he said. I'm going to keep saying it, she said, until the case is closed. He looked at her. I know you are, he said. She picked up the reading glasses and put them in the case and picked up the case and stood. The second box, she said. The pre-partnership records. I want to take them to the bed and breakfast tonight and go through the 2017 files more carefully. She looked at Carol. Is that all right? Take whatever you need, Carol said. Francine lifted the second box and looked at Gumbo. Monday, she said. Call me after. She went up the dock to the Volvo with the box under one arm, the reading glasses case in her hand. The specific, efficient movement of a woman who had done what she came to do and was already thinking about what came next. After she left, he and Carol sat on the stern for a while without talking. The afternoon had the quality of October afternoons on the water, the light going longer and less aggressive, the Gulf smell sharper as the temperature dropped a degree, the specific post-summer air of the nature coast settling into the version of itself that locals preferred. Gerald Marsh, Carol said. He'll be part of the fraud division investigation, Gumbo said. He cooperated with the fraud. Whether that makes him a co-conspirator or a victim of the mechanism is something the fraud division will determine. He paused. His cooperation with the investigation could reduce his exposure. Do you think he'll cooperate? He'll cooperate when his attorney tells him what the alternative looks like, Gumbo said. Men like Marsh cooperate when cooperation is demonstrably in their interest. Carol looked at the water. I sold him his first policy, she said. I drove out to his farm. I had coffee in his kitchen. I looked at his horses. She paused. 12 of them. Real horses. Marion County mud on their legs. She paused again. And 4 years later, he's running 16 ghost horses through my policy register. The real farm is the cover, Gumbo said. The real horses are what make the operation look legitimate from the outside. You can't run a ghost horse program without real horses to point to if anyone looks. I looked, she said. In 2019. He needed you to look in 2019, he said. He just needed you not to look after that. She held her coffee cup with both hands, the same grip she'd had that first morning when the shape of what she'd lost was just beginning to resolve into something with edges. 9 years, she said. He waited. I spent 9 years building a client list, she said. Building relationships with people who trusted me to know their horses and protect them. Gerald Marsh trusted me enough to have coffee in his kitchen. She paused. And Latimer used that trust as the container for a fraud. She looked at the harbor. I keep trying to figure out which part of that is my fault. None of it, he said. I didn't check the books, she said. I thought it was my deficiency when the margins went off. I didn't push when pushing would have uncovered it. He designed the books to survive casual scrutiny, Gumbo said. The only way to find what Francine found was to sit with them for 3 days with a legal pad and the specific knowledge of what to look for. He held her eyes. You're an equine insurance specialist. You know horses. You're not a forensic accountant. He knew that when he chose you as a partner. She looked at the water. He chose me because of what I was good at, she said. Yes, Gumbo said. And because of what I wasn't, she said. Yes, he said. She sat with that for a moment. The heron, which had left the dock box at some point during the afternoon, was back. A different heron, or the same one returned, it was impossible to tell with herons. It stood on the piling at the end of the finger pier and looked at the water with the focused stillness of something that had decided this was the right place. Vance, Carol said. In Chiefland. Patricia Vance, he said. Good attorney. Tell her everything and bring the legal pad Francine left. He paused. She'll know what to do with it. Today, Carol said. Call today, he said. Go tomorrow, if she can see you. He looked at the composition book. The fraud division process takes time. The sooner it starts, the sooner it ends. She nodded. She looked at the green truck in the parking lot. She looked at the marina, the boats in their slips, the fish houses, the October afternoon running out of light. He bought a sloop, she said. Yes, he said. With the money. Some of it, he said. The sloop was probably under 50,000. There's more money somewhere. She looked at the harbor. Find it, she said. Whatever the fraud division doesn't find. Find it. He looked at her. That's what the process is for, he said. The fraud division has tools for finding money that I don't. I know, she said. But you found the shape of this when I couldn't read it. When I thought I was the problem. She held his eyes. Find the rest of it. He looked at the composition book. He looked at the number Francine had written at the top of the legal pad. He thought about a 32-foot sloop in Nassau, with a man on it, who had left a coffee mug on a desk and driven to the Gainesville airport and kept going. I'll find it, he said. She nodded, the single nod of someone who has transferred a weight and is deciding whether the transfer has taken. She stood and looked at the marina and looked at the green truck. I'm going to call Vance from the road, she said. I want to be moving when I make that call. She looked at him. What do I owe you? For this week. He'd written the invoice the previous evening in the composition book and transferred it to a slip of paper. He handed it to her. She looked at it. She looked at him. She didn't say the number was wrong, which some clients did when they thought it was too high, and some clients did when they thought it was too low. She folded it and put it in her shirt pocket. I'll send a check from Ocala, she said. No rush, he said. There's always a rush, she said. That's the first thing Latimer taught me. She picked up her first banker's box from the table. Francine had taken the second one and looked at the stern, the table, the composition book, the marina. Cedar Key, she said. End of the road, he said. Good place for a pie, she said, and went up the dock to the green truck. He watched her go. He looked at the legal pad Francine had left on the folding table. The number at the top. The column of subsidiary figures. The notation system in the specific shorthand that represented 3 days of careful reading and 15 years of knowing what to read for. He thought about the Levy County pilot farm. He thought about the name he'd written in the composition book. He picked up his phone and called Reyes. She answered on 2 rings, the ambient sound of her vehicle, the county road under it. I need to check a property record, he said. Levy County. A farm on a county road between US 19 and the river. What for, she said. Cross-reference, he said. An insurance fraud case I'm working. The farm was used as a pilot for a ghost horse program in 2019. I want to know if it's still operating and who's on the property. Give me the address, she said. He read it from the composition book. He heard her write it down. I'll look it up when I get back to the office, she said. Hour or two. She paused. Gumbo. Yeah. The address, she said. That county road. She was quiet for a moment. That's off County Route 336. He looked at the composition book. How far off County Route 336, he said. Half mile, she said. Maybe less. He looked at the address. He looked at the name he'd written below it. He looked at the harbor. Reyes, he said. I know, she said. I'm already at the office. She hung up. Chapter 5. Reyes called back at 4:47. The farm, she said. CR 336 adjacent. Property records show the same owner since 2014. Agricultural designation, 11 acres, a residential structure, and 2 outbuildings. She paused. No active business license. The equine operation, if there was one, isn't current. Who's the owner? He said. She read the name. He wrote it in the composition book below the address, where he'd written it before, confirming what he already had. He looked at it. Any connection to the Jack the Stripper investigation, he said. Reyes was quiet for a moment. Not the processing quiet, the deciding quiet, the pause of someone determining how much of what they knew belonged in a conversation they were having on a phone with a pie. The property hasn't come up in the investigation, she said. Not directly. Not directly, he said. The owner's name is in the background records, she said. Standard canvas of the area around the second discovery site. Deputy took a statement in June. Nothing flagged. What was in the statement? I don't have access to the full interview record, she said. That's major crimes. That's Voss. I know, he said. Monday, she said. Monday, he said. She hung up. He sat on the stern with the composition book open to the page with the name on it, and looked at the harbor going into its late afternoon version, the light pulling back from the water, the shrimp boat at its dock, the marina settling toward evening. He thought about half a mile from County Route 336. He thought about a ghost horse program that ran from 2019 to 2021 and then stopped. He thought about what made a person stop. Saturday morning, he drove to the north end of the island. He drove it the way he drove things he wanted to see without appearing to see them, at the pace of a man going somewhere adjacent, the speed of the road rather than the speed of a destination. Cedar Key's north end was the residential end, the part of the island where the houses sat closer together and the lots ran smaller, and the streets had the quality of streets that had been laid out before anyone expected significant traffic, which was still the correct expectation. The house was a Key West style on a street that ended at the water, white with green shutters, a screened porch running the full width of the front. A mature Gumbo limbo tree in the yard, the tourist tree they called it, because the bark peeled red like a sunburned tourist, and the name produced a small private acknowledgement every time he encountered one. The Gumbo limbo shaded the front of the house in the particular way of old trees that had decided where the shade went and weren't changing their minds. He drove past. He looked at the garden. The ceramic frogs ran along both sides of the front walk in a line that extended from the porch steps to the sidewalk, maybe 30 feet of walkway with frogs positioned every 18 inches or so. He counted in his passing, 14 visible from the street, possibly more obscured by the border plantings. Each one different. That was the thing. He'd expected, from Kenny's description of the collection, the kind of collecting that went for volume, the flea market sweep, the estate sale box lot, the accumulation for its own sake. What he saw was different. From a moving car, at road speed, he could see that each frog was distinct. Different poses, different scales, different glazes, the specific variety of someone who collected with discernment rather than appetite. He turned left at the water and came back around the block and drove past again, slower this time, the way you could drive slowly on a residential street in a town of 700 without it meaning anything because everything moved slowly here. The second pass showed him the porch. A man sat in a rattan chair behind the screen, half visible in the shade of the Gumbo limbo. He had something in his hands, a book or a tablet, the posture of someone reading rather than watching. The cat from Kenny's Posts, or a cat, was on the porch rail. The screen door had a small ceramic piece hung on it, a frog, he thought, though from the road at this distance he couldn't confirm. He drove past. He turned south on the main road. He parked at the marina and sat in the Jeep for a moment before getting out. He thought about what the garden said. A collector who bought the first pieces at an estate sale in Gainesville in 2012, Kenny's account, and had been adding to the collection for 12 years. Each piece selected. Each piece placed. The garden, not a display of volume, but a display of choice, the ongoing record of a person who found beauty in a specific thing and kept finding it. He thought about what that impulse was and what it was not. It was aesthetic. It was accumulative in the way that reading was accumulative, each edition building on the previous ones, the collection becoming a record of attention over time. It was private in the sense that ceramic frogs in a front garden were not a performance for passing cars. They were there because the person who put them there wanted them there, in that configuration, for reasons that lived inside the wanting rather than in the wanting's effect on observers. He thought about what trophy behavior looked like and what it was. Trophy behavior was about the moment of taking. The object mattered because of what taking it represented. The dominance, the completion, the proof of the event. Trophies were kept because of what they had been. The history of the object was the object's value. That was not what the frog garden was. He got out of the Jeep and walked down to slip 12 and opened the composition book to a fresh page. He wrote Philip Drew. Collector. 12 years documented. Estate sale 2012. Each piece distinct, chosen, placed with attention. He looked at it. He wrote, collecting impulse equals aesthetic accumulation. Trophy impulse equals dominance confirmation. He drew a line between the two statements. He wrote below it, these are not the same psychology. They are not adjacent psychologies. They do not coexist in the same person. He looked at what he'd written. He thought about the investigation, treating the vintage clothing collection as trophy behavior. He thought about an investigation that had found a man who collected things, who lived alone, who had a private life that had become public in the worst possible way, and had assembled these facts into a picture that fit the frame they were looking for rather than the frame that fit the facts. He picked up the phone and called Francine. She answered from the bed and breakfast, the sound of papers, the 2017 records she'd taken with her. Philip Drew, he said. The investigations, theory. Trophy behavior. You've been to the North End, she said. Drive by, he said. Twice. The garden. What did you see? 14 ceramic frogs, each distinct, in a line along the front walk. Selected, placed, maintained. He paused. What does that profile say to you? Careful person, she said. Someone who makes considered decisions over time. Not impulsive. Is that consistent with trophy behavior? No, she said. Trophy behavior is impulsive even when it follows a pattern. The taking is compulsive. Careful, considered long-term collecting is a different impulse structure entirely. She paused. You can have both in the same person theoretically, but the profiles don't reinforce each other. They contradict. The investigation is treating his vintage clothing collection as trophies, he said. I know, she said. I've been thinking about it since you told me about the estate sale photographs. She paused. The photographs are the key. If the collection is documented from 2012, if Kenny's mother has photographs from the estate sale, that's a timeline that predates the murders by a decade and establishes the collection as a pre-existing aesthetic practice. How does the investigation get from documented 12-year collection to trophy behavior? He said. By not looking at the full timeline, she said. By finding the collection in the context of the investigation and reading it through the frame they're already in. She paused. It's a common error. You find evidence that fits the theory, and you don't look at whether the evidence has another explanation. The vintage clothing collection has another explanation, he said. It has an obvious one, she said, which is that a man who cross-dresses privately collects vintage women's clothing because he finds it beautiful, and it serves his private practice. She paused. That's not a criminal impulse. That's an aesthetic and personal one. The investigation knows he cross-dresses, he said. It's in Kenny's posts. They know, and they're treating the private practice as behavioral evidence. Which tells me the investigation's profile is male, she said. They're looking for a male predator with cross-dressing behavior, because that's the profile type that fits the combination of evidence they have. She paused. And they have that combination of evidence because the actual killer assembled it for them. He looked at the composition book. Frame job, he said. Patient frame job, she said. Someone who knew about Drew's private life and used it to redirect a murder investigation. She paused. Who knew? Unknown, he said. Clients of the Crystal River operation, possibly. Someone who encountered him in a context where the private life was visible. He stopped. Or someone who did the specific research to find a suitable candidate. The latter takes more work, Francine said. But it's more reliable. If you're consolidating a corridor business through murder, he said, you're already doing substantial work. Research on a suitable frame candidate is consistent with the operational level. Yes, she said. It is. She was quiet for a moment. Gumbo. The photographs. Kenny's mother, he said. You need those photographs, she said. Before Monday. Not for yourself. You're not going to do anything with them. You're going to give Voss the thread, and she pulls it. She paused. But you need to know the photographs exist, and you need to be able to tell Voss exactly where they are. Kenny lives in Gainesville, he said. I know where Kenny lives, she said. You found his posts. You have enough to find his contact information. She paused. Call him. Don't go to him. Call him and explain that you're a PI who is independently looking at the case and that you've seen his posts and that the estate sale photographs may be critical exculpatory evidence. He's not going to trust a stranger on the phone, Gumbo said. He's been posting publicly on social media for 3 weeks defending his uncle, Francine said. He trusts anyone who tells him his uncle is innocent. She had a point. He found Kenny Drew's contact information in 8 minutes through the combination of his social media profile, the university's public student directory. Kenny was a graduate student at UF, which his profile confirmed, and a straightforward search that produced a phone number attached to his name in a public records database. He called at 2 in the afternoon. Kenny answered on the 3rd ring with the wariness of someone who'd been getting calls from journalists and had developed a pre-screening tone. Yeah, he said. My name is Gumbo Malone, Gumbo said. I'm a PI in Cedar Key. I've been reading your posts about your uncle. The wariness shifted into something that was not quite hope and not quite suspicion and lived in the territory between them. You think he's innocent, Kenny said. I think the investigation is looking at the wrong person, Gumbo said. Which is a different statement, and a more useful one. A pause. Why more useful? Because innocent is a conclusion, Gumbo said. Looking at the wrong person is a starting point for changing the direction. He paused. I'm not law enforcement. I don't have access to the case file. What I have is 4 days with the public record and a professional read on the evidence profile that doesn't match the investigation's theory. What's your read? Kenny said. Your uncle collects things, Gumbo said. He has a 12-year documented collection of vintage women's clothing that predates these murders by a decade. The investigation is treating that collection as trophy behavior. It's not trophy behavior. The psychology of careful aesthetic collection and the psychology of trophy taking are incompatible. He paused. The photographs from the estate sale in 2012. Your posts say your mother took pictures. Silence on the line. The specific silence of someone recalibrating. You read all my posts, Kenny said. Yes, Gumbo said. The one about the estate sale was buried, Kenny said. In a thread. It was like the 4th or 5th post in a reply chain. I read the whole thread, Gumbo said. Another silence. The detective, Kenny said. The woman. Voss. We tried to give her the photographs. Her office said they'd look at it, and they haven't called back. When did you try? Gumbo said. 2 weeks ago, Kenny said. My uncle's attorney sent a letter to the Major Crimes Office with copies of 3 photographs from the 2012 estate sale. The letter said the collection predated the murders and asked the investigation to consider the timeline. He paused. No response. Gumbo sat with that. The attorney's letter is in the official record, he said. The photographs are in the official record. He paused. Detective Voss may not have seen them yet. How is that possible? Kenny said. The frustration of a 22-year-old who had been watching a process that made no sense and was looking for someone to explain the mechanism. Investigations generate volume, Gumbo said. Evidence, statements, letters, tips. They get processed in priority order. A letter from an attorney representing the person of interest goes into a different stack than forensic evidence. He paused. It's not an excuse. It's the mechanism. Can you make her look at it? Kenny said. I can tell her it exists and where it is, Gumbo said. I'm meeting with her Monday morning. He paused. I'm not going to promise you what she does with it. What I can promise is that I'll give her the thread and tell her clearly that your uncle's attorney submitted photographs 2 weeks ago that establish a 12-year collection timeline. Kenny was quiet for a moment. That's it. You tell her, and then what? Then it's her case, Gumbo said. She's a good detective. If she looks at the photographs against the full evidence profile, she'll see what I see. What if she doesn't look? Then her case goes in the wrong direction, Gumbo said. And the actual killer continues operating. He paused. Which is a worse outcome for everyone, including Detective Voss. Kenny processed this. He had the quality on the phone of someone thinking rather than reacting. The actual consideration of what was being said rather than the performance of it. It was, Gumbo thought, a quality that ran in the family. My uncle, Kenny said. He's okay physically. He's at home. But he stopped. He doesn't leave the house. He goes to the grocery store and comes back. He stopped tending his garden. The frogs, Gumbo said. He has this garden, Kenny said. He's been building it for years. Every frog is something he found somewhere, an estate sale or a pottery market or somewhere he traveled. He knows where each one came from. He paused. He hasn't touched it since the investigation started. He just looks at it from the porch. Gumbo looked at the composition book. He thought about a man sitting behind a porch screen, looking at a garden he'd built over years and not going out to it. "Tell him to go tend his garden," he said. "What?" "Tell your uncle that a pie who has been looking at this case thinks he should go tend his garden," he said. That's not advice about the investigation. It's advice about not letting the investigation take things from him that it doesn't have the right to take. A pause on the line. "I'll tell him," Kenny said. "He won't know what it means." "He'll know what it means," Gumbo said. He wrote in the composition book, after he hung up, "Attorney submitted photos to Major Crimes 2 weeks ago. Letter and copies. Voss may not have seen them." He looked at it. He wrote, "Give Voss the thread Monday." Attorney's name. Letter date. 3 photographs, 2012 estate sale. Timeline. He put the pen down. He thought about the investigation's profile. Male. Cross-dresser with behavioral history. Trophy taker. The profile built from evidence that had been assembled by the actual killer to point at the wrong person. He thought about what it took to know enough about a man's private life to use it as a frame. He thought about the Crystal River referral service and what a woman running that operation would know about the private lives of the men who used it. He picked up the pen. He wrote, "How did she know about Drew?" He looked at the question. He wrote below it, "Client. Past or present. Or research. Or someone who knew him, who was connected to the operation." He looked at the corridor map he'd drawn on the back page. Cedar Key. Chiefland. Crystal River. The triangle. The center. He wrote, "Drew is on Cedar Key. Crystal River operation is at the other end of the corridor." He drew a line between the 2 points. He wrote along the line 6 inches on a map. 25 miles on the road. Information travels. He looked at the map. He thought about Gary at the perch telling him about Cheryl Watts in the careful language of a man who knew what he knew and said it sideways. She was independent. A town of 700 people had the information architecture of a much larger place when it came to certain categories of knowledge. The informal economy of the corridor, the specific community of people who worked in or adjacent to the sex work trade, was small and connected in the way of all specialized economies. A woman in Crystal River, who had been building an operation for 6 years, would know the corridor the way Gumbo knew the marina. Not every detail, but the shape of everything, who occupied which position, who was independent, who was reachable, who was not. She would know about Drew. He wrote she knew. The question is how. The how tells you the connection. The connection tells you the exposure. He looked at what he'd written. He thought about Monday. He had the ME language, the corridor geography, the triangle, the clothing as inventory, the fish camp testimony, the collection timeline, the attorney's letter with the photographs, and now this, the question of how the killer knew enough about Drew to use him as a frame. He hadn't enough for a conversation. Whether it was enough for Voss was a different question, and one he couldn't answer until he sat across from her in the diner in Chiefland at 7 in the morning with the composition book on the table and laid out what the public record said. Sunday, he stayed on the boat. Renata came at noon with a container of the leftover staff meal from Saturday night, something Marco had done with local grouper, and a tomato braise that had been sitting in the walk-in and was better today than it had been yesterday, the way braises were better the next day, the flavors having done something overnight that they couldn't do in the heat of service. She came aboard and put the container on the galley counter and looked at the composition book on the stern table and looked at Gumbo. "You've been on the boat all morning," she said. "Thinking," he said. "Productive thinking or circular thinking," she said. "Started circular," he said. "Getting productive." She went to the galley and found 2 bowls and served the grouper into them and brought them to the stern and sat in the second chair. They ate. The Sunday marina had a different sound from the weekday marina. The charter boats out, the liveaboards up and doing the weekend version of their lives. Someone playing music 2 slips down at a volume that was community rather than intrusion. A family on the guest dock was loading a boat with the organized chaos of a family that had done this before and had developed a system that worked for them specifically. "Tell me where you are," Renata said. He told her. Not the surveillance log version, the thinking version, the version where the connections were still forming rather than formed. The collection timeline, and the attorney's letter, and the photographs, and the question of how the killer had known enough about Drew to use him. She ate the grouper and listened. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. "The photographs," she said. "The attorney submitted them 2 weeks ago." "Kenny said the Major Crimes Office acknowledged receipt," he said. "No response since." "An acknowledgement means they went somewhere in the system," she said. "A pile, a queue, something." She looked at the grouper. "They didn't disappear." "No," he said. "They went into the volume." "Voss runs the investigation," she said. "Does she see everything that comes into the office?" "She sees what gets flagged to her attention," he said. "A letter from a person of interest's attorney goes to the office generally. Whether it's flagged to the lead detective depends on who's flagging," she said. "Yes," he said. She looked at the harbor. "She's going to be defensive," she said. "When you show her what you have." A detective being told by a PI that her investigation is looking at the wrong person. "I know," he said. "You need to give her the information without giving her the conclusion," she said. "The information points at the conclusion. Let her reach it." He looked at her. "It's how you describe a dish to someone who hasn't tried it," she said. "You don't tell them what it tastes like. You tell them what's in it and how it was made. They taste it themselves, and they reach the experience on their own." She paused. "The experience is more real that way." He thought about that. "Show her the map," he said. "The ME language. The corridor. The collection timeline. The attorney's letter." He paused. "Don't tell her the killer is a woman. Don't tell her it's the Crystal River operation. Give her what I have and let her put it together." "Yes," she said. "That's the right approach." "She's going to see it," he said. "She's a good detective. If she looks at what I have." "She'll see it," Renata said. "If she's as good as you think she is." He looked at the composition book. "She is," he said. Renata looked at him. She had the expression she used when she'd noticed something and was deciding whether to say it. She said it. "You like her," she said. Not a question. Not an accusation. The direct statement of a direct woman. He looked at the harbor. "She's good at her job," he said. "That's not what I said," she said. He looked at her. "I find her interesting," he said. "Professionally and otherwise." "I know," she said. "You've been careful to tell me what you know, and I've been careful to hear it." She held his eyes. "I'm not asking you to account for it. I'm telling you that I see it, and that I trust you with it." He looked at her. "We're what we are," she said. "We built what we built the way we built it, which was slowly and carefully and on purpose." She paused. "That doesn't require you to not find other people interesting." "Renata," he said. "I'm not finished," she said. He waited. "What I need from you," she said, "is what you've always given me, which is honesty about what's happening." She held his eyes. "Not performance. Not management. Honesty." She paused. "You've given me that. You told me about the bar. You told me about Monday. You brought me into the shape of it." She looked at the grouper. "That's what I need." He held her eyes. "You'll always have it," he said. She picked up her bowl and ate the last of the grouper. "The diner in Chiefland," she said. "Monday at 7. "Yes," he said. "Eat something before you go," she said. "You think better when you've eaten." "Marco's eggs," he said. 6:30, she said. "I'll tell Marco." She went back to the island room with the empty container, and the Sunday afternoon closed behind her, the harbor doing its Sunday version, the music from 2 slips down shifting to something slower, the family on the guest dock finally underway with their resolved logistics and their day ahead of them. He sat on the stern with the composition book. He looked at the page with Voss's name on it. He looked at what he'd built over 4 days. The shape of it. The lines between the points. He thought about what Renata had said. Give her what you have and let her put it together. He thought about the ceramic frogs on a walkway in the October shade of a Gumbo limbo tree, each one distinct, each one chosen, a collection that had been building for 12 years while the wrong theory built itself around it. He closed the composition book. He looked at the harbor. Monday was close enough now that he could feel the shape of it, the diner, the coffee, the woman with the dark red hair in its on-duty configuration, the 20 minutes that had already become an hour and 15 once, and that he suspected would become something longer Monday because what he had was more than a conversation, and less than a case, and the specific distance between those two things required whatever time it required. He was ready for the time. He sat on the stern and let the Sunday afternoon run out of light, and thought about ceramic frogs and ghost horses and clothing removed with deliberate methodology, and the specific patience of a woman building a business in a corridor between 3 Florida towns who had decided that the last stage of consolidation required a frame. He thought about what deliberate meant. He thought about what methodical meant. He thought about inventory. He went below and made coffee and read the McDonald from the book exchange box until the marina lights came on, and the harbor went to its night version, and the music from 2 slips down stopped, and then he put the book on the shelf and went to sleep. Chapter 6. The diner was called Maybell's, and it had been on the main road in Chiefland since 1971, according to the sign above the door, which also said home cooking and open 6 a.m. in letters that had faded to the color of a decision made long ago and not revisited. Inside it smelled like coffee and bacon grease, and something sweet from the case by the register that held pie slices under a plastic dome. The booths were red vinyl, the tables formica, the floor linoleum in a pattern that had been modern once and was now just permanent. A ceiling fan turned above each table at the speed of something performing the idea of air movement rather than actual air movement. 7 in the morning on a Monday, and half the tables occupied, working people, most of them, the contractors and the farm workers and the county employees who started early and needed something that wasn't granola before they started. A table of 4 men in work boots discussing something that required a paper diagram one of them had drawn on a napkin. A woman alone at the counter eating eggs and reading her phone with the practiced simultaneity of someone who did both every morning without favoring either. Gumbo took the booth in the back corner. He put the composition book on the table and ordered coffee from a waitress named Deb, who wrote nothing down, which meant she'd been doing this long enough that the orders lived in her head rather than on paper, and he waited. She came in at 7:02. On-duty version, the dark red hair pulled back, The suit jacket over a gray shirt, the specific assembly of someone who had dressed for function and landed in the territory of authority without planning to. She scanned the room the way she'd watched the perch the first night, the full sweep that looked like nothing and missed nothing, and found him in the back corner and came to the booth with the directness of someone who had located the thing she needed and was going to it. She slid in across from him. Deb materialized with a second cup and poured without asking and went away. Voss looked at the composition book. She looked at Gumbo. "You brought notes," she said. "I brought what I found," he said. "In the public record," she said. "In the public record," he said. She picked up the coffee cup. "You have 20 minutes," she said. He had the corridor map folded to the relevant section. He opened it and put it on the table between them and oriented it so it faced her. Cedar Key on the left, Chiefland in the center, Crystal River on the right, the 3 discovery sites marked with dates, and the X he'd drawn between Crystal River and Chiefland. She looked at it. "You mapped the victim geography," she said. "The pattern runs east-west along the corridor," he said. "Not north-south the way territory-based predation typically runs. A predator moving through a hunting range runs with the geography. North-south here because that's how US 19 runs. This pattern follows the coastal highway east-west, which is a commercial route, not a hunting range." She looked at the map. She didn't write anything. She was filing. "The X," she said. "Inference," he said. "Not evidence. If the pattern holds, the 4th location is between Crystal River and Chiefland. Roughly there." He put his finger on the X. "I put it there because the geography of the first 3 sites creates a triangle, and the triangle has an interior." "The pattern might not hold," she said. "It might not," he said. She looked at the map for another moment. "The east-west pattern," she said. "You're suggesting commercial motivation rather than predatory motivation." "The ME language supports it," he said. She looked up. He had the printed statement on the table. He turned it to face her and put his finger under the 3rd paragraph. "Deliberate and methodical in the context of clothing removal," he said. "No sexual assault." He paused. "Deliberate removal of clothing post-mortem without a sexual component is not trophy behavior. Trophies are intimate. They're about the specific person and the specific act. Methodical removal of clothing across multiple victims is inventory management." She looked at the paragraph. She looked at him. "Inventory," she said. "Someone needed the clothes," he said. "Not as a memento. As stock." She held the coffee cup and looked at the printed statement and looked at the map. "Walk me through the rest of it," she said. He walked her through it. The corridor as a commercial geography. The independent sex work economy running east-west along the same route. The testimony from the fish camp delivered without the source, the substance standing alone. A professional woman from Crystal River had visited Cheryl Watts and made an offer. Watts had declined. 3 weeks later, Watts was dead. The 2 women who had accepted similar offers were, to his knowledge, operating without incident. Voss listened without interrupting. She had the quality of a good listener that was different from the performed quality of someone who had learned to look like they were listening. She processed while she listened, the filing happening in real time. And when he finished, she didn't immediately respond because she was completing the integration of the last thing he'd said. "The women who accepted," she said. "You have names?" "No," he said. "I know they exist. I don't have names." "Where did the fish camp testimony come from?" "I can't give you the source," he said. "The substance is accurate." She looked at him. The assessment expression, professional grade. "You're going to make me work for the source." The source came to me voluntarily in a general conversation, he said. I'm not protecting them from you. I'm protecting them from what happens when a source in a murder investigation gets named before the investigation is ready to handle them. He held her eyes. When you're ready for the source, I'll make the introduction. She looked at the map. The Crystal River Referral Service, she said. He looked at her. We know about it, she said. It's been in the background of the investigation since the second victim. She paused. We looked at it. The operation is legitimate on its face, a registered consultancy, proper licensing, no documented complaints. She paused. The owner is a woman named Lorraine Greer. Married, mid-40s, no record. He hadn't said the name. She'd said it. You've been watching it, he said. We're aware of it, she said. Watching is a different commitment. What would it take to move from aware to watching, he said. She looked at him. Evidence connecting the operation to the victims, she said. Right now, what we have is geography and business category proximity. She paused. Which is not nothing, but it's not enough. The fish camp testimony establishes a visit, he said. A professional woman from Crystal River made an offer to the first victim approximately 6 weeks before she was found. He paused. That's a connection. From a source you won't name, she said. From a source I'll introduce when you're ready, he said. There's a difference. She looked at the table's surface. She looked at the map. She drank the coffee, which Deb had refilled at some point without either of them noticing her do it. The person of interest, she said. Philip Drew, he said. She put the cup down. The vintage clothing collection, he said. 12 years documented. He started it in 2012 at an estate sale in Gainesville. His nephew's mother took photographs at the sale, the first purchases dated, timestamped by the camera. He paused. His attorney submitted a letter to your office 2 weeks ago with copies of 3 of those photographs. The letter establishes the collection's timeline as predating the murders by a decade. Something moved in her face. Small, controlled, the movement of a person who had received a piece of information that connected to something else and was running the connection. The attorney's letter, she said. You didn't see it, he said. It came out as a statement rather than a question, and she didn't correct it, which confirmed it. The office receives a significant volume of, she started. I know, he said. I'm not here to tell you about your office's intake process. He held her eyes. I'm here to tell you the letter exists, the photographs exist, and a 12-year documented collection established as an aesthetic practice predating the murders by 10 years is not consistent with trophy behavior. She looked at the composition book. The psychology, she said. Careful aesthetic collection and trophy taking are incompatible impulse structures, he said. They don't coexist in the same person. The psychology of a collector, especially a careful, long-term collector who selects each piece individually, is oriented toward beauty and accumulation over time. The psychology of trophy-taking is oriented toward dominance and the proof of a specific event. He paused. These are different people. She was quiet for a moment. Outside, on the main road, a flatbed truck went north with a load of something covered in orange netting, the sound of the engine moving through the diner and past it and gone. The behavioral consultant, she said. We brought one in. What was their conclusion? She looked at him. I'm not asking for the case file, he said. I'm asking if the behavioral consultant's conclusion held that the 2 collection types were compatible. The consultant's conclusion was that the collection represented a fetishistic orientation consistent with the behavioral profile, she said. Carefully. Carefully, meaning the conclusion was hedged, he said. Meaning the conclusion was appropriately qualified, she said. As conclusions from behavioral consultants typically are. Appropriately qualified, he said. But the investigation read it as confirmation. She looked at the map. He waited. The consultation occurred before we had the full picture of the collection's scope, she said. Before the attorney's letter. She said it with the precision of someone making a record rather than offering an excuse. The consultant reviewed the collection as it appeared in the context of the investigation, not as a 12-year documented practice with an established origin point. New information changes the context, he said. Yes, she said. He looked at her. She had the expression of someone who had been running a case in a direction and had just felt the ground shift under the direction. Not a collapse, a shift, the specific physical sensation of a certainty becoming a possibility. The attorney's letter, he said. Kenny Drew's posts mention it. The attorney's name is in the posts. He wrote it on a corner of the paper the printed ME statement was on and slid it across. The letter was submitted 2 weeks ago. She looked at the name. She pulled a phone from her jacket pocket and photographed the paper. She put the phone away. The fish camp testimony, she said. The professional woman from Crystal River making an offer to the first victim. You said 6 weeks before she died. Approximately 6 weeks, he said. The witness's timing was approximate. Describe the woman from the testimony, she said. As it was described to you. Professional, he said. Well dressed. The visit felt like a business meeting. She left a card, a real card, printed professional, name and number only. What name? She said. The witness didn't say or doesn't know, he said. I don't have the card. She looked at the table. If the card exists, he said, it's probably in the first victim's effects. He paused. Cheryl Watts. Voss looked at him. The witness knew her, he said. Watts was a regular, somewhere the witness works. The witness described Watts as someone who left a good tip and who mentioned the Crystal River visit in passing. He paused. I don't know if Watts kept the card. If she did, it's in her effects. We have her effects, Voss said. Then you might have the card, he said. She looked at the table. She was somewhere else for a moment. In the case file, in the effects inventory, in the list of items logged when Cheryl Watts's belongings had been processed. She came back. How long have you been looking at this? She said. 4 days, he said. Public record. 4 days, she said. I've been looking at it, he said. You've been working it. Those are different things. She looked at him with the expression that held the assessment and the thing beyond the assessment. You're managing me, she said. I'm being accurate about the distinction, he said. You have access to things I don't. I have access to things you haven't prioritized. He held her eyes. That's not a competition. It's a division of available information. She looked at the map on the table. She looked at the printed ME statement. She looked at the attorney's name he'd written on the corner of it. She folded the printed statement in half and put it in her jacket pocket. She looked at him. The fourth location, she said. The X on the map. Inference, he said. Based on pattern, she said. Yes. She looked at the map for a moment. She put her finger on the X. We've had information about an independent operator in that general area, she said. She came up in the canvas after the third victim. She paused. We reached out. She declined to speak with us. She's afraid, he said. Possibly, she said. Or she's protecting a business arrangement she doesn't want scrutinized. Or both, he said. People can be afraid and self-interested simultaneously. She looked at the map. She took the map off the table and folded it and put it in her jacket pocket alongside the ME statement. He didn't say anything about the map going into her pocket. He'd made 3 copies. The corridor geography, she said. The east-west pattern. The commercial motivation. She paused. If the motivation is business consolidation, the violence stops when the consolidation is complete. Yes, he said. The women who converted to the referral arrangement are assets, not competition. There's no business reason to harm them. Which means the remaining independent operators are still at risk, she said. Until they convert, or until the investigation identifies the operation, he said. She was quiet. How many independent operators are currently working the corridor, he said. She looked at him. You've mapped the economy, he said. You know the population. I know the population we're aware of, she said. This category of business doesn't file with the county. How many that you're aware of? She held his eyes. 1, she said. After Watts and the other 2 victims. 1 remaining independent operator in the corridor, he said. 1 that we know of, she said. He thought about Deanna Purcell, the name he didn't have yet. He thought about the 4th location, marked with an X on a map that was now in Voss's jacket pocket. She needs to know she's at risk, he said. She's been contacted, Voss said. As part of the canvass after the 3rd victim. A canvass contact is different from a warning, he said. She looked at him. I know the difference, she said. I know you do, he said. She drank the rest of her coffee. Deb appeared, and Voss covered the cup with her hand, which Deb read as no, and moved on. The Lorraine Greer operation, Voss said. What's your read on direct involvement versus indirect? He looked at the table. I don't have enough to read that accurately, he said. What I have is the shape of a business operation with a consolidation motive and 3 victims who fit the consolidation pattern. He paused. Whether the operator is directly involved in the violence or employing someone who is, I don't know. What's your instinct? He looked at her. My instinct is irrelevant without supporting information, he said. She gave him a look that meant she was noting the deflection. My instinct, he said, is indirect. Someone who runs a 6-year operation with the professional consistency you described, legitimate on its face, proper licensing, no documented complaints, is not someone who gets hands-on with violence. They manage the mechanism. They employ the mechanism. He paused. But that's instinct, not evidence. Noted, she said. She looked at the composition book on the table. She looked at it with the attention of someone who had been watching it sit there for the duration of the conversation and had drawn conclusions about what was in it. You have more in there, she said. I have my case notes, he said. On a different case. The equine insurance fraud, she said. He looked at her. Fraud Division flagged a PI inquiry on a Levy County farm property last week, she said. The Fraud Division talks to major crimes when something touches our geography. She paused. The farm is off County Route 336. He held her eyes. The fraud case and the murder investigation, she said. You think they're connected. I think they share geography, he said. I think a farm in Levy County was used as a pilot for an insurance fraud operation in 2019 and stopped in 2021. I think the timing of the stop is worth looking at. He paused. I don't have a connection. I have a question. What's the question? Why did the pilot stop? He said. The mechanism was working. The fraud scaled to larger operations. The pilot farm should have kept running. He paused. Something made it stop. Voss looked at the table. The farm owner, she said. The farm owner gave a statement after the second victim, he said. Standard canvas. Nothing flagged. He held her eyes. I'm wondering what the statement said. She looked at him for a long moment. I'll look at the statement, she said. That's all I'm asking, he said. She looked at the composition book one more time. She looked at him. The 20 minutes, she said. He looked at the clock on the wall above the register. 1 hour and 8 minutes since she'd sat down. You stayed, he said. You had more than 20 minutes worth of information, she said. Not an apology. An assessment. She slid out of the booth and stood. He looked up at her. She had the on-duty quality fully engaged now. The hair back, the jacket straight, the investigation running behind the eyes. The attorney's letter, she said. I'm going to find it today. Good, he said. The fish camp source, she said. When I'm ready. Call me, he said. She looked at the table. She looked at the composition book. She looked at him. The bar, she said. Wednesday. You were composing a question. I was, he said. You didn't ask it. You left, he said. I left because I decided to leave, she said. Not because I didn't know what the question was. He looked at her. Ask it, she said. When the case is closed, he said. You told me to ask when the case was closed. I told you to ask me again when it was closed, she said. Present tense. You've been asking it in present tense for 3 weeks. He held her eyes. When the case is closed, she said. Dinner. Yes, he said. She looked at him for a moment, with the expression that was more than assessment. You're going to keep looking at this, she said. I'm going to stay in the public record, he said. That's not a no, she said. No, he said. It's not. She held his eyes for another moment, and then she turned and walked through the diner and out the door, and through the window he watched her get into an unmarked county vehicle and pull onto the main road going north toward the county building. He looked at the table. Deb appeared. More coffee. Please, he said. She poured and went away. He opened the composition book. He turned to the Voss page. He wrote, Monday 7 a.m. Maybells. He wrote what she'd confirmed. The Lorraine Greer operation was known to the investigation. The fourth independent operator had been canvassed. She hadn't seen the attorney's letter. He wrote, she didn't know about the letter. She'll find it today. He looked at what he'd written. He wrote below it, she took the map. She took the ME statement. He looked at that. He wrote, she was already thinking about Greer. The map gave her the commercial geography argument she didn't have. He looked at the composition book. He turned to the next page. He wrote a single line, the farm on County Route 336. Why did the pilot stop in 2021? He looked at the question. He thought about a woman who ran a 6-year referral operation with professional consistency, who had made offers to independent operators in the corridor, whose offers had a specific consequence for refusal. He thought about a farm owner who had given a voluntary statement after the second murder, and whose statement had not flagged anything in the investigation. He thought about what a person who was already inside one arrangement, the ghost horse fraud, did when they became aware of another arrangement running in the same geography. He thought about fear. He thought about what Beverly Frick's crossed-out word had meant. He thought about how people who knew things they shouldn't know sometimes made the decision to know them less, to step back from the knowledge, to stop the pilot program, and lock the gate and give a statement to a deputy that said nothing useful because nothing useful was the only safe thing to say. He looked at the single line on the page. He wrote below it, "The farm owner knows something." The pilot stopped because of what they knew. The statement said nothing because nothing was safe. He looked at what he'd written. He looked at the corridor map in his head, the triangle, the center, the referral service at the center. He looked at the farm address in Levy County, half a mile from County Route 336. He closed the composition book. He left $8 on the table for a $2.50 coffee and walked out of Maybell's into the Chiefland Monday morning, the main road doing what it did, the trucks and the county vehicles, and the working traffic of a town that had no tourism economy and didn't miss one. He got in the Jeep. He sat for a moment without starting it. He thought about what Renata had said. Give her what you have and let her put it together. He'd given her what he had. She was putting it together. His part of this particular morning was done. He started the Jeep and pulled onto the main road and drove west toward the causeway. And Cedar Key sat at the end of the road the way it always sat, waiting without impatience. An island that had been here before any of this and would be here after. His phone buzzed on the seat. He picked it up at the next light. A text from Reyes, the farm on County Route 336. The owner gave a statement in June. I got access to a summary through the interagency notification on the fraud flag. A pause, then a second message. The statement mentioned a woman who'd visited the farm in April. Described as professional, well-dressed. The owner said she'd come about a business arrangement and been turned down. He looked at the text. He looked at the road. He typed back, "What kind of arrangement?" Her response came while he was still at the light. Statement doesn't specify. Owner said she didn't understand the full nature of the offer and asked the woman to leave. Another message, immediate, Gumbo. The woman left a card. Owner kept it. The deputy noted it in the statement log and left it at the farm. He looked at that. The light changed. He typed, "The card is still at the farm." Her response, "As far as I know." He put the phone on the seat. He drove toward the causeway. He thought about a printed card with a name and a number on it, sitting on a farm kitchen table or in a kitchen drawer on a county road half a mile from CR 336, and what that card connected, and what it proved, and whose hands needed to have it next. He thought about Voss in the unmarked vehicle going north on the main road. He picked up the phone and called her. She answered on 2 rings. Malone. "The farm on CR 336, he said. The owner gave a statement in June. A woman visited the farm in April. Professional. Well-dressed. She left a card." He paused. "The card is still at the farm." The deputy noted it in the statement log. Silence. "A card," she said. "Same description as the fish camp testimony," he said. "Professional woman from Crystal River making an offer. Printed card, name and number." More silence. Longer. "I'll send someone to the farm today," she said. "Today," he said. "Today," she said. She hung up. He drove the causeway with the estuary on both sides, going blue-green in the Monday morning light, the egrets in the shallows, the salt marsh doing its tidal work, and Cedar Key at the end of the road getting larger as he approached it, the fish houses and the water tower and the specific shape of an island that had decided what it was before he arrived. He crossed onto the island. He thought about a card with a name on it, sitting in a farm kitchen drawer, while 2 investigations built their separate pictures of the same geography. He thought about what happened when the pictures overlapped. He drove to the marina and parked and sat in the Jeep for a moment. He thought about the pilot program, stopping in 2021. He thought about fear. He got out of the Jeep and walked down the dock to slip 12 and put the composition book on the stern table and opened it to the page with the single question on it. He looked at the question. Why did the pilot stop in 2021? He picked up the pen. He wrote, because the farm owner knew what was coming. He looked at that. He put the pen down. He went to get breakfast. Chapter 7. He ate Marcos' eggs at 6:30 before the diner, and he was thinking about them now, an hour later, driving south on US 19 with the windows down, and the October morning doing what October mornings did on the nature coast, the air carrying the specific combination of salt and cypress and something vegetal from the river systems that ran east to west across the peninsula in this latitude, draining the interior toward the Gulf with the patience of water that had been doing this since before the roads existed. He drove the corridor because he needed the corridor in his body rather than on a map. This was something he'd learned in previous cases, the difference between knowing a geography from a satellite image and knowing it from inside a moving vehicle at road speed, the way the distances between things felt different when you felt them rather than measured them. The corridor ran 40-something miles from Cedar Key to Crystal River, but the 40 miles had texture, had interruption, had the specific character of a working coastline that tourist maps compressed into a clean line, and that was, in reality, a series of distinct communities strung on a highway like beads on a wire that didn't know it was jewelry. He went south on US 19 from the Cedar Key Junction. Chiefland first, because he knew Chiefland from the Suarez case, the blue metal building on the highway which he drove past without looking at because that case was done, and looking was a habit that served no current purpose. Chiefland proper was 3 miles of US 19 with a commercial strip on both sides, the standard-issue Florida highway town of gas stations and fast food, and the agricultural supply stores, and the feed stores, and the marine supplier, and the bail bondsman's office that occupied the strip mall slot between a nail salon and a notary. He stopped at the marine supplier. Not because the marine supplier was relevant. Because marine suppliers were the information exchanges of the boating economy, the way barbershops were the information exchanges of other economies. People came, they waited, they talked, and the man behind the counter heard everything. The man behind the counter was 60-something, with the deep tan of someone who'd spent his life adjacent to water, and he was happy to talk in the way of people who worked retail, in low-traffic businesses, and valued conversation as a supplement to commerce. Gumbo bought a replacement dock line he didn't need and talked about the corridor for 10 minutes. The marine supplier knew about the referral service in Crystal River the way he knew about everything that touched the marine economy, obliquely through the testimony of clients, through the specific network of information that moved through a working waterfront. He said the operation had been good for business in a way he didn't entirely explain, and that Gumbo didn't push, the implication being that people who used the service also bought boat supplies and marine equipment, and that the two economies ran parallel in the corridor without officially acknowledging each other. The woman who runs it, Gumbo said. You know her? Know of her, the man said. She came in twice, maybe 3 years ago. Bought some navigation equipment. Professional. Knew what she wanted. He looked at the dock line in Gumbo's hand. Paid cash. Anything else? She asked about charters, he said. Not fishing charters. Overnight charters. The kind that go out and come back whenever. He looked at the counter. I gave her Skeeter Johns's number because Skeeter doesn't ask what you need the hours for. Gumbo thought about Skeeter on the airboat in the Big Cypress, telling him I don't ask questions because questions add complexity. He thought about a woman who needed water access and had found the right person to provide it. Did she use him? Gumbo said. I don't know, the man said. I gave her the number. What she did with it is between her and Skeeter. Gumbo put the dock line on the counter and paid for it and went back to the Jeep. He sat for a moment. He called Skeeter. Skeeter answered the way he answered everything, immediately with the single-word greeting that was both his name and his entire approach to telephonic communication. Skeeter, he said. It's Malone, Gumbo said. I know who it is, Skeeter said. 3 years ago, maybe a little less. A woman called you about overnight charters. Professional, organized. Marine supplier in Chiefland gave her your number. A pause. Not the pause of someone who didn't remember. The pause of someone deciding what to do with a memory. I remember her, Skeeter said. Did you take the charter? Twice, he said. Maybe 3 times. Another pause. She needed water access to Crystal River properties. River access, specifically. Not open Gulf. He paused. She had locations. I took her to the locations and waited. What locations? River properties, he said. Private docks. Places where you tie up and someone meets you or you go to the house. He paused. I didn't ask what the business was. Did she give her name? She paid cash, Skeeter said. Did she give her name? Gumbo said again. A longer pause. She said Lorraine, he said. First name only. Gumbo looked at the highway. Skeeter, he said. I need to tell you something. Tell me, Skeeter said. The woman you took on those charters, he said. There's a murder investigation in the corridor. Levy County major crimes. I've been working adjacent to it. He paused. The investigation may need to talk to you about those charters. Silence on the line. I'm not in trouble, Skeeter said. It came out as a statement, but had the inflection of a question. You took a woman to some locations, Gumbo said. You didn't know what the business was. You don't know what it was now. He paused. That's not trouble. That's testimony. Another silence. I'll talk to them, Skeeter said. I don't lie to law enforcement. I know you don't, Gumbo said. I'll let Detective Voss know you're available. He paused. Skeeter. The locations she visited. Do you remember any of them, specifically? Most of them, Skeeter said. I know this water. He paused. 2 of the locations I recognized as properties belonging to people in the corridor economy. He said corridor economy the way the marine supplier had said it, the euphemism of someone who understood the geography without officially understanding it. One of them I didn't recognize. The one you didn't recognize, Gumbo said. Where was it? Sewanee side, Skeeter said. River property. Small dock, nothing formal. She went up to the house and came back in about 20 minutes. He paused. I thought it was a private residence that had nothing to do with anything. Gumbo thought about the Sewanee River. He thought about a farm off County Route 336. He thought about half a mile. When was that one? He said. The Sewanee property. Skeeter thought about it. Spring, he said. Maybe 2 years ago. 2022. Before or after the ghost horse pilot stopped. Gumbo said, mostly to himself. What? Skeeter said. Nothing, Gumbo said. Thank you, Skeeter. Malone, Skeeter said. Yeah. Be careful with this one, he said. She knew what she was doing on the water. People who know water know how to use it in both directions. He hung up. Gumbo drove south past the Chiefland Junction and into the stretch of US 19 that ran through the scrub and the cattle country between Chiefland and Crystal River, the road going straight and flat in the way of roads that had been laid over terrain that offered no reason to curve. Palmetto scrub on both sides, giving way to pine flatwoods, and then to the mixed hardwood that indicated proximity to water, the cypress starting to show as the elevation dropped toward the river systems. He pulled off at the fish camp. The parking area was packed shell, 3 vehicles, a flatbed with a trailer hitch. The screen door to the counter was propped open with a cinder block. Inside, the same smell as the first visit, coffee and bacon, and the old deep smell of a building that had been absorbing what it absorbed for 50 years without losing any of it. The woman behind the counter recognized him. "Back again," she said. "Coffee," he said. "And a question, if you're willing." She poured the coffee and looked at him over the counter with the patient expression of someone who answered questions for a living and had opinions about which ones were worth answering. "The woman from Crystal River," he said. "The one who made the offer to Cheryl Watts. You said she left a card." She looked at the coffee pot. "Did Cheryl show you the card?" he said. She was quiet for a moment. "She showed it to me," she said. "She didn't let me keep it." "What did it say?" She looked at the window above the register, the scrub outside, the highway beyond it. "A name," she said. "And a phone number." She paused. The name was 2 words. A first and a last. Another pause. "I didn't write it down. I just looked at it." "Do you remember it?" he said. She looked at the coffee pot again. "The first name was something old-fashioned," she said. "The kind of name people don't give their kids anymore." She thought about it. "Lorraine," she said. "The first name was Lorraine." "The last name," he said. She shook her head. "I saw it. I didn't file it." She looked at him. It was one of those names that could be anything. Common. She paused. "I want to say, it started with a G." He looked at the counter. He thought about what Voss would find at the farm on County Route 336. He thought about a card in a kitchen drawer. He thought about 2 separate witnesses, the fish camp woman and the farm owner, both describing the same visit from the same woman with the same card. "Thank you," he said. "You find what you're looking for," she said. "Getting closer," he said. He drank the coffee standing at the counter the way he'd drunk it the first time, the full cup rather than leaving it half finished, because the coffee was good, and because you didn't leave good coffee out of impatience. She refilled it without being asked. "The other women," she said. "The ones still working the corridor." She looked at the counter surface. "Are they safe?" "The investigation knows who they are," he said. "They've been contacted." "Contacted is different from safe," she said. "I know," he said. "I said that to the detective this morning." She held his eyes. "Make sure she listened," she said. "She listened," he said. She went back to the kitchen, and he finished the coffee and left a 5 on the counter for a $2 cup and drove south. Crystal River was a different animal from the other 2 ends of the corridor. Cedar Key was the end of a road, a terminal place, a destination by definition, a town you couldn't pass through because the road stopped. Chiefland was a through town, a place the highway happened to pass, and that had organized itself around the passage. Crystal River was a destination of a different kind. The Springs system drew people the way the Springs had always drawn people. The clear cold water coming up from the aquifer at 72 degrees year-round. The manatees in the winter. The divers and the kayakers and the glass-bottom boat operators who had built an economy on the specific quality of the water. The spring-fed rivers ran from the springs to the Gulf through a waterway system that was part wildlife refuge and part working waterfront and part tourist infrastructure, and the specific adjacency of those three things produced a community with more layers than its size suggested. He drove the waterfront road without stopping. The river was visible between the buildings, the wide spring-fed system, dark green going blue where the springs influenced it, the dock infrastructure of the charter operations, and the kayak rentals and the private docks that extended from the properties along the river road. He was looking at the geography. He was looking at how a referral service operated out of a house on this river, the specific river access that Skeeter had provided, the private dock that a careful woman would use instead of the public infrastructure. He was looking at the triangle from the south end of it. He turned south of the main waterfront and drove the river road for 2 miles, the properties getting larger and more private as he went, the lots wider, the houses set back from the road behind the live oaks and the palm hammocks that people paid premiums for. He stopped at the public launch at the south end. He got out and stood at the edge of the launch and looked north up the river. The water was the spring-fed color, the extraordinary clarity of it visible even from the bank, the bottom showing through 4 feet of water as clearly as through glass. An anhinga surfaced 20 yards out with a fish, tossed it, swallowed it with the dramatic backward head toss of a bird that had never learned to be subtle. He thought about Skeeter taking a woman to a private dock on this river at night. He thought about what business conducted at a private dock on a river at night looked like from the outside. He thought about what it looked like from the inside. He thought about the women who had said yes to the arrangement and the women who had said no, and what the difference between those two outcomes had been. He thought about clothing. He thought about inventory. He thought about a woman who had been building this operation for 6 years and who had reached the stage where the independent competition was the last obstacle and had made the decision that the obstacle required a specific solution. He thought about Philip Drew in his house at the north end of Cedar Key, not tending his garden. He thought about what it cost an innocent person to be inside a frame. He got back in the Jeep. He drove the full corridor back north, Cedar Key to Crystal River to Cedar Key, and arrived at the marina at 2:15 with the composition book full of notes from the drive and a clearer picture of the geography in his body where it needed to be. Deanne was in the doorway of the bait shop with her reading glasses on and the fishing report in her hand, the afternoon version of her daily inventory of the dock. "The Gainesville woman called," she said. He stopped. "What Gainesville woman?" She didn't say her name. She said she was a graduate student, and she was trying to reach you about your case. Deanne looked at the fishing report. She said it was about a farm in Levy County, and that you'd know what it meant. He thought about the Boone case. He thought about the Levy County pilot farm. "Did she leave a number?" he said. "She left a number," Deanne said, and recited it. He didn't recognize it. He wrote it in the composition book. "When did she call?" he said. "About an hour ago," Deanne said. He walked to the end of the dock and called the number. It rang 3 times. "Hello." A young woman's voice, careful, the care of someone who had rehearsed what they were going to say and was making sure they were ready before committing to the conversation. "This is Gumbo Malone," he said. "You called my marina." "Yes." A pause. "My name is Ansley Marsh. Gerald Marsh is my father." He sat down on the dock box. He did it carefully, the weight of a large man lowering onto something that required the full decision to lower. "Ms. Marsh," he said. "He called me this morning," she said. "After the fraud division contacted him." Her voice had the specific quality of someone delivering news they'd been carrying since the call and had decided they needed to put down. "He told me what he'd done. The ghost horses. The premiums." She paused. He said a pie had been asking about the farm, and that the fraud division was involved, and that he needed to tell me before I heard it from someone else. I'm sorry, Gumbo said. He also told me something else, she said. Something he didn't tell the fraud division. She stopped. He waited. A woman came to the farm, she said. About 2 years ago. She came about a business arrangement. A different one from the insurance thing. A separate arrangement. She paused. My father said no. He said the arrangement was things he didn't want to know about, and that he told her to leave. He thought about the pilot program, stopping in 2021. He thought about fear. Ms. Marsh, he said. This woman. Did she leave a card? My father kept it, she said. He said she left it on the kitchen table when she left, and he put it in the kitchen drawer and kept it because he was afraid to throw it away. She paused. He said, throwing it away felt like doing something that couldn't be undone. Is the card still in the drawer? He said. He looked this morning, she said. It's there. Another pause. I'm calling because my father is scared, and he doesn't know who to talk to, and he told me about you. She stopped. He said you were the one who found the shape of the fraud. He said you were. He said you seemed like someone who understood that people made mistakes. What does he want to do? Gumbo said. He wants to cooperate, she said. With whoever needs to know about the card and the woman and the visit. She paused. He wants to cooperate before something happens that he can't cooperate away from. Gumbo looked at the harbor. The afternoon light going long across it. The shrimp boat at its dock. The marina doing its 3 o'clock version of itself. The charter boats coming back. The day's catch cleaned at the station 3 slips down. Tell your father not to touch the card, he said. Tell him to leave it in the drawer, and not show it to anyone, and not talk about it to anyone until I call him back. He paused. How long is he going to be at the farm today? He doesn't go anywhere, she said. He's been at the farm since the fraud division called. She paused. He's scared to leave. He should be careful, Gumbo said. Not scared. There's a difference. He paused. Is your mother there? My parents are divorced, she said. He lives alone. Is there someone who can be with him today? He said. I can drive down, she said. I'm in Gainesville. 2 hours. Drive down, he said. Stay with him tonight. He paused. Ms. Marsh. The card. Don't move it, and don't photograph it, and don't discuss it on the phone. She was quiet for a moment. How serious is this? She said. He thought about 3 women found in the corridor without their clothing. He thought about Cheryl Watts leaving a good tip on Tuesday mornings. He thought about a printed card with a name on it that had been sitting in a kitchen drawer for 2 years. Serious enough that you should drive down today, he said. He heard her breath on the line, the specific quality of a breath that was making a decision. I'm leaving in 20 minutes, she said. Good, he said. Call me when you get there. He hung up. He called Voss. She picked up mid-first ring. Malone. The farm, he said. Gerald Marsh's daughter just called me. Marsh has a card in his kitchen drawer. The same woman who visited Cheryl Watts visited the farm 2 years ago. She left a card. Silence. 2 years ago, Voss said. 2022, he said. Before the murders started. He paused. Marsh kept the card. He said throwing it away felt like doing something he couldn't undo. More silence. He heard her moving, the sound of a chair and then a door. Is he at the farm? She said. His daughter is driving down from Gainesville, he said. She'll be there by 5. He paused. He's scared, Voss. He's been scared since 2022. That's why the pilot program stopped. That's why his June statement said nothing. She was moving through a building. He heard the hallway sounds, the specific acoustic of a county building. I can be at the farm by 4:30, she said. I told the daughter not to touch the card, he said. Not to photograph it. To leave it in the drawer. Good, she said. The card establishes a visit to the farm 2 years before the murders, he said. An offer made and declined. The same pattern as the fish camp testimony. I know what it establishes, she said. She wasn't dismissive. She was already running it, the implication of it against the case file she carried in her head. Boss, he said. What? Skeeter Johns, he said. He runs airboat eco tours out of Cedar Key. 3 years ago, he took a woman named Lorraine on overnight charters in the Crystal River waterways. Private dock access. She paid cash. He has memory of the specific docks. A pause. Skeeter Johns. He said he'd talk to you, he said. I told him you'd call. He paused. He knows the water. He can put her on specific properties at specific times. That's 3 corroborating witnesses, she said. Fish camp. Farm. Charter operator. All placing the same woman in the corridor, in the same operational pattern, he said. Making visits, making offers, leaving cards. Before the murder started, she said. Establishing the consolidation attempt as premeditated. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment. The card at the farm, she said. If it has her name on it. It has her name, he said. The fish camp witness saw the same card and remembered the first name. Lorraine. Said the last name started with G. Another silence. Greer, she said. That would be consistent, he said. He heard her push through a door, and the outdoor sound came in behind her, the Chiefland afternoon, the county building parking lot, a vehicle starting somewhere. I'll call you after the farm, she said. I'll be at the marina, he said. Malone. She paused. The 4th target. The remaining independent operator. Yes, he said. I'm moving the warning call up to today, she said. After the farm. She paused. You were right about contacted versus safe. Good, he said. Don't sound smug about it, she said. I'm not, he said. You sound a little smug, she said, and hung up. He walked back to the severance package and sat on the stern with the composition book and looked at the corridor map he'd redrawn from memory during the drive, the east-west line with the 3 discovery sites, and the X and the properties he'd added during the day. The farm off CR 336, the private dock on the Crystal River waterfront, the fish camp at the midpoint. The triangle had become a network. He drew lines between the points. The lines ran through the center of the triangle. He looked at the center. He thought about a woman who had spent 6 years building something in the specific patient way of someone who knew what the finished version looked like and was not in a hurry to reach it until the hurry became necessary. He thought about what made the hurry necessary. He thought about what changed in the corridor in the months before the first murder that would have made the timetable accelerate. He wrote what changed. He looked at the question. He wrote she'd been making offers for years. The violence started when the offers stopped working. What made them stop working? He looked at that. He wrote competition got organized. Or competition got vocal. Or someone said no in a way that created a problem. He looked at the 3 lines he'd written. He put a circle around the 3rd one. He thought about Cheryl Watts at the Perch on Tuesday mornings, leaving good tips and being described as independent. He thought about independence in the specific sense of someone who had decided not to be organized under anyone's umbrella and who had communicated that decision clearly enough that the decision itself became a problem. He picked up the phone. He called Gary at the perch. Gary answered with the background sound of an afternoon bar, the specific midday quiet before the evening population arrived. "It's Malone," he said. "One question." "Depends on the question," Gary said. "Cheryl Watts," he said. "You told me she was independent. Was she vocal about it? Did she talk about it? About staying independent, about refusing arrangements?" Gary was quiet for a moment. "She mentioned it once," he said. 3, maybe 4 months before she died. She said someone had come to her about working under an arrangement, and she'd told them. She used a specific phrase. He paused. She said she told them that Cedar Key was her territory, and it was going to stay that way. "She said that publicly?" Gumbo said. "In the bar?" "At the bar," Gary said. "There were 4 people within earshot." "Who were they?" "Regulars," Gary said. "People I know." "I don't think any of them would have." He stopped. "Information travels," he said. He said it the way the marine supplier had said it, with the same weight of someone who understood what that meant in practice. "It travels," Gumbo said. "Yeah," Gary said. "Thank you, Gary," he said. He put the phone down. He wrote in the composition book, Watts was vocal. Said Cedar Key was her territory. Said it in a bar with 4 people listening. He looked at it. He wrote, "That's what changed." The refusals became public. Private refusals can be managed. Public ones create exposure. He looked at what he'd written. He looked at the harbor. He thought about exposure, and what a careful woman building a 6-year operation did when her operations were exposed to public discourse in a bar. He thought about the specific sequence: vocal refusal, public setting, 4 witnesses, word traveling through a corridor town of 700 people, and then 3 months later the first body. He wrote, "The timetable accelerated because the refusals went public." He looked at that. He put the pen down. He looked at the harbor. The afternoon was losing its light now, the October sun going low and golden over the Gulf, the fish houses casting their long shadows on the water. A brown pelican worked the channel with the unhurried focus of something that had all the time the evening offered and intended to use it. He picked up his phone. He thought about calling Voss. He had enough for her. She was at the farm, or driving to it, and she had the card in the drawer and the Skeeter testimony and the fish camp source and the attorney's letter with the photographs of the ceramic frog's keeper. He had enough, and she had enough, and the case was building toward the thing that good cases built toward, which was the point where the accumulated evidence stopped being a collection of separate facts and became a single coherent story. He put the phone down. He looked at the composition book. He looked at the harbor. He thought about what else changed. He thought about everything he'd assembled: the corridor drive, the marine supplier, Skeeter, the fish camp, the marsh daughter, the vocal refusal in the bar. He thought about inventory. He thought about the clothing taken from 3 women found in the corridor without it. And then he thought about something he hadn't thought about specifically yet, something that had been in the background of the case since he'd first looked at the corridor economy and hadn't moved to the front until now. A working wardrobe for an escort referral service. 3 independent operators eliminated. Their clothes taken. He wrote, "She's not just eliminating competition. She's absorbing their inventory." He looked at it. He wrote, "The clothing is the business. The referral service requires presentation. The independent operators had built their own. She took it." He looked at what he'd written. He thought about what it meant to build a business with that level of deliberation. He thought about what it meant to be that cold. He put the composition book on the table and stood up and went to the marina office. Deanne looked up from the fishing report. "I need to use the printer," he said. "Help yourself," she said. He printed 3 things: the updated corridor map with all the properties marked, a 1-page summary of what he had, and a list of every piece of evidence pointing at the Crystal River referral service that existed in the public record or had come from sources who had agreed to speak with law enforcement. He stapled the 3 pages. He put them in his jacket pocket. He was going to drop them at Voss's office in Chiefland tomorrow morning. Not call. Show up. Leave them with whoever was at the desk. Walk away. Because Voss was building this case, and she needed everything he had in a form she could file, and a Pye's verbal account in a diner was not the same as a documented summary in her case file. He walked back to the boat. His phone showed a text from Ansley Marsh at the farm. "Dad is okay. Card is in the drawer." He texted back, "Detective Voss is on her way. She'll be there by 4:30. Let her do her job." He looked at the harbor. He thought about Philip Drew, sitting behind a screen door looking at a garden he wasn't tending. He thought about Cedar Key being someone's territory, and what it cost to say so. He thought about the 4th independent operator in the corridor, somewhere between Crystal River and Chiefland, who had received a contact call from a major crimes detective today. He thought about warned versus safe. He thought about the difference. He thought about whether the difference had closed. Chapter 8. She called at 6:47. Gumbo was on the stern with the last of a Yingling, and the composition book open to the page with the corridor map when the phone buzzed and showed her name, which she'd put in his contacts herself at the diner, sliding the phone across the table without comment and taking it back when he'd typed his number into hers. "The card," he said. "The card," she said. He heard a vehicle interior. She was in the county car, the road under it. "Lorraine Greer," she said. The name on the card. First and last. A phone number below it, no other text. She paused. "The number is a Crystal River exchange. We're running it now." "Marsh," he said. "How was he?" "Scared," she said. "His daughter had arrived before I got there, which helped." She paused. "He told me everything. The visit, the conversation, why he said no." She stopped. She came to the farm with a specific proposal. She wanted the farm as a waypoint, a staging location for transportation in the corridor. "Transportation of what?" he said. He said she didn't specify precisely, she said. She said equipment and personnel. He said the way she said personnel was the reason he told her to leave. Gumbo looked at the harbor. He knew what personnel meant, he said. He knew, she said. He's not a sophisticated man, but he's not stupid. She paused. He said no, and she left the card, and he put it in the drawer and stopped the pilot program 2 weeks later. Because he didn't want to be in business with anyone in her network, Gumbo said. Because he understood that the Ghost Horse program, and whatever Lorraine Greer was running, occupied the same geography, she said. And he wanted distance. She paused. Which is why his June statement said nothing. He was afraid that mentioning the visit would connect him to the murder investigation. He connected himself anyway by saying nothing, Gumbo said. That's what I told him, she said. He understood it better from me than from himself. He heard the road change under her tires, from county asphalt to highway. Skeeter Johns, she said. I called him after the farm. He confirmed 3 charters. 2 properties he identified in the Crystal River waterfront, both known to the investigation as associated with the referral service operation. The third. The Sewanee property, he said. She paused. You knew about the third one. He mentioned it to me this afternoon, he said. Said it was a private dock on the river that he didn't recognize. He paused. 2 years ago. Spring 2022, she said. Before the murders. After the farm visit. She was quiet for a moment. She was mapping her network. The farm, the river properties, the Sewanee access. Another pause. She needed a route that didn't use the highway. He thought about that. The clothing, he said. Moving it. We think so, she said. A river route connecting the corridor properties, bypassing US 19. Skeeter's charters established the route. The farm was going to be the staging location. Until Marsh said no, he said. Until Marsh said no, she said. He looked at the harbor. The October evening, doing its slow work on the light. The sky going colors over the gulf that didn't have adequate names. Philip Drew, he said. She was quiet. How did she know, he said. That's the question I've been sitting with since the diner, she said. A man on Cedar Key with a private personal practice that he's been careful about for 12 years. She's in Crystal River. The corridor connects them geographically but not socially. She researched him, he said. Or someone told her, she said. Those are different problems. She paused. If she researched him, we need to know how. If someone told her, we need to know who. The referral service client list, he said. We've been trying to establish that list since June, she said. Discreetly. Men who use services like this don't volunteer the information. He doesn't use the service, Gumbo said. Drew. If he used it, she'd have his name on a list, and the research question answers itself. But if he used it, his attorney would have mentioned it, she said. It would have complicated the cooperation narrative. She paused. I think he doesn't. Then someone told her, he said. She was quiet. He thought about Cedar Key. 700 people. The information architecture of a small island. The perch on a Wednesday night. 4 people within earshot of Cheryl Watts, saying Cedar Key was her territory. The Corridor Information Network, he said. She's been operating in it for 6 years. She knows everyone who moves through it. He paused. Drew lives on Cedar Key. Cedar Key is part of the corridor. Someone in that network knows about his private life. A former client of someone else, she said. A shared acquaintance. A conversation that traveled. Information travels, he said, using the marine supplier's phrase. It does, she said. He thought about the specific economy of information in small waterfront towns, the way knowledge moved through social networks without anyone deciding to move it, the osmotic spread of personal information in communities where everyone's business was everyone's awareness. If she's been building this for 6 years, he said, she knows the social geography as well as the business geography. She'd know about Drew the same way she knew about the independent operators through the network. We need to find the specific path, she said. The specific person who knew and talked. That's not public record, he said. No, she said. That's casework. She paused. That's mine. Yes, he said. A long silence on the line. The road under her tires. The county vehicle going north toward Chiefland. The attorney's letter, she said. I found it today. Before the farm. And, he said. It was in the intake queue, she said. It had been flagged for my attention, and then flagged again for the behavioral consultant's review. And somewhere between the 2 flags it had stopped moving. She said it flatly, without self-defense. the statement of someone documenting an error clearly. The photographs are being reviewed. The collection timeline, he said, is inconsistent with the trophy behavior theory, she said. The behavioral consultant is revising the profile. He didn't say anything. You could say something, she said. The profile revision is what matters, he said. Not the path to it. She was quiet for a moment. You're being careful, she said. I'm being accurate, he said. Same thing right now, she said. She paused. Philip drew. His attorney is going to get a call tomorrow morning. The investigation's focus is shifting. He should go tend his garden, Gumbo said. A pause. What? His ceramic frog garden, he said. He hasn't been tending it since the investigation started. He sits on the porch and looks at it. She was quiet for a moment. How do you know that? His nephew told me, he said. Another pause, longer. You called the nephew. He called me, Gumbo said. His posts were public. He wanted someone to listen. He paused. I listened. She was quiet. Malone, she said. Yeah. What you've brought me in the last week, she said. The corridor map. The ME language. The fish camp testimony. The collection timeline. Skeeter. The farm. She paused. That's not public record work. That's investigative work. It's all public record and voluntary conversation, he said. You know what I mean, she said. I know what you mean, he said. She was quiet for long enough that he heard the highway sound shift, the county vehicle taking an exit. The case is moving in the right direction now, she said. Good, he said. When it closes, she said. He waited. Dinner, she said. I'm going to hold you to it. I know you are, he said. She hung up. He sat on the stern with the dead phone and the nearly empty Yingling and looked at the harbor doing its evening version. He thought about the card in the kitchen drawer. He thought about a woman who had planned 6 years of consolidation with the patience and precision of someone who understood that the finished version required specific foundational work. The route, the staging location, the network mapped, the social geography learned, the frame candidate identified. He thought about what kind of person that was. He thought about deliberate. He thought about methodical. He thought about the difference between those words as descriptions of violence and those words as descriptions of a business plan, and about how much overlap there was between the two when the business plan included violence as a mechanism. He picked up the composition book. He turned to the Voss page and wrote, "Card confirmed. Lorraine Greer. Crystal River Exchange. Marsh meeting 2022. Personnel transport proposal refused. Skeeter confirmed 3 charters. River route established." He looked at it. He wrote, "Profile revision in progress. Drew focus shifting." He looked at that. He wrote how she knew about Drew, social geography. Someone in the network knew and talked. He looked at what he'd written. He put the pen down. He thought about the something that had been sitting in the background of everything since he'd first looked at the corridor map and drawn the triangle. The thing he'd been approaching from the outside and hadn't been able to see the center of. She had known about Drew before she needed him. That meant she'd been building the frame before she'd decided the violence was necessary. Which meant she'd understood from early in the consolidation process that the independent operators weren't all going to convert voluntarily, and that the ones who didn't would need a solution that required a specific kind of cover. He wrote, she had the frame before she needed it. She built it while she was still making offers. The violence was always the contingency plan. He looked at it. He put the composition book under his arm. He went inside and called Renata. She answered from the kitchen, the dinner service sounds behind her. "How was the farm?" she said. "The card was there," he said. "Boss got it." "Good." A pause. "The investigation is moving in the right direction," he said. She was quiet for a moment, the kitchen running behind her. "Come to dinner," she said. "I'll have Marco set a plate." "I'm not hungry," he said. She heard something in that. "Come anyway," she said. "Sit at the bar. You don't have to eat." He looked at the porthole, and the slip and the finger pier in the dock lights. 20 minutes, he said. He walked to the island room in the October dark, and sat at the bar, and Renata poured wine without asking, and stood across from him and looked at him with the direct look. "The woman who did this," he said. "She planned it completely. The frame was built before the violence started. She understood from early on that some of the operators weren't going to convert, and she prepared for it." Renata held the wine glass. "That's not a surprise," she said. "You said organized. You said patient. Patient people plan for contingencies." "I know," he said. He stopped. She waited. "The women who died," he said. "They were obstacles in a business plan. That's the whole of it. They said no to an arrangement and became line items in a contingency." Renata looked at the bar surface. "That's what makes it serious," she said. "Not the violence. The calculation." "Yes," he said. She poured herself a small amount of the wine and held the glass without drinking it. "Is Voss going to close it?" she said. "She has enough now," he said. "The card, the witnesses, the pattern." He paused. "She's a good detective. She'll close it." And drew. "The investigation's focus is shifting," he said. "He'll get his life back." She looked at the bar surface. She looked at the kitchen pass-through. She looked at him. "Come to dinner Thursday," she said. "Not tonight. Tonight you need the boat." She held his eyes. "Thursday. Marco's doing something with the snook that he's been working on for 2 weeks." He looked at her. 2 weeks is the right amount of time," he said. "For snook," she said. "Yes." He finished the wine and walked back to the marina in the Cedar Key dark, and went aboard the severance package, and sat on the stern without the composition book, and without the phone, and looked at the harbor doing what it did, which was the same thing it had been doing before any of this, and would keep doing after, and let the evening run out around him. Chapter 9. Francine called Tuesday morning at 7:43, which was before noon, which meant something had happened. "The 2017 records," she said. He was at the stern table with the composition book and the second cup of coffee, the marina doing its Tuesday morning inventory of itself around him. "Tell me." "The Alachua County farm. The first pilot." She paused. "I found the owner's name in the pre-partnership records Latimer gave Carol when they formalized the arrangement." Another pause. "The owner wasn't a horse person." He waited. "The farm had 4 registered horses on the original policy," she said. "Legitimate horses, actually insured a small boarding operation. The Ghost program added 4 more. But the farm's primary business wasn't equine." She paused. "The primary business, according to the county agricultural designation on file, was specialty produce. Citrus and tropical fruit. Small-scale direct market." "Not a horse farm," he said. "Not primarily," she said. "The horses were secondary income. The boarding operation was small, the kind of thing someone adds to a rural property to generate supplemental revenue." She paused. What the property was actually useful for was the infrastructure. Cold storage, loading dock, a dry road access to the river. He put the pen down. River access, he said. The Alachua County farm is on a tributary that feeds into the Santa Fe River system, she said, which connects to the Sewanee. She paused. I looked at the county property records this morning. Francine, he said. I know, she said. The owner of the Alachua County farm in 2017 is the same person as the owner of the Levy County farm on County Route 336 in 2019. He looked at the harbor. They moved, he said. Between 2017 and 2019, the same owner sold the Alachua County farm and bought the Levy County property. Sold in late 2018, she said. Bought in early 2019. The Levy County property also has river access. Also has cold storage and loading infrastructure. He thought about Lorraine Greer visiting the farm in 2022. The personnel and equipment proposal. The staging location offer that Marsh had refused. He thought about a different farm in a different county in 2017 running a ghost horse pilot under Latimer's fraud program. The farm owner connected to Lorraine Greer, he said. And connected to the fraud. Both connections, she said. Independent of each other, as far as I can tell. The fraud connection is through Latimer. The ghost program was Latimer's operation, and the farm owner participated in it the same way Marsh did. She paused. The Greer connection is more recent and separate. Or not separate, he said. If Lorraine Greer's network and Latimer's fraud network occupied the same geography, they might have known each other through the corridor, Francine said. People who operate outside the formal economy in the same geography find each other. She paused. That's speculation. What's the name? He said. She gave it to him. He wrote it in the composition book. He looked at it. He said, I need to call Voss. I know you do, Francine said. But Gumbo. Yeah. This is where you give her everything and step back, she said. The farm owner is connected to two ongoing investigations. One is a fraud case handled by the Florida Department of Insurance. One is a murder investigation. She paused. Those two cases need to talk to each other, and that conversation happens at the law enforcement level, not through a PI. I know where the boundary is, he said. Step all the way behind it this time, she said. Both feet. She hung up. He called Voss at 8:15. She picked up mid-first ring. You have something, she said. The Boone fraud case, he said. The ghost horse pilot program in 2019 on the Levy County farm. The same owner had a prior farm in Alachua County in 2017 where the pilot originated. He paused. Both properties have river access and loading infrastructure consistent with transportation staging. Silence. The same owner, she said. Same owner. Moved between counties between 2018 and 2019. He paused. Both properties fit the staging profile that Lorraine Greer proposed to Gerald Marsh in 2022. She was building backup options, Voss said. When Marsh refused, she already had an alternative. Or the existing relationship with the farm owner was already in place before she went to Marsh, he said. The farm owner's fraud participation and Greer's network may have been connected before either investigation started. Connected how? Corridor proximity, he said. Shared, informal economy. People who operate outside conventional channels in the same geography develop relationships. He paused. I'm speculating. What's the owner's name? She said. He gave it to her. A silence that was different from the previous silences. Longer, with a quality he recognized as the sound of something connecting inside a mind that had a lot of existing information for a new piece to connect to. Malone, she said. Yeah. This name is in our canvas records, she said. From after the second victim. Another pause. I need to make some calls. I know, he said. Francine says the fraud case and the murder investigation need to talk to each other. At the law enforcement level. I'll call the fraud division today, she said. What's your contact there? Francine Dowd in Tampa, he said. She'll connect you to the fraud division contact. He gave her Francine's number. Everything I know about the farm connection is in her records. She has documentation. Good. He heard her writing. Malone. The farm owner. Yes. Don't contact them, she said. Don't drive past the property. Don't call. Her voice had the quality of a specific instruction rather than a general caution. I need this person unaware that we're connecting the cases. Understood, he said. Both feet behind the line, she said. He thought about Francine saying the exact same thing 20 minutes earlier. Both feet, he said. She hung up. He sat with the composition book open and looked at the name he'd written. He thought about a person who had been running two separate arrangements, the ghost horse fraud and whatever the Lorraine Greer network required of a staging location, while giving an uninformative statement to a deputy after the second murder. He thought about the pilot program, stopping in 2021. He thought about what Reyes had said. The pilot stopped because the owner got nervous. He thought about what made someone nervous. He thought about knowing something. He thought about a person who was inside two separate criminal operations running in the same corridor, and who had understood since 2021 or earlier, that the proximity of those two operations created exposure they couldn't control. He thought about fear. He thought about Beverly Frick's crossed-out word. He put the composition book down. He called Reyes. She answered on 3. I know, she said. Boss called me 4 minutes ago. The canvas statement, he said. From June. The farm owner. I'm pulling it now, she said. The statement is in the major crimes file, but Voss asked me to look at it from the fraud angle, given the Levy County property connection. A pause, papers moving. The statement is 2 paragraphs. Standard canvas questions. Did you know the victim? Did you notice anything unusual? Do you have information relevant to the investigation? What did they say? No, no, and no, Reyes said. All 3 questions answered in the negative. Deputy noted the subject was cooperative, and the interview was brief. She paused. The deputy also noted the subject appeared nervous. Nervous is in the official record, he said. It's in the deputy's notes, she said. Not the formal statement. She paused. The deputy was 24 years old and was conducting his 6th canvas interview that day. He noted nervous and moved on. Gumbo looked at the harbor. Reyes, he said. If this person is connected to both the fraud and the Greer network, if they've been inside both operations. They're a material witness to both, she said. At minimum. She paused. Potentially more. Are they in danger? He said. A silence. I don't know, she said. If Lorraine Greer understands that the fraud investigation is connecting to her network through the farm property. She doesn't know yet, he said. Voss is working to keep the connection quiet. For now, Reyes said. But these things move. She paused. I'll raise it with Voss. Good, he said. He looked at the composition book. The name. The river access properties. The 2 pilots. He thought about someone who had been operating in the middle of something for years and had slowly understood what the middle of it meant and had tried to step back from it by stopping the pilot program and saying nothing to a deputy and locking the gate and staying on the property. He thought about what it cost to know something you couldn't say. At 10, he drove to Palmetto Pines. He told himself he was driving in that general direction for a different reason, which was mostly true. He needed to go to Chiefland to drop the printed summary at Voss's office, which he'd said he would do Tuesday morning, and Palmetto Pines was between Cedar Key and Chiefland if you took a specific route that was slightly longer than the direct highway. He drove the slightly longer route. He didn't turn onto the farm road. He drove the county road past the turnoff at road speed, the same speed he'd driven past Philip Drew's house, the speed of a man going somewhere adjacent. The farm entrance was a gravel drive with a painted wooden sign, Palmetto Pines Equestrian, that had weathered to the color of something that had been telling the truth for a long time without anyone asking. A gate stood open. Through the gate the drive ran through live oaks to a main barn and a house behind it, the working infrastructure of a legitimate operation that had been doing one thing officially and another thing underneath. He drove past. He saw a truck in the yard. A person near the barn, doing something with a feed bucket. He kept driving. He thought about Gerald Marsh, feeding horses on a Tuesday morning while the Florida Department of Insurance Fraud Division built the shape of what he'd participated in. He thought about what cooperating looked like from the inside, the specific relief of it, the specific cost of it, the way it was both worse and better than staying silent. He dropped the summary at Voss's office, leaving it with the desk officer, who put it in Voss's mail slot without ceremony, the administrative transaction of an investigation receiving documentation. He drove back to Cedar Key. Carol Boone called it too. "I talked to Vance," she said. "And Vance called the fraud division. And the fraud division told me they've been building a case on Stephen Latimer for 14 months. He sat up. 14 months. 14 months, she said. They had him on a different case. A smaller operation in another county, different insurance category. When Latimer's name came up in the Ghost Horse program, they'd already been watching him. They were going to catch him regardless, he said. Regardless of me, she said. The specific quality of a statement that was doing two things at once, registering a fact and processing what the fact meant. He was going to get caught. The 42,000, the 380,000, it was going to come apart eventually. Yes, he said. Then why did he run, she said. He thought about it. Because 14 months ago, the fraud division started watching him, he said. He may have known. Or suspected. The run wasn't about the fraud failing. It was about the specific moment when the risk changed. He paused. He calculated the window and used it. He always calculated, she said. That's the thing I keep coming back to. She paused. He calculated everything. Every premium, every transfer, every small enough amount under the flag threshold. A pause. He calculated me. He calculated exactly how much I needed to not see. Carol, he said. I know, she said. I know it's not. I've been through that. She paused. Vance says the fraud division can move on Latimer within the week. The Bahamian Financial Authority cooperation is already in process. She paused. She says he's going to run out of runway. He will, Gumbo said. And Marsh? He's cooperating, Gumbo said. His daughter is with him. Cooperation before a formal charge carries weight. She was quiet for a moment. The horses, she said. The real ones. His actual animals. Will the farm be seized? I don't know, he said. That's a legal question for Vance. I'm going to ask her, Carol said. Because the horses didn't do anything. She said it with the flat practicality of a woman who understood that her anger had a specific target, and that target didn't have 4 legs. They're just horses. Ask Vance, he said. She said she would, and thanked him and hung up. He sat with the phone on the stern table and thought about horses that didn't exist and horses that did, and the specific distinction between them that had been worth $378,000 to one man and his ongoing freedom to another. Francine called it 4. The fraud division is moving faster than expected, she said. The Bahamian Authority has Latimer's location confirmed. The extradition process is in motion. She paused. Your invoice. I sent it, he said. Carol told me the amount, she said. The amount is accurate, he said. The amount is low, she said. The amount reflects what the case required, he said. The amount reflects your tendency to undercharge cases that involve people you think got a bad deal, she said. The amount is what it is, he said. A pause. Fine, she said. The farm owner. The Levy County property. Have you been near it? I drove past Palmetto Pines on the way to Chiefland, he said. That's not what I asked. I drove past Palmetto Pines, he said. I didn't go near the other farm. Keep it that way, she said. Voss is coordinating with the fraud division. The 2 investigations are talking. She paused. You connected them. Your job on the connection is done. He looked at the composition book. There's a person in the middle of 2 investigations who's been scared for 2 years, he said. Who stopped a fraud participation and locked a gate and gave a nothing statement because nothing was the only thing safe to say. I know, Francine said. That person is going to have a difficult week. Yes, she said. But they'll have it with law enforcement standing next to them, which is better than having it alone. She paused. That's what the process is for. He looked at the harbor. Gumbo, she said. Yeah. You did good work on both cases, she said. The fraud case is going to close properly. The murder investigation has what it needs. She paused. Take a day. I have the Chiefland letter case, he said. Beverly Fricks. That case is in process through Reyes and the state attorney, she said. You're adjacent to it, not running it. Another pause. Take a day. Go on the boat. He looked at the Robalo at the guest dock. He thought about Sunday. The clear water past 30 feet. The bottom visible through it. The boat's Renata's, he said. Take a day on your own boat then, she said. The Carver. Go somewhere. She paused. You've been inside cases for 3 weeks. Go outside for a day. He looked at the severance package. Friday, he said. Friday, she agreed and hung up. He sat on the stern until the marina lights came on and the harbor went to its evening version, and Deanne locked the bait shop and the bolt sounded down the dock, and he thought about Lorraine Greer building something for 6 years with the patient precision of someone who understood all the pieces and had placed each one deliberately. He thought about the pieces that were still in place. He thought about the 4th independent operator in the corridor. He thought about warned versus safe. He thought about the difference. He picked up the phone and called Voss. She answered on 2. Malone. The 4th operator, he said. Deanna Purcell. She's been contacted, Voss said. Today. After the farm. What did she say? She said she'd think about cooperating, she said. That's not yes, he said. I know it's not yes, she said. She's scared, and she doesn't trust law enforcement, and she's been operating independently for 8 years without any official acknowledgement that she exists, and now an official acknowledgement has arrived in the form of a murder investigation. She paused. She needs time. Does she have time? He said. Voss was quiet. Does she have time? He said again. I think so, she said. The card at the farm changes the investigation's position. Greer doesn't know we have it. She doesn't know the cases are connecting. She paused. She thinks she has time too. Both sides think they have time, he said. Yes, she said. And one of them is wrong. She paused. I'm going to see Deanna Purcell in person tomorrow. Not a phone call. In person. Good, he said. Malone, she said. Both feet. I know, he said. She hung up. He looked at the harbor. He thought about both feet and what they felt like on the right side of the line. He went below and made dinner from what was in the galley. Eggs again, the cast-iron skillet, the simplest version of a meal at the end of a day that had been more complicated than simple, and ate it at the galley table without the composition book, looking at the porthole and the slice of marina it showed. He thought about Deanna Purcell, somewhere in the corridor between Crystal River and Chiefland. He thought about time. He thought about how much of it there was, and how much was needed, and whether those two things were the same. He washed the skillet and put it on the hook and went to the stern and sat without anything in his hands, just the harbor and the October night, and waited for the phone to not ring, which it didn't, which was the best thing it could do. Chapter 10. Thursday came in off the Gulf with a front behind it. The sky doing what October skies did when the pressure changed, going from the flat blue of high pressure to something layered and moving. The clouds building over the water in the afternoon, with the specific architecture of weather that had opinions about where it was going. He walked to the island room at 6, with the composition book under his arm, and the feeling of a man who had been inside something for 3 weeks and was ready to be outside it for an hour. The restaurant was half full, the Thursday crowd lighter than the weekend. The tables occupied by people who ate here regularly enough to have preferences and had them tonight. Marco visible through the pass-through, moving with the efficiency of someone in the middle of something that required full attention. Renata at the far table, doing something with the week's reservation book, a task that required a pen and the specific concentration of someone allocating finite resources. She looked up when he came in. She looked at the composition book. Both, she said. Both, he said. She closed the reservation book and came to the bar and poured 2 glasses of something she'd been opening on Thursdays lately, a white from somewhere in the peninsula that she'd found at a wine distributor in Gainesville, and that tasted like someone had understood what Florida soil was capable of. He sat at the bar. She leaned against the back counter, in the position she used when she intended to stay. The Boone case first, she said. He told her. Not everything. The parts that had shape. Latimer in Nassau on his 32-foot sloop, the fraud division moving on extradition, Marsh cooperating, Carol's question about the real horses. Francine's 14-month revelation. The Alachua County pilot, and the farm owner who had moved south and connected 2 investigations. She listened with a glass of wine, and no expression beyond the expression of someone receiving information and filing it accurately. Carol, she said when he finished. She asked about the horses. The real ones, he said. She wanted to know if the farm would be seized. What did you tell her? I told her to ask Vance, he said. She looked at the bar's surface. She'll ask, she said. And she'll push until she gets an answer. She picked up the wine glass. That's who Carol is. You know her, he said. I know the type, she said. She built something from scratch, and she knows how to advocate for things that can't advocate for themselves. She paused. Horses can't file motions. He looked at his wine. The fraud case is almost done, he said. It's in the process now. My part is essentially finished. Good, she said. Now, the other one. He told her the other one. The Voss diner meeting and what it had produced. The card at the farm and Skeeter's charters. The profile revision and Drew's investigation focus shifting. The farm owner connecting both cases. The fourth operator, Deanna Purcell, considering whether to cooperate. Renata listened in the same way, full attention, no performance of it. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. She refilled both glasses without being asked. Lorraine Greer, she said. Yes. You've been building the picture of her for 3 weeks, she said. 6 years, patient, organized, the frame built as a contingency before the violence started. She held the glass. What do you actually know about her? He looked at his glass. What I've assembled, he said. The corridor, testimony. The charter records. The farm visit. The card. What do you know about her personally? Renata said. Not operationally. He held her eyes. Nothing, he said. She nodded. That's what I thought. She looked at the pass-through. Marco called something to someone, and the kitchen answered. You've been building the case against her without building her. She's the subject of a murder investigation, he said. Building her personally isn't my. That's not what I mean, she said. She turned back to him. I mean, you don't know what she wanted. From the beginning. Before the consolidation, before the network, before any of it. She paused. A woman who spends 6 years building something that specific wanted something specific at the end of it. He looked at her. What did she want? Renata said. Not what did she build. What did she want? He sat with the question. He thought about the corridor. The referral service. 6 years of operation. Professional. Legitimate on its face. Proper licensing. He thought about what the finished version looked like to the person building it. She wanted to be the operation, he said. Not one of the operators. Not independent. The structure that all the operators worked inside. He paused. She wanted to be the infrastructure. Why? Renata said. He looked at the bar. Because she was one of them, he said. Before she built the referral service. He said it slowly, the pieces assembling as he said them. She was in the corridor, economy herself. And she looked at the geography and the fragmentation. All these independent operators, no structure, no safety, no leverage, and she decided that being inside was worse than being above it. Renata held his eyes. The clothing, she said. He went still. The clothing she took, Renata said. You said inventory. You said she was absorbing their working wardrobe. She paused. But you said it like it was a practical decision. A business asset transfer. It is, he said. It's also personal, she said. She looked at the bar. She built something to get out of what they were in. She consolidated the corridor to put herself above it. And when the ones who refused had to be removed, she stopped. She took what they had because she understood the specific value of it. Not abstractly. Because she'd had it herself. He looked at her. She was a sex worker, he said. I think so, Renata said. I think she was in the corridor, economy, and she built her way out of it, and the building required her to eliminate the ones who wouldn't join her structure. She paused. The clothing isn't just inventory. It's the proof of what she left behind. He sat with that. He thought about a woman who had been one thing and had decided to be another, and had spent 6 years constructing the architecture of the change. He thought about what that cost. He thought about what it produced. If she was in the corridor, economy before the referral service, he said. There are people who knew her then. In the corridor. Before she was Lorraine Greer the consultant, Renata said. When she was something else. Gary, he said. Renata looked at him. At the Perch, he said. He's been behind that bar for 15 years. He knew Cheryl Watts. He knows the corridor economy. He paused. If Lorraine Greer moved through that economy before she built the referral service, Gary might know the earlier version of her. Renata looked at the pass-through. That's Voss's work, she said. I know, he said. But I'm going to the Perch anyway. She looked at him. Gary's a voluntary source, he said. Public establishment. General conversation. Both feet, she said. I'm going to have a drink and talk to Gary, he said. If anything comes of it, I give it to Voss. She held his eyes. Is this about the case, or about not being finished with it? He looked at the bar. She waited. Both, he said. She nodded. Not approval, acknowledgement. The specific recognition of a woman who understood the distinction between those two things and had decided to accept the answer rather than argue with it. The snook, she said. Marco's been working on it. He looked at the pass-through. Eat first, she said. Then go to the Perch. Marco's snook arrived in a white bowl with a broth that was not the saffron broth, something darker, something with the specific depth of a long reduction, the kind of base that took time and attention and produced a result that couldn't be replicated quickly. The fish sat in it like something that had found its right context. He ate at the bar while Renata did the floor. The movement through the room, the attention to each table, the running of a dinner service that she'd been running long enough that the running had become second nature without becoming mechanical. He watched her and thought about what she'd said. The clothing isn't just inventory. It's the proof of what she left behind. He thought about what it meant to leave something behind by taking it. He finished the snook and the broth and put the bowl on the service shelf. Renata came back to the bar. Good, she said. 2 weeks was right, he said. She looked at the bowl. Marco will be glad, she said. He's been testing variations since Tuesday. He put money on the bar. Come back after the Perch, she said. If it's not too late. I'll text you, he said. She looked at him. The case is almost done, she said. Voss has what she needs. The fraud case is in process. She paused. What Gary tells you tonight, it's not going to close anything that isn't already closing. I know, he said. But you need to know it anyway, she said. Yes, he said. She looked at him with the expression that held the assessment, and the thing beyond the assessment, and the thing beyond that, the specific layered look of a woman who had known him long enough to see all the way through. Go, she said. Come back when you're done. The Perch was quiet on a Thursday, the after-work crowd thinned by the weather front that had arrived during dinner, the rain starting as he walked from the island room, the Cedar Key rain that came in off the Gulf with more sound than weight, the drops large and spaced and warm. Gary was behind the bar with a glass he'd been polishing for 3 minutes, the motion of a man whose hands needed something to do when his mind was elsewhere. Gumbo sat on the stool. Gary produced a Yingling without being asked, and looked at the rain on the window. The Jack the Stripper case, Gumbo said. You're still on it, Gary said. Adjacent to it, Gumbo said. The investigation is moving. Gary polished the glass. The woman running the Crystal River operation, Gumbo said. Lorraine Greer. Gary didn't react. He kept polishing. She's been running the referral service for 6 years, Gumbo said. Before that, She was in the corridor economy herself. He held Gary's eyes. You've been here 15 years. You knew Cheryl Watts. You know the corridor. Gary put the glass down. He looked at the rain. I didn't know her as Lorraine Greer, he said. Gumbo waited. She went by something else, Gary said. 8-9 years ago. She worked the corridor out of Crystal River, same as some of the others. He looked at the bar. She was smart. She was careful. She didn't stay long, maybe 2 years. He paused. Then she wasn't around anymore. And then a few years later, there was a referral service in Crystal River that people talked about. Did you connect them? Gumbo said. I thought about it, Gary said. I didn't know for certain. He looked at the back bar. She looked different when she came in once to meet someone. Professional clothes, professional hair. Different enough that I didn't say anything. He paused. People change. The name she went by, Gumbo said. Gary looked at him. Does the investigation need it? The investigation needs to know what I know, he said. Which is that Lorraine Greer has a prior personal history in the corridor economy. The name is for Voss, not for me. Gary looked at the rain. He told Gumbo the name. Gumbo wrote it in the composition book. Gary, he said, were you afraid to tell anyone this? Gary picked up the glass and started polishing it again. She built something, he said. She built it from the inside out, and she knows how it works, and she knows everyone in it. He paused. Yes. I was afraid. Will you tell Voss, he said. Gary was quiet for a moment. If she comes here and asks me directly, he said. Yes. I'll tell her. She'll come, Gumbo said. He finished the Yingling and put money on the bar and walked back to the island room in the Cedar Key rain. The Gulf smells stronger in the wet air, the streets empty, the island doing what it did when the weather came, contracting into itself, the lights in the windows warm against the dark. He texted Renata, done. Coming back, if you're still open. Her response, doors unlocked. She was at the bar with the week's invoice file when he came in. The restaurant empty, Marco's kitchen closed and dark. She looked at his jacket, the rain on it. Gary talked, she said. She was in the corridor economy before she built the referral service, he said. Different name. Gary knew her. Will he tell Voss? If she asks him directly, he said. Yes. She looked at the invoice file. The clothing, she said. Was I right? He sat on the stool across from her. I think so, he said. I think she was building the thing she wished had existed when she was inside it. The safety, the structure, the leverage. He paused. And when the ones who refused had to be removed, the clothing was. The last thing, Renata said. The last thing, he said. She looked at the invoices. He looked at the bar. I'm going to call Voss in the morning, he said. Give her Gary's name and the corridor history and let her take it from there. Good, she said. She put the invoices in their folder. She looked at him. The case is almost done, she said. Both of them. Yes, he said. How does that feel, she said. He thought about it. He thought about the specific feeling of a case arriving at the point where his part of it was complete, and the official process carried the rest forward without him. Like putting a tool down, he said. The job's not finished, but your part of it is, and you put the tool down and someone else picks it up. She held his eyes. Is that enough, she said. He thought about Beverly Frick's letter in the Marina mailbox. He thought about Carol Boone's banker's box, and the number at the top of Francine's legal pad. He thought about Philip Drew's ceramic frog garden. Yes, he said. It's enough. She nodded. She picked up her glass and offered it toward him, in the small gesture of someone offering a toast without ceremony. He picked up the wine Marco had left in the kitchen for the staff and touched her glass with it. They drank. Outside, the Cedar Key rain continued its warm argument with the Gulf, and the streets stayed empty, and the island held what it held, which was everything it had always held. And the restaurant kept its light against the dark in the way of places that knew the value of staying open a little longer than necessary. Chapter 11. He called Voss at 7 Friday morning from the stern with the first coffee, and the marina doing its end-of-week version around him, the charter boats loading, the liveaboards moving with the purposeful leisure of people who had Saturday coming, and were already orienting toward it. She answered on 2. "Gary Timms," he said. "He tends bar at the Pelican's Perch in Cedar Key. He's been there 15 years. He paused. Lorraine Greer worked the corridor 8 or 9 years ago under a different name. Gary knew her then. He didn't connect the two versions of her publicly, because he was afraid of what she'd built. He paused. He'll talk to you if you go to him directly. Silence. A different name, she said. He gave her the name Gary had given him. More silence. He heard her writing. That name, she said. It's in the background records. Where? The first victim's phone records, she said. A contact saved under that name. One call, 8 months before the murder. She paused. We couldn't place the name in the investigation. No address, no record. The number was a burner. She stopped. She called Cheryl Watts from a burner 8 months before she killed her. He looked at the harbor. She was making early contact, he said. Before the formal offer. Feeling out whether Watts was convertible. From a burner registered to a name that was her own corridor alias, Voss said. 8 months of advance work on one victim. She paused. She's been running this for longer than we estimated. The consolidation plan goes back further than the referral service, he said. She was building toward it while she was still inside the corridor economy. Voss was quiet for a moment. He heard her moving through a building, the hallway sounds. Gary Timms, she said. I'll go today. He's there from 10, he said. Malone. She stopped. The prior identity. If we can document her time in the corridor economy, it establishes motive structure. It changes the prosecution's case from a business crime to something with a deeper psychological architecture. I know, he said. It's yours. All of it. Thank you, she said. He almost said you're welcome, and stopped because she'd hung up before he got there. He sat with the dead phone and looked at the composition book open on the table. He turned to a fresh page. He wrote Friday. Both cases in process. Voss has the corridor history. Fraud Division has the documentation. Reyes has Crestwater. He looked at it. He wrote, my part is done. He looked at that. He capped the pen. He put the composition book inside on the chart shelf where he kept it when it wasn't in use, and went to the galley and made eggs and ate them at the galley table and looked at the porthole and the marina morning through it. He thought about what Francine had said. Take a day. He thought about the severance package and a day on the water without a case attached to it. He thought about the Gulf. He finished the eggs and washed the skillet and hung it and went back to the stern and looked at the marina. Then his phone rang. Not Voss. Not Francine. A Gainesville number he recognized. Kenny Drew. He went out this morning, Kenny said. To the garden. Gumbo sat back in the stern chair. Good, he said. He was out there for an hour, Kenny said. Moving frogs around. Rearranging them. A pause, the specific pause of someone who had been watching something they hadn't seen in weeks and didn't know how to say what it meant to see it. He moved 3 of them to a new spot near the porch steps. He's been wanting to do that for months, he said. He just hadn't. Good, Gumbo said again. The attorney called yesterday afternoon, Kenny said. She said the investigation's focus was shifting. She said my uncle's cooperation would no longer be required. He paused. She used language she was careful about it. But I understood what she meant. It means they're looking in a different direction, Gumbo said. Because of you, Kenny said. Because of the photographs your mother took in 2012, Gumbo said. And because the evidence pointed where it pointed when someone looked at it correctly. You looked at it correctly, Kenny said. I looked at the public record, Gumbo said. Detective Voss is looking at the rest. A pause. Can I ask you something? Go ahead, he said. The real killer, Kenny said. Do they know who it is? He thought about how to answer this. He thought about what Kenny needed versus what the investigation could accommodate. The investigation is building toward an arrest, he said. I don't know the timeline. I don't have access to the case file. He paused. What I know is that the focus has shifted and the direction is right. Will my uncle be told officially? Kenny said. That he's clear. His attorney will be notified, he said. That's the official channel. He paused. The notification may take longer than the actual shift. Investigations don't always communicate the shift as quickly as it matters to the person it's about, Kenny said. Yes, he said. I'm sorry about that. Kenny was quiet for a moment. He asked about you, he said. My uncle. After I told him a pie had been looking at the case. He asked what you were like. What did you tell him? I told him you asked good questions and listened to the answers, he said. And that you left the conversation where you found it, instead of taking it somewhere else. He paused. He said that sounded like a person who'd been in rooms where nobody listened. Gumbo looked at the harbor. That's accurate, he said. He wants to meet you, Kenny said. Not now. When it's over. He wants to, he stopped. He said he'd like to show someone the collection. He said he hasn't shown it to anyone who wasn't already judging it. Gumbo thought about the estate sale photographs from 2012. The woman behind the counter in the fish camp. Cheryl Watts leaving good tips on Tuesday mornings. The ceramic frogs along a front walk in the shade of a Gumbo limbo tree. Tell him I'd like that, he said. Yeah. Kenny said. Tell him when it's over, he said. I'll come to the north end. Kenny said he would, and thanked him in the way young men thanked people when thank you was standing in for something they didn't have language for yet. And Gumbo said goodbye and put the phone in his pocket. He was untying the severance package's lines at 9:30 when the next call came. Voss. He held the stern line and answered. I'm at the perch, she said. Gary talked. Good, he said. He gave me more than the name, she said. He gave me 2 other people in the corridor who knew her from the earlier period. People still in the area. She paused. One of them has photographs. He let the line out a foot and held it. Photographs, he said. From a gathering, she said. A social event, 8 years ago. She's in 2 of the photos. A pause. Clearly identifiable as the woman running the Crystal River referral service. That puts her in the corridor economy at a documented prior time, he said. It establishes her personal history in the exact business she's now consolidating, she said. The DA is going to use that. She paused. Gary also confirmed the card. He saw the card Cheryl Watts had, same card, same description. 3 witnesses to the card now, he said. 4, she said. Gary, the fish camp, Marsh, and the second person he referred me to. She paused. Malone. I need to tell you something. He held the line. Deanna Purcell, she said. Something moved in his chest, the specific movement of a case changing shape faster than expected. What happened? He said. Nothing happened, she said. She's fine. I saw her yesterday in person. You were right about the in-person visit. She paused. She talked. She's going to cooperate. He exhaled. She gave us a statement, Voss said. Documented, signed. She received a visit from Lorraine Greer 4 months ago. Same approach as the others. Professional offer of arrangement card left on the table. She paused. She declined. She's been careful since then. She's been watching. Watching for what? He said. She said she noticed a car on her street twice in the last 3 weeks, Voss said. Same car, different times. She didn't report it, because she didn't trust that reporting it would help. A pause. It's a crystal river plate. He looked at the dock. She's under surveillance, he said. Was, Voss said. I have someone on her street now. She paused. The car won't come back. She said it with the flat certainty of someone who had already made calls that made it a certainty. Timeline, he said. We're building the arrest warrant now, she said. The card, the witnesses, the charter records, Purcell's statement, the photographs Gary's contact is providing. She paused. The corridor history establishes motive. The physical evidence establishes opportunity and pattern. Another pause. The DA says end of next week, possibly sooner. The farm owner, he said. The Levy County property. That's being handled jointly with the fraud division, she said. Separate, but coordinated. She paused. The farm owner is cooperating with both investigations. They have information about the staging operation that we're still processing. They were inside both things, he said. They were inside both things and they knew it, she said. And they made the calculation that the ghost horse program was manageable exposure, and whatever Lorraine Greer was building was not. She paused. That's why they said no to the staging proposal and stopped the fraud participation. Trying to reduce exposure, he said. It reduced it on the fraud side, she said. It didn't reduce it on the other side, because once you know what she's doing, you're in it whether you participate or not. She was quiet for a moment. That's the mechanism she uses. She doesn't need your active participation. She just needs you to know enough that silence is your only safe option. He thought about fear. He thought about a crossed-out word in a letter. He thought about Beverly Frick's brother driving to a boat ramp. The arrest warrant, he said. End of next week. Possibly sooner, she said. We're moving. He looked at the harbor. Malone, she said. Yeah. Go on your boat, she said. You've been inside this for 3 weeks. He looked at the severance package, with the lines half undone. I was about to, he said. Good, she said. I'll call you when the warrant is signed. She paused. And Malone. Yeah. The dinner question, she said. It's getting closer. I know it is, he said. She hung up. He finished untying the lines and motored out of the slip and through the marina channel and into the open water south of Cedar Key, the Gulf doing what it did in late October, the remnant of the previous night's front giving the water a chop that was not unpleasant, the kind of chop that required attention without demanding it. He ran south for 20 minutes. He cut the engine. The boat rocked in the Gulf swell, and he sat in the pilot seat and looked at the water in every direction. The barrier keys to the west, Cedar Key behind him, the open gulf ahead running to the horizon where the sky became the sea in the specific line that only existed here. He thought about the case. Both of them. He thought about the specific point at which a case stopped being his and became the process that carried it forward. He thought about what it felt like to reach that point and put the tool down the way he described it to Renata, not finished, just his part of it done. He thought about Philip Drew moving ceramic frogs near his porch steps at 9 in the morning because he'd been wanting to do it for months and hadn't. He thought about Carol Boone in her truck with the trailer hitch and the UF sticker, driving back to Ocala with Francine's legal pad in the banker's box and Vance's number in her phone. He thought about Beverly Frick's bookshelf on the east wall. He thought about what cases left behind when they closed. Not the resolution, which was for the courts and the attorneys and the official machinery to complete, but the specific texture of the people in them, the way they stayed in the composition book and in his head long after the pages were full. He looked at the water. He thought about 30 feet of clear water and the bottom visible through it. He picked up his phone. He texted Renata, out past the barrier keys. No case. Just water. Her response came in 2 minutes. Good. How's the chop? He looked at the water. Manageable, he typed. Working on it. Her response, come for dinner. I'm trying something new with the grouper. He put the phone in his pocket. He looked at the Gulf. He stayed out there for 2 hours, the engine off, the boat moving in the swell with the specific freedom of a thing temporarily unattached to its dock. A pod of dolphins came through at noon, 6 or 7 of them, working something at the surface 50 yards off the bow with the focused collaborative energy of animals that understood coordinated effort. He watched them until they were past. He thought about coordinated effort. He thought about what it meant to be part of a system that worked. Not perfectly, not without gaps and errors and deputies who moved on without following threads, but working in the direction of the right outcome with the accumulated effort of multiple people who each had their piece. He thought about Voss at the perch with Gary this morning. He thought about Francine reading the 2017 records at the bed and breakfast. He thought about Reyes on a county road at night, noting the time and the location and keeping driving. He thought about what it meant to be one piece of a system. He thought about the specific satisfaction of that, which was different from the satisfaction of solving things alone and more durable, because it didn't depend on his own adequacy. The dolphins were gone. The Gulf went on. He started the engine and turned north toward Cedar Key. At the marina, he tied off and walked to the bait shop and found Deanne behind the counter with the fishing report and 2 Cubans on the counter. She slid one toward him without being asked. Good day, she said. Good enough, he said. The Drew case, she said. I heard through the charter captain that the investigation focus shifted. 700 people, he said. 699, she said, and went back to the fishing report. He ate the Cuban at the counter and looked at the dock through the window and thought about the day. His phone showed a text from Francine. Fraud division filed. Extradition paperwork submitted to Bahamian authority. Latimer's sloop has company. A pause, then, you did good work on this one. He put the phone in his pocket. He thought about a 32-foot sloop in Nassau with the specific company of an extradition warrant. He thought about Latimer sitting on the deck of something he'd bought with other people's money, looking at the Bahamian water, not knowing yet that the water had stopped being his to look at indefinitely. He finished the Cuban. He said goodbye to Deanne and walked down to slip 12 and sat on the stern with nothing in his hands, no composition book, no phone, no case, and looked at the harbor doing what it did. The afternoon went about its business. At 4, his phone buzzed. A number he didn't have in his contacts. Chiefland area code. He answered. Mr. Malone. A woman's voice, careful, the careful of someone who didn't make calls like this often. This is Ansley Marsh, Gerald's daughter. Ms. Marsh, he said. How is your father? She paused. He's doing better than yesterday. The fraud division people were kind. Kinder than he expected. She paused. He wanted me to call you. He wanted me to tell you something. All right, he said. He said the woman who came to the farm, she said. Lorraine Greer. When she left her card, and he put it in the drawer. She paused. He said he knew, even then, that the card was going to matter to someone eventually. He said that's why he kept it. Another pause. He said he kept it because he thought someday someone would need it, and he wanted to be the person who still had it. Gumbo looked at the harbor. He was right, he said. He said he thought you should know that, she said. That it wasn't entirely accidental. The keeping. Tell him I understand, he said. And tell him the card did what he hoped. She said she would, and thanked him, and the call ended, and he sat with the harbor and the afternoon, and what Gerald Marsh had done with a piece of cardboard in a kitchen drawer for 2 years, the specific small courage of keeping a thing you couldn't use yet but knew would matter. He thought about the difference between knowing something and being ready to say it. He thought about timing. He thought about how cases built themselves not just from the big pieces, but from the small ones. The card in the drawer, the estate sale photographs, the fishing rod in the truck bed, the crossed-out word in a letter. He thought about the composition book and all the pages in it. He thought about what it was for. He went below and got a Yingling and came back to the stern and sat in the chair and looked at the harbor going into its evening version. The light pulling back from the water, the shrimp boat coming in on the tide, the fish houses on the far shore doing their slow closing sequence. He thought about dinner and grouper and something new Renata was trying. He thought about the dinner question and how close it was getting. He thought about Philip Drew moving frogs near his porch steps. He thought about all the ways a person got back to themselves after something had tried to take them away from themselves, and all the ways that getting back didn't look like anything dramatic, but just looked like going out to the garden in the morning and doing the thing you'd been wanting to do for months. He drank the Yingling. The harbor did what it did. Chapter 12. Voss called Saturday morning at 8:47. He was on the dock with coffee, watching a family on the guest slip load a boat with the specific chaos of people who had planned everything except how long packing would take. The father was making decisions about cooler placement. The mother had already made the right decision and was waiting for the father to arrive at it. The warrant, he said. Complicated, she said. He looked at the harbor. Tell me, he said. The DA's office is ready, she said. The evidence package is complete. Card, witnesses, charter records, Purcell's statement, the photographs, the corridor history from Gary and his contacts. She paused. The complication isn't the warrant. It's Lorraine Greer. What about her? She's not at the Crystal River address, Voss said. She left Wednesday. Husband says she told him she had a client engagement in Tampa and would be back Sunday. She paused. The Tampa story doesn't hold. Her phone has been off since Wednesday evening, and the Tampa client doesn't exist. He looked at the boat loading family. The father had arrived at the mother's cooler position. She ran, he said. I don't know that yet, Voss said. She might be running. She might be conducting business she doesn't want documented. She might have felt something shift in the investigation, and is waiting to see what happens. She paused. Wade Greer believes the Tampa story. He's not performing belief. He genuinely doesn't know. He never knew, Gumbo said. The degree to which he didn't know is remarkable, she said. 6 years. He guided fishing charters while his wife built a criminal consolidation operation out of the same house. She paused. The willful not knowing was deep. He loved her, Gumbo said. She was quiet for a moment. Yes, she said. I think he did. He drank the coffee. The warrant timeline, he said. The judge will sign it Monday, she said. Regardless of her location. But executing it requires locating her. She paused. We flagged her vehicle, her known phone numbers, her financial accounts. The accounts haven't moved since Wednesday morning. She pulled cash before she left, he said. $12,000, Voss said. Thursday morning, at a Crystal River branch. Teller remembered her. She's been a customer for 6 years, always professional, always pleasant. She paused. Always cash transactions above a certain threshold. She's been preparing, he said. She's been preparing for years, Voss said. The cash pattern goes back to the beginning of the referral service. She never put more than she had to into documented accounts. She paused. We're working the financial picture now. He thought about a woman who had been building something for 6 years with the specific patience of someone who understood that patience was the requirement. He thought about building a contingency exit into the same architecture as the contingency frame. She planned for this too, he said. She planned for everything, Voss said. That's the consistent characteristic across every element of this case. She paused. The corridor history. The frame candidate. The staging route. The cash reserves. Another pause. She understood that the consolidation might fail. She built for that possibility. Where does she go? He said. Unknown, she said. She has no family outside Florida that we've identified. No prior addresses outside the corridor. She paused. But a woman who built what she built from inside the corridor economy understands that geography is a resource. She knows how to move on water. He thought about Skeeter's charters. He thought about river routes. He thought about the specific network of waterways that connected the nature coast, the spring-fed rivers, the estuaries, the Gulf access, the inland passages that bypass the highway in both directions. Skeeter, he said. Already called him, she said. He hasn't taken her anywhere this week. His boat has been at his dock since Tuesday. She paused. But there are other boats on the corridor waterways. Other operators. She knows them all, he said. She does, Voss said. He looked at the harbor. The guest slip family had resolved the cooler situation and were working on the fishing rod storage, which was a different and related problem. Malone, she said. Yeah. The Suwannee River property, she said. The one Skeeter took her to 2 years ago. We went there yesterday. She paused. The property has a boat dock. The dock has fresh lines and recently cleaned deck hardware. She stopped. The lines are new. Within the last week. He looked at the composition book on the dock box beside him. She's using the Suwannee property, he said. We think so, she said. We don't have confirmation. We have circumstantial evidence of recent activity and a dock that looks like someone prepared it for use. She paused. The property owner connection to the fraud investigation complicates our access. We're working the warrant. The farm owner, he said. They're cooperating. They're cooperating on the fraud side, she said. The Suwannee property isn't their property. It's a connected property, an adjacent parcel owned by a separate LLC that traces back through 3 layers of corporate structure. She paused. We're tracing it. It takes time. He looked at the harbor. He thought about layers of corporate structure and the specific patience required to build them. He thought about a woman who had spent 6 years constructing an architecture patient enough to include its own exit. The clothing, he said. What about it? If she's moving, he said. The clothing is an asset. Significant volume, 3 victims, their full working wardrobes. He paused. She's not going to leave it. Voss was quiet. She either moved it already or it's at the Sewanee property, he said. If it's at the Sewanee property, then she's coming back for it, Voss said. Or she's already there, he said. She was quiet for a moment. The warrant for the Sewanee property is being expedited, she said. Today, not Monday. She paused. Malone. Stay where you are. I'm on the dock, he said. Stay on the dock, she said, and hung up. He stayed on the dock. He sat on the dock box with the coffee going cold and the composition book beside him, and thought about staying on the dock as a discipline rather than a preference, the specific exercise of knowing where the line was and not approaching it. He thought about both feet. He looked at the harbor. He called Renata. She answered from the kitchen, the Saturday morning prep sounds behind her. Lorraine Greer left Crystal River Wednesday, he said. They think she's at a river property on the Sewanee. Voss is working an expedited warrant. A pause. She ran. She moved, he said. Running implies panic. This looks like execution. He paused. She planned for the investigation finding her. She's doing what she planned. The exit strategy, Renata said. Built into the architecture from the beginning, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Is Voss going to get her? The warrant is being expedited, he said. The property is identified. The financial accounts are flagged. He paused. Voss is good. Is good enough, Renata said. He looked at the harbor. He thought about a woman who had been 3 steps ahead of every development in her own case for 6 years. I think so, he said. The corridor is finite. The waterways are finite. She knows them, but so does Voss now. He paused. She has a $12,000 cash reserve and a boat dock with new lines. That's not unlimited runway. When will you know? Renata said. When Voss calls, he said. She was quiet. Come for lunch, she said. Marco's doing something simple today. Soup and bread. I need to stay near the phone, he said. You can stay near the phone at the bar, she said. The bar has stools. He looked at the dock. Noon, he said. He didn't make it to noon. At 10:43, his phone buzzed. Not Voss. Reyes. The Sewanee property, Reyes said. Voss got the expedited warrant signed at 10:15. She's moving on it now with a joint levy and Citrus County team. She paused. I'm adjacent to it through the Crestwater connection. The properties share a boundary. Is she there? He said. Lorraine Greer. Unknown yet, Reyes said. The team is approaching. She paused. Gumbo. Yeah. The clothing, she said. If it's there. I know, he said. Evidence connecting her to all 3 victims. Physical evidence, she said. Not testimony. Not cards and witnesses and charter records. She paused. Physical evidence puts the prosecution case on completely different ground. He looked at the composition book. He thought about 3 women found in the corridor without their clothing. He thought about inventory. He thought about what it meant to find the inventory. Stay by the phone, Reyes said and disconnected. He did not stay by the phone on the dock. He went below and made fresh coffee and brought it up and sat on the stern with the phone on the table and the composition book open to a blank page and the harbor doing its Saturday morning version of itself around him. He wrote nothing. He let the blank page be blank. He thought about Lorraine Greer as a person rather than a case, the thing Renata had asked him to do last Thursday, the building of her beyond the operational profile. He thought about a woman who had been inside the corridor, economy, and had looked at it with clear eyes and understood what it was and what it cost, and had decided that the cost was not going to be hers indefinitely. He thought about the specific intelligence required to see a system clearly enough to understand how to reshape it. He thought about the patience of building something over 6 years without letting the building show. He thought about what it cost. He thought about what it produced. He thought about 3 women who had said no. He thought about what the no cost them. He thought about the space between a legitimate ambition and a criminal method, and how that space was sometimes very large and sometimes not large at all, and how the size of it didn't change the result on either side of it. He thought about Philip Drew in his house not tending his garden. He thought about what a frame cost the person inside it. His phone buzzed at 11:52. Voss. "She's in custody," Voss said. He exhaled. "The Sewanee property," she said. She was there. She'd been there since Wednesday night. A pause. "The clothing is there. Stored in the outbuilding, organized, labeled, cataloged." She stopped. She had it documented. An inventory sheet for each victim. He looked at the harbor. "An inventory sheet," he said. "Itemized," Voss said. "Organized by victim, by item type, by condition. The way a retail operation inventories stock." She paused. "It's the most complete piece of evidence we have." She documented her own crimes. He thought about methodical. He thought about deliberate. He thought about a woman who organized everything and couldn't stop even when the organizing became evidence against her. "She's in custody," he said again, saying it to confirm it. "Levy County custody," Voss said. "She'll be arraigned Monday." She paused. She didn't resist. When the team came through the door, she was sitting at a table with a cup of coffee. Another pause. She looked at the team leader and said she'd been expecting them. He looked at the composition book. The blank page. "Wade Greer," he said. "Someone is with him now," she said. "A victim services coordinator." She paused. It's what you'd expect." "Yes," he said. A long silence on the line. "Malone," she said. "Yeah." "The dinner question," she said. "Yes," he said. "Next week," she said. "Not this week. This week, I have arraignment prep and evidence processing, and 3 families who need to hear from the investigation before they hear it from the press." She paused. "Next week." "Next week," he said. She was quiet for a moment. "You did good work," she said. "You closed it," he said. "We closed it," she said, and hung up. He sat on the stern with the phone in his hand and looked at the harbor. The Saturday morning had gone on without the case, the marina filling with the weekend traffic, the family from the guest slip underway finally, the mother's cooler position validated by the day. The Pelican was on the channel marker. The shrimp boat sat at its dock. Deanne's radio played something with a fiddle. He looked at the blank page in the composition book. He picked up the pen. He wrote Saturday. Lorraine Greer in custody. Levy County. He looked at it. He wrote clothing found. Documented. Itemized. He looked at that. He wrote, she organized her own evidence. He looked at the 3 lines. He thought about what it meant to be so committed to a system that the system consumed you. He thought about organization as a compulsion rather than a tool. He thought about Yubi's color-coded binder in a different case, a different compulsion, a different result. He thought about the specific irony of a woman brought down by the same precision that had built her operation. He put the pen down. He looked at the harbor. He called Renata. She answered before it rang, which meant she'd been watching the phone. Custody, he said. She was quiet for a moment. The clothing, she said. At the property, he said. Organized and inventoried. Another pause. Of course it was, she said quietly. Not ironic. Not bitter. The specific recognition of someone who had understood the character correctly and was confirming it. Yes, he said. Come for lunch, she said. I'm coming, he said. He put the composition book on the chart shelf and the pen beside it and walked up the dock in the Saturday noon with the marina sounds around him and the Cedar Key October light on the water and the specific feeling of a thing finished. Not resolved entirely, the arraignment, the trial, the long institutional work of consequences was ahead, but finished in the part that was his. He thought about Philip Drew moving ceramic frogs near his porch steps. He thought about the finished part being enough. He walked to the island room. Chapter 13. Monday came in clear after the weekend front had finished its business with the island. The Gulf going flat and blue in the way it went after weather. The specific clarified quality of post-front air that made the distance look closer than it was. Gumbo was at the stern table with coffee and the Levy County Journal, which had run the arrest story on the front page under the headline, Crystal River Woman Arrested in Jack the Stripper Murders. The headline doing what newspaper headlines did when they needed to contain something large in a small space and couldn't quite manage it. The story was 3 paragraphs, accurate in its facts, absent in its texture, the official account of an arrest without the 18 months of corridor geography that had preceded it. He read it once and put it down. He picked up the composition book. He looked at the 2 cases. The Boone case, Fraud Division moving on Latimer, extradition in process, Marsh cooperating, Carroll's attorney handling the civil recovery. His part finished. The Greer case, arrest made, arraignment today, evidence processing ongoing, trial prep beginning. His part finished. He wrote Monday. Both cases in process. Not mine anymore. He looked at it. He closed the book. His phone showed a text from Voss sent at 6:45, arraignment at 9. No bail. Evidence processing team at the Sewanee property all week. A pause, then 3 families notified Saturday. The families asked who found the direction change. I told them a pie in Cedar Key with the public record. He looked at the text for a moment. He typed, how did they take it? Her response, the way families take things. They didn't ask follow-up questions. They just needed to know someone had looked. He put the phone down. He thought about families. He thought about Beverly Frick's East Wall bookshelf. He thought about what someone looking cost and what it produced and whether those were ever in balance. At 9, he walked to the north end of the island. He hadn't called ahead. He thought about calling and decided the ceramic frog garden was better approached without announcement, that a man who had been inside a frame for a month deserved an arrival that didn't carry expectation. The street was quiet in the Monday morning way of a residential street after the weekend. The cars and driveways, the specific settled quality of a neighborhood that had done its weekend and was returning to itself. The Gumbo limbo tree threw its morning shadow across the front of the house in the direction it always threw it, the accumulated decision of decades of growth. The frogs were in a different configuration than his drive past had shown. He stood at the sidewalk and looked. The three that Kenny had mentioned near the porch steps were there, a large green one with an expression of permanent surprise, a small brown one in a seated posture, and one that was glazed in a blue-green that caught the morning light and gave it back differently. They'd been repositioned from somewhere along the walk to the new location near the steps, their placement careful, considered, the specific arrangement of someone who understood the relationship between objects in space. The screen door opened. Philip Drew came out. He was shorter than the social media photographs had suggested, which photographs of people usually were, with gray at the temples and the careful grooming of someone who maintained themselves as a private discipline. He wore a button-down shirt and clean trousers on a Monday morning, because some people dressed for the day regardless of whether the day required it. He had the look of a man who had been through something and was on the other side of it, not fully, not the day after, but sufficiently to be standing on his porch in a button-down shirt, moving ceramic frogs. He looked at Gumbo. "Mr. Malone," he said. "Philip," Gumbo said. "I was in the neighborhood." Drew looked at this statement. He had the eyes of an intelligent person who recognized the shape of a social courtesy and chose to accept it. "Come up," he said. The porch had 2 chairs and the cat from Kenny's posts, which was orange, and had the territorial composure of a cat that had decided the porch was its space and allowed humans to share it. Gumbo sat in the chair that was clearly not the cat's chair. The cat looked at him and returned to the rail. Drew brought 2 glasses of water without asking whether Gumbo wanted water, which was the right call at 9 in the morning. He sat in his chair and looked at the frog garden. "Kenny told me about the call," he said. "What you said about the garden." "I meant it," Gumbo said. "I know you did," Drew said. "That's why I went out the next morning." He looked at the 3 frogs near the steps. "I'd been planning to move those 3 for 2 months. I knew exactly where I wanted them." He paused. "I just couldn't make myself do it while the investigation was what it was." "It's different now," Gumbo said. "The attorney called Friday," Drew said. "She said the investigation focus had shifted formally." He paused. She was careful about how she said it. Very precise. He looked at the frogs. "I preferred your version." "What was my version?" Gumbo said. "Kenny told me you said the investigation was looking in the wrong direction," he said. "Not that I was cleared. Not that the charges were being reconsidered." He paused. "Looking in the wrong direction." Like it was a navigation problem that someone fixed. He looked at Gumbo. "I found that easier to hold." Gumbo looked at the garden. He looked at the ceramic frogs in their configurations, the long line of them along the walk, each distinct, each positioned with the attention of someone for whom placement was a considered act. "The estate sale in Gainesville," he said. 2012. "Your nephew's mother took photographs." "She photographs everything," Drew said. "Always has." He paused. "The photographs were in her phone. She had them transferred to a laptop years ago." He paused. "Kenny found them when all of this started. He called me at 1 in the morning to tell me they existed." He looked at the green frog with a surprised expression. "I cried," he said. "Which is not something I do in front of anyone." He paused. "Kenny was on the phone, so that counts as in front of someone." "He's a good advocate," Gumbo said. "He's passionate and imprecise," Drew said. "But he's right about things." He paused. He was right that someone would eventually look at the collection the way it actually was, rather than the way the investigation needed it to be. He held his water glass. He believed that before I did. Gumbo looked at the frog with the blue-green glaze. Where did that one come from? He said. Drew looked at it. A pottery market in Gainesville, he said. 2018. A woman who made them by hand, each one different. She had 40 of them on her table. He paused. I looked at all 40. That one was the only one that had that specific quality in the glaze, the way the color moves when the light changes. He paused. She said it happened in the firing. She couldn't replicate it intentionally. You waited until you found the right one, Gumbo said. I always wait, Drew said. That's the thing about collecting. It's not about acquiring. It's about finding the specific thing that belongs. He looked at the garden. Most of the things you look at don't belong. You put them back and keep looking. Gumbo thought about that. He thought about 28 years in procurement and the difference between taking what was available and finding what was right. He thought about Cedar Key at the end of a road. The collection, he said. When the attorney tells you officially that the investigation is resolved, what will you do? Drew looked at the long line of frogs along the walk. There's a ceramicist in St. Augustine I've been meaning to visit for 2 years, he said. She has a specific approach to earthenware that produces textures I've only seen in photographs. He paused. I've been putting it off. Go, Gumbo said. Drew looked at him. Yes, he said. I think I will. They sat on the porch for another 20 minutes and talked about the garden and the collection and the specific methodology of a man who understood what he was looking for and had patience for the looking. The cat moved from the rail to Drew's lap at some point and installed itself there with the permanence of something that had made a decision. When Gumbo left, Drew walked him to the porch steps and they shook hands. Thank you, Drew said, for the navigation problem framing. Thank you for the garden, Gumbo said. It's told me what I needed to know. Drew looked at it. That's the first time anyone said that, he said. Everyone else looked at it and saw something else. Most people look at what they expect to see, Gumbo said. Drew nodded slowly. Yes, he said. They do. He drove to Chiefland at noon. Not to Voss's office, not to Maybell's. He drove to a street in a residential neighborhood east of US 19 that Voss had given him on Saturday, in the specific way she gave things, without explaining why she was giving it, just providing the information and letting him decide what to do with it. He parked at the end of the block. The house was a concrete block ranch, well maintained, the yard evidence of someone who found upkeep meaningful rather than obligatory. A truck in the driveway. Wind chimes on the porch that the post-front air was working through, with the specific sound of something finding its frequency. He sat in the Jeep for a moment. He thought about what Voss had said about Deanna Purcell. She's been watching. A woman who had been watching for 3 weeks. A car on her street twice, afraid to report it, operating with the specific vigilance of someone who understood that official channels were not designed with her in mind and had made their own arrangements. He got out and walked to the porch and knocked. The door opened after a moment. She was 40-something, with the look of someone who had been inside for a week with the curtains partially drawn, the specific pallor of sustained indoor vigilance, alert eyes, the stillness of someone who had been listening to footsteps before they reached the door. She looked at him. Gumbo Malone, he said. I'm a pie. Detective Voss knows I'm here. She looked past him at the street. She's in custody, he said. Since Saturday. Deanna Purcell held the door and looked at the street for a moment longer and then looked at him. I know, she said. Voss called Saturday. She paused. Come in if you want. The living room had the comfortable specificity of a space organized by someone who knew what they needed in a room. A good reading chair by the window, a lamp at the right height, books in a low bookcase rather than a display. A small dog of indeterminate breed was on the couch and looked at Gumbo with the assessment of a dog that had learned to read arrival intentions. He sat across from her. "She's not coming back," he said. "I know she's not," she said. "I've been telling myself that since Saturday." She paused. "It hasn't fully landed yet." "It takes time," he said. She looked at her hands. 8 years, she said. "I've been working this corridor for 8 years. I knew the other women." She paused. "Cheryl, I knew well. We weren't close, but we were. We understood each other's situation." She looked at the window. "When she died, I thought about leaving the corridor. I thought about it seriously." "Why didn't you?" he said. "Because leaving felt like losing," she said. "And because the corridor it's specific. The clients, the geography, the way it works." She paused. "Starting somewhere else is starting over. I'm 43 years old." He looked at the bookcase. The books were varied. Fiction, history, 2 books on horticulture that suggested the yard upkeep was vocation rather than obligation. "Boss said you're cooperating," he said. "I gave a statement," she said. "I'll testify if it comes to that." She paused. She was direct. She told me what she needed and why, and what it would cost me. She paused. I appreciated the directness. "She's good at it," he said. "She came in person," Deanna said. That mattered. She looked at him. She said someone told her that contacted and safe were different things. He said nothing. "Was that you?" she said. "The distinction seemed worth making," he said. She looked at the dog, which had moved from the couch to the floor beside her chair, in the ambient drift of a dog redistributing itself throughout the day. "The car on my street," she said. "The Crystal River plate. I saw it twice, and I didn't call because," she stopped. "Because I've had experiences with the police that didn't go the way they were supposed to go." "I know," he said. "Boss knows too," she said. "She said so." She paused. She said it plainly, without making a thing of it. Just acknowledged it and moved on. She looked at the window. That was also something. He sat for a moment. "The corridor," he said. "After the trial. After all of it is through." He paused. "What do you want it to look like?" She looked at him. "Why does a pie ask that?" she said. "Because I've spent 3 weeks looking at the corridor and the people in it," he said. "And because the case is going to close, and the corridor is going to still be here, and the people who work in it are going to still be here, and what happens next isn't in the case file." She looked at the bookcase. "I want it to be less dangerous," she said. "That's the basic thing. Less dangerous for the people in it." She paused. "The women who are still independent like I am, like Cheryl was, we have no infrastructure. No recourse. No way to report things that go wrong without exposing ourselves to problems that are worse than what we're reporting." She looked at the dog. What Lorraine Greer built was a nightmare version of what should exist. A real version would be an organization. Safety, legal support, collective leverage. "That exists in some places," he said. "Not here," she said. "Not in this corridor." She looked at the window. Maybe now it could. He thought about that. He thought about a woman who had wanted to build the thing that should have existed and had built a nightmare version of it instead. He thought about what it took to build the right version. He thought about who would build it. He looked at the horticulture books. He looked at the dog. He looked at Deanna Purcell, who had been watching a car on her street and had been afraid to report it, and who had, when Voss came to her door in person, made the decision to cooperate with something that hadn't earned her trust and had done it anyway. "The two women who converted to the Greer arrangement," he said. "Are they still in the corridor?" "As far as I know," she said. "They're in different positions now. Their arrangement with Lorraine is void, obviously. They're back to being independent." She paused. "I don't know them well. We know of each other." "They might want to talk to you," he said. She looked at him. "About what comes next," he said. "After the trial, after all of it." He paused. "Three independent operators with a shared recent experience and a corridor that needs something different from what it had." She held his eyes for a moment. "Are you suggesting I organize something?" she said. "I'm suggesting that you know what the corridor needs, and you know the people in it, and you've just demonstrated that you can cooperate with something that doesn't naturally earn your trust when you decide it's worth cooperating with." He paused. "That's a specific set of qualities." She looked at the window. "I'm a single person with a small house and a dog," she said. "Lorraine Greer started with less," he said, "and built the wrong thing." He paused. "The right version takes less work because it doesn't require a criminal architecture." She looked at the bookcase for a long moment. He let the room be quiet. "Boss," she said. "Would she?" She stopped. "Would a conversation with law enforcement about what a legitimate organization in the corridor might look like would that be something they'd engage with?" "I think Voss would have that conversation," he said. "Not officially, not as policy, but as a person who has been looking at the corridor and understanding what it is." He paused. "She's direct. She'd tell you honestly what was possible and what wasn't." Deanna looked at her hands. "I'll think about it," she said. "That's all I'm suggesting," he said. He stood and looked at the dog, which looked back with the democratic curiosity of a dog that had no strong opinion about anything that didn't involve food or the couch. At the door she said, "The car on my street. The Crystal River plate." She paused. "Did you know about it before Voss told me they were watching?" He held her eyes. "I didn't know the specifics," he said. "I knew the fourth operator was at risk. I raised it with Voss." He paused. "She moved the warning call up because of it." She held his eyes. "Thank you," she said. "You're welcome," he said, and walked back to the Jeep. He drove the corridor back to Cedar Key the long way, through Chiefland and north on the coast road, the October afternoon light on the water, the fish camps and the bait shops and the marine suppliers and the long flat miles of nature coast doing what they always did. He drove it at road speed, not stopping, just passing through in the way of someone doing a final accounting of a geography they'd been inside. The corridor looked the same as it always looked. It was not the same. He crossed the causeway at 4, the gulf on the right going gold, the estuary on the left going silver, the island at the end of the road doing what it did. He parked at the marina and walked down to slip 12. Deanne was in the doorway of the bait shop. "The arrest story," she said. "The journal." "I saw it," he said. She looked at him with the assessment of a woman who had been watching people arrive and depart from this dock for 19 years. "You look like someone who's finished something," she said. "Yes," he said. "Good," she said, and went back inside. He went to the stern and sat with the composition book. He opened it. He looked at the Voss page, the accumulation of 3 weeks of notes, the corridor map, the ME language, the names and locations and evidence threads. He looked at the last entry, Monday. Both cases in process. Not mine anymore. He added, Drew North End. Garden tended. He looked at it. He added Purcell, Chiefland. Something might be built. He looked at that. He closed the book. He looked at the harbor. He thought about the corridor, and what it contained and what it needed, and what the difference was between those two things. He thought about Deanna Purcell, looking at her horticulture books and her dog and the window, and thinking about building something. He thought about right versions and wrong versions, and the specific distance between them, which was sometimes very large, and sometimes not large at all. His phone buzzed. Renata, grouper again tonight. Different preparation. Come at 7. He looked at the text. He looked at the harbor. He typed 7. He put the phone in his pocket and sat with the Cedar Key evening coming on around him, the fish houses on the water, the pelican working the channel with the patience of something that had always been there and intended to remain, and let the finished thing be finished. Chapter 14. Voss called Tuesday morning while he was tying off the severance package after an early run south past the barrier keys. Nothing purposeful, just the boat and the Gulf and the specific quality of a morning without a case attached to it. Wade Greer, she said. He looped the line around the cleat. How is he? He's at the house, she said. The Crystal River house. He hasn't left since Saturday. A pause. The Victim Services Coordinator has been with him. She stopped. She says he's processing. That's the word for it, he said. He asked about you, she said. He stopped. He asked if the pie who'd been looking at the case had spoken to anyone in the corridor, she said. I told him you'd spoken to a number of people in the course of the investigation. She paused. He said he'd like to talk to you. Why me? He said. Because I'm the one who arrested his wife, she said. The Victim Services Coordinator is the county's representative. His attorney is managing his legal exposure. She paused. You're none of those things. I'm not nothing either, he said. I built part of the case against her. He knows that, she said. He asked anyway. He looked at the water in the slip, the light on it. You think I should go, he said. I think he needs someone who was close enough to the case to understand what happened, and far enough from the official machinery to talk about it like a person, she said. I think you're both of those things. He was quiet for a moment. What's his legal exposure? He said. Minimal, she said. The willful not knowing is profound, but it's also genuine. His attorney has been cooperative with the investigation, and the DA's office has no interest in pursuing a man who guided fishing charters while his wife built a criminal operation. She paused. He's not a suspect. He's a witness and a spouse. An unknowing spouse, he said. The most unknowing one I've ever encountered, she said. And I've encountered several. He finished tying off and stepped back onto the dock. I'll go today, he said. He's expecting a call first, she said. He's not ready for someone to show up. She gave him the number. He called from the marina parking lot. Wade Greer answered on the second ring with a voice that carried the specific weight of a man who had been awake for several days with the wrong thoughts for company. Mr. Malone, he said. Wade, Gumbo said. Detective Voss said you wanted to talk. I do. A pause. I don't entirely know what I want to say. Another pause. I thought talking to someone who wasn't part of the official situation might help me understand what the situation actually was. I can try, Gumbo said. I don't have all of it. The official case has pieces I don't have access to. I don't want the official case, Wade said. I want to understand how someone builds something like what she built and the person closest to them doesn't know. Gumbo looked at the marina. Deanne was opening the bait shop, the bolt and the radio, the morning sequence. That's a question worth asking, he said. And worth taking seriously. So you'll come, Wade said. I'll come this afternoon, he said. If that's all right. Come at 2, Wade said. I'll be on the dock. The Crystal River house sat on a bend of the river where the bank went from sandy shallows to a deeper cut, the water moving with more intent than the flat spring runs further north. A working dock extended from the yard, the kind built for actual use, solid decking, good cleats, a boat lift with a center console on it, the hull clean, the engine tilted up in the position of something regularly maintained. Wade Greer was on the dock when Gumbo pulled in, sitting in a folding chair with a fishing rod in the water and nothing on the other end of it. The fishing rod looked like the same function as the chair, something to do with the hands while the mind went elsewhere. He was 51, lean, with the year-round tan of a man who worked on water, and the specific worn quality of someone who hadn't slept correctly in 4 days. He looked up when Gumbo came down the yard toward the dock, and watched him come without particular expression. Gumbo sat on the dock edge and looked at the river. Thank you for coming, Wade said. Thank you for asking, Gumbo said. They looked at the river for a moment. The water moved with the specific current of a spring-fed system, clear enough to show the bottom in the shallows, going darker where the depth increased. She wasn't home much, Wade said. The last 3 weeks. She said she had client work in Tampa, and then follow-up in Gainesville, and then the Tampa thing extended. He looked at the rod. I didn't question it. She traveled for work. She always traveled for work. How often? Gumbo said. Maybe once a month, he said. Sometimes twice. Overnight trips, occasionally 2 nights. He paused. 6 years of that. 120 overnight trips, give or take. He looked at the water. The nights she was gone, I fished. He looked at the rod. I fish when I need to think, and when I don't need to think. It covers most situations. Good skill, Gumbo said. She thought it was simple, Wade said. She said fishing was what people did when they didn't have anything more complex to occupy them. He paused. She meant it as an observation, not a criticism. She said it affectionately. He paused. I think. Gumbo looked at the rod in the water. No bait, he'd noticed when he sat down. The hook bear. She built it before you met her, Gumbo said. The referral service. She had it running for 6 years, but she started working toward it before that. How long before? Wade said. We don't know exactly, Gumbo said. Long enough that the architecture was in place before she became Lorraine Greer the consultant. He paused. She knew who she was building toward being before she became it. Wade looked at the water. We met at a waterfront event in Crystal River, he said. She was there for a business contact. I was there because I guided charters out of the same marina. He paused. She was the most organized person I'd ever met. She had a plan for every conversation. She knew what she wanted to accomplish in an evening, and she accomplished it. He paused. I thought that was ambition. I admired it. It was ambition, Gumbo said. Just not the kind I understood, Wade said. He reeled in the bare hook and looked at it and set the rod against the dock rail. The women who died, he said. Was it her directly or? Someone else conducted the violence, Gumbo said. She organized it. Wade was quiet. Does that matter? He said. Gumbo thought about it. Legally, it matters in terms of specific charges, he said. In terms of what she is, I don't think it changes the answer. Wade nodded. No, he said. I don't think it does either. He looked at the house. The back of it, the porch, the door into the kitchen. She used this house, he said. For the business. The consultancy. He paused. Meetings here, some of them. I'd come home, and someone would be leaving, and she'd say a client appointment, and I'd say fine, and I'd go to the garage and clean gear, or I'd come down here and fish. He looked at the dock. I made it easy for her to keep me in the dark. You didn't make anything, Gumbo said. She built the dock specifically. I could have looked, Wade said. You trusted her, Gumbo said. I chose not to look, he said. There's a difference. Gumbo held his eyes. Wade, you chose not to look, because looking would have required you to deal with what you found. And what you found would have required you to do something. And doing something would have cost you something you weren't ready to lose. He paused. That's not complicity. That's human. Wade looked at the river. 12 years, he said. Together, for 6 of the 7. Married for 5. He paused. I loved her. I know, Gumbo said. She's still the person I loved, Wade said. That doesn't go away because of what she is. He looked at the water. I don't know how to hold both of those things. Nobody does, Gumbo said. Not at first. He paused. The people who figure it out eventually are the ones who don't try to make one thing eliminate the other. Wade looked at him. She was real, Gumbo said. What you had was real. What she did was also real. Both things are true. They don't cancel each other. Wade looked at the river for a long moment. She was careful with me, he said. She never brought it into our life directly. She kept it separate. He paused. I've been trying to figure out if that was love or if it was operational compartmentalization. Could be both, Gumbo said. Wade looked at him. You think it could be both? I think people who are capable of building what she built are also capable of genuinely loving someone while keeping them separate from it, Gumbo said. I don't think those capacities are mutually exclusive. He paused. I'm not saying it excuses anything. I'm saying she could have been real with you and real in the other way simultaneously. Wade was quiet for a long time. The river moved past the dock with the patient current of water that had been moving this way since before the dock was built. The same water, the same direction, the same indifference to what happened above it. The fishing guides in the corridor, Wade said. My colleagues. People I've worked alongside for years. He paused. They're going to know what she was. They already know, Gumbo said. It was on the front page. I know, he said. I mean, they're going to look at me differently. He paused. Whether I knew or didn't know. Some of them will, Gumbo said. For a while. And then you'll have guided enough charters with enough of them that the work will do what work does, Gumbo said. Which is fill the space with something that has its own weight. He paused. You're good at your job. Yes, Wade said. Then that, Gumbo said. Wade looked at the bare hook against the dock rail. He looked at the river. One of the women who died, he said. Cheryl Watts. I took her on a charter once. 3 years ago. He paused. She wanted to see the spring system. Not fishing. She just wanted to be on the water. He looked at the current. She was good on a boat. She wasn't nervous. She just sat and looked at the water and asked good questions about the springs. He paused. I didn't know what she did. I knew she was from Cedar Key. We talked about Cedar Key. Gumbo looked at the river. She left a good tip, Wade said. Gumbo thought about the fish camp woman saying the same thing. She always left a good tip. Yes, he said. She did. Wade picked up the fishing rod and looked at the bare hook. I should put a hook on this, he said. Probably, Gumbo said. Wade reached into the tackle box beside the chair and found a hook and attached it with the automatic efficiency of a man who'd done the motion 10,000 times and whose hands had memorized it. "Mr. Malone," he said. "Gumbo," he said. "Gumbo." He held the rod. "The case you were working. The one that led you to the corridor." "The equine insurance fraud," Gumbo said. "A woman in Ocala whose partner disappeared with the accounts receivable." "Did you find him?" "The fraud division found him," Gumbo said. "In Nassau. On a boat he bought with other people's money." Wade looked at his center console on the lift. "What kind of boat?" "A sloop," Gumbo said. 32 feet. Wade looked at the lift. "I've had clients like that," he said. "Men who bought boats they couldn't really afford because they thought the boat was the thing." He paused. "The boat's never the thing." "No," Gumbo said. "It isn't." Wade cast the bare hook into the river. The hook with the new hook now, the line going out in the arc of someone who'd cast a line enough times to make it automatic. "Thank you for coming," he said. "Thank you for asking," Gumbo said again. He stood and looked at the river one more time, the water moving with its patient current, the afternoon light going long across it. "Wade," he said. "Yeah." "Fish the charter tomorrow," he said. "Whatever you have booked. Go out and do the job." He paused. "Don't cancel it." Wade looked at the water. "I wasn't going to cancel it," he said. "Good," Gumbo said and walked back up the yard to the Jeep. He drove north on US 19 through the corridor in the late afternoon, the light going sideways across the scrub and the flatwoods, and thought about the specific weight of loving someone who turns out to be something other than what you understood, and about how that weight didn't distribute itself evenly over time but arrived all at once, and then had to be redistributed manually, piece by piece, in whatever order you could manage it. He thought about 12 years and what they looked like from the inside. He thought about what Renata had said about Dale, a man who couldn't tell the difference between what he owned and what he loved. He thought about the inverse, a woman who loved something and kept it entirely separate from what she built. He thought about whether that was better or worse. He thought about it the whole drive to Cedar Key, and didn't arrive at an answer which was the right result for a question that didn't have one. He was at the island room at 7. Renata was at the bar when he came in. The dinner service in its middle hour, 3 tables occupied, Marco running the kitchen at the volume and pace of a man in his element. She looked at him when he sat down. She read his face in the way she read things, fully without appearing to. "Wade Greer," she said. "Yes," he said. She poured the wine. She set it in front of him and leaned against the back counter. "How was he?" she said. "Doing the thing," he said. "Holding both realities. Hasn't figured out how yet, but he's trying." "Will he?" she said. "I think so," he said. "He's going to fish his charter tomorrow." She looked at the bar's surface. "That's a good sign." "Yes," he said. She was quiet for a moment, looking at something in the middle distance that wasn't the bar or the room, but whatever she was thinking about. "The case," she said. "Really closed now. The official process runs for a while yet," he said. "The trial. The other case, the extradition." He picked up the wine. "My part is finished." She nodded. She looked at him with the layered look. "What do you need tonight?" she said. He thought about it. He thought about Wade on the dock with a bare hook and the weight of a thing redistributing itself. He thought about Philip Drew moving frogs near his porch steps. He thought about Beverly Frick's bookshelf on the east wall of a house on a county road. "Food," he said. "And the room, doing what it does." She almost smiled. "Marcos grouper," she said. "The new preparation." "Whatever it is," he said. She called it through to the kitchen, and came back to the bar, and they talked about other things. The delivery schedule, a new citrus supplier she'd found in Ocala through Carol Boone's recommendation, the November menus she was planning. Things that had nothing to do with corridors or cases, or the specific weight of what people built when they thought nobody was watching. The grouper arrived, and it was what Marco's food always was. He ate it, and the room did what it did. Chapter 15. Diane Feltz called Wednesday morning at 9:41. He was on the stern with the composition book open to the Boone page, doing the final accounting of what the case had been. Not for the file, which Francine had already organized for the fraud division, but for himself. The internal accounting that closed a case properly rather than administratively. Nassau, Feltz said. The Bahamian Financial Crimes Unit served Latimer yesterday afternoon at the marina where he's been docked. How did he take it? He said. Badly, she said. Then quietly. She paused. Men who run organized financial fraud for 3 years and then sit on a sailboat for 4 months waiting for something to happen. They're not surprised when something happens. They're just surprised it took the specific shape it did. What shape did it take? 2 officers from the Financial Crimes Unit and a Bahamian attorney representing the Florida Department of Insurance, she said. Very professional, very quiet. No drama. She paused. Latimer asked if he could finish his coffee. Did they let him? They did, she said. He drank it looking at the harbor, and then he stood up and cooperated. She paused. He had a bag packed. It was in the main cabin, already packed. Gumbo looked at the harbor. He'd been waiting, he said. Since the fraud division made their first filing, she said. Probably earlier. She paused. The bag was practical. Clothes for a different climate. Toiletries, a folder with documents his attorney would need. She paused. He even packed a copy of the indictment paperwork. His attorney had sent it to him digitally, and he'd printed it. He printed the indictment, Gumbo said. And filed it in the folder, she said. Alphabetically, behind a copy of his passport. He thought about Doobie Marchetti's color-coded binder in a different case. The specific compulsion of organized men who couldn't stop organizing even when the organization worked against them. He thought about Lorraine Greer's inventory sheets for 3 victims' clothing. The extradition timeline, he said. The formal process runs 8 to 12 weeks typically, she said. The Bahamian Treaty is well established, the documentation is complete, and Latimer's attorney has indicated he won't contest extradition. She paused. Possibly faster. 6 to 8 weeks, if everything processes cleanly. Carol, he said. Call her today, Feltz said. She deserves to hear it from you before she hears it from her attorney. I was going to, he said. I know you were, she said. I'm saying today, not tomorrow. She paused. She's been in a specific kind of waiting since September 2nd. The waiting has a shape now. She paused. Give her the shape. He wrote in the composition book, Latimer in custody, Nassau. Extradition 6 to 8 weeks, attorney not contesting. He looked at it. He wrote, call Carol. Diane, he said. Yes. Thank you, he said. For the Nassau work. For going to him directly. That's the job, she said. You did the same on your end. She paused. The ghost horse documentation Francine assembled was the cleanest case file I've seen on a fraud of this complexity. Tell her that. I will, he said. She hung up. He called Carol at 10:15. She answered on the second ring from what sounded like the Ocala office, the ambient sounds of a workspace, a door somewhere. He's in custody, Gumbo said. A silence. Not the silence of surprise, The silence of a thing landing that had been expected, and that landed differently than expected regardless. Nassau, she said. Yesterday afternoon, he said. The Financial Crimes Unit served him at the marina. He had a bag packed. A bag packed, she said. His attorney has indicated he won't contest extradition, he said. 6 to 8 weeks for the formal process. She was quiet. He heard her move, a chair, a door closing, the background sound dropping away. She'd gone somewhere private. He was ready, she said. He had a bag packed. Yes, he said. He packed a bag and went to Nassau and sat on a boat for 4 months, she said. He bought a boat with other people's money, and he sat on it, and he packed a bag because he knew eventually someone was going to come for him. She paused. He knew the whole time. Yes, he said. And he went anyway, she said. He let the silence hold for a moment. The specific silence of someone confronting the deliberateness of a betrayal, not the impulsive kind that might be understood, but the calculated kind, the kind that looked at the full cost and decided the cost was acceptable. What happens when he's extradited, she said. Walk me through it. He faces arraignment in Florida, he said. The charges include wire fraud, securities fraud, and insurance fraud. Given the documented pattern across multiple farms and the 3-year duration, the sentencing range is substantial. He paused. His cooperation with the fraud division, which Francine tells me he's indicated a willingness to provide, could reduce the sentence. But the fraud division's leverage is significant. They have everything. Gerald Marsh, she said. Marsh cooperated fully, he said. His attorney negotiated a reduced charge. He's looking at fines and probation rather than prison, given that his participation was secondary and his cooperation was immediate and complete. He paused. Vance can give you the specific legal picture. I know, she said. I'm not asking legally. I'm asking, she stopped. I sold Gerald Marsh his first policy. I had coffee in his kitchen. He told me about his horses. She paused. He participated in defrauding the business I built. He did, Gumbo said. And now he cooperates and gets fines and probation. Yes, he said. She was quiet. Is that enough, she said. He thought about the answer carefully. He thought about what Carol Boone needed from this question versus what the legal system provided. It's what the process produces, he said. Whether it's enough depends on what you're measuring against. He paused. In terms of Marsh specifically, he understood what he was participating in, and he said yes to it for financial reasons. He also said no when Lorraine Greer made a different and worse offer. He cooperated immediately when the fraud division came. He paused. That's not a good person who did a bad thing. That's a person who made a series of calculations, and one of the calculations had a moral dimension. And he landed on the right side of the worse offer, she said. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment. The horses, she said. Vance confirmed they won't be seized in the civil recovery. Good, he said. I asked 3 times, she said. Vance said the physical assets of the legitimate operation, the real horses, the equipment, the farm infrastructure, are protected under the agricultural exemption in the civil recovery statute. She paused. She said I'd asked enough times that she'd looked it up specifically. Sounds like Vance, he said. Something in Carol's voice shifted. The cold anger that had been consistent since September, moving fractionally towards something warmer, not relief exactly, but the acknowledgement of a thing coming out correctly in a specific and important particular. The real horses, she said. On a farm that was running ghost horses alongside them for 3 years. She paused. The real ones didn't know. No, he said. They didn't. She made a sound that might have been a laugh in different circumstances and was something adjacent to it in these. I should get back to the office, she said. I have clients this afternoon. Real clients with real animals. She paused. I've been doing the work through all of this. The legitimate work. I didn't stop. I know you didn't, he said. I need you to know that, she said. I need to say it. She paused. The business Latimer used to run his fraud. It was also a real business. My part of it was real. I built real relationships with real farms for 11 years. She paused. He used that. He built the fraud inside it. But the real thing was real. Yes, he said. It was. She was quiet for a moment. Thank you, Gumbo, she said. Using his name. Not Mr. Malone. The first time. You're welcome, Carol, he said. She hung up. He sat with the dead phone and looked at the composition book. He wrote Carol, notified. Latimer in custody, bag packed. Extradition 6 to 8 weeks. He looked at it. He wrote real business was real. He looked at that. He closed the book. He called Francine. She answered mid-first ring from her Tampa office, the familiar ambient sound of a real pie with a real office where real work happened in a room that smelled like paper and coffee, and the specific seriousness of someone who took the work seriously. Latimer is in custody, he said. I know, she said. The fraud division called me at 8. A pause. He had a bag packed. Diane told you. Diane tells me everything, she said. That's why she's useful. She paused. Carol. Called her at 10:15, he said. She took it the way she takes things. Directly and then privately. Good, Francine said. The case is fully in process now. My part is done, your part is done. The fraud division carries it from here. She paused. Your invoice. The final one. I'll send it today, he said. Send it today, she said. Not tomorrow. Today. You sound like Diane, he said. Diane learned it from me, she said. Send the invoice, Gumbo. I'll send it, he said. Good. She paused. The other case. Lorraine Greer. Arraigned Monday, he said. No bail. Evidence processing, ongoing. He paused. Voss has everything. The trial will take a year, Francine said. Minimum. Complex multi-victim homicide with a conspiracy component. The DA is going to build carefully. She paused. Will you follow it? From a distance, he said. It's not mine anymore. No, she said. It's not. Another pause. Gumbo. Yeah. You took 2 cases simultaneously, she said. Both of them more complex than they appeared when they walked in. Both of them resolved in the right direction. She paused. You managed the boundaries correctly. You gave things to the right people at the right time. She paused again. That's not a small thing. The boundaries weren't always easy, he said. They're not supposed to be easy, she said. They're supposed to be right. She paused. You kept them right. He looked at the harbor. Francine, he said. What? The case file organization, he said. For the fraud division. Diane said it was the cleanest case file she'd seen on a fraud of this complexity. He paused. That was your work. That was both of us, she said. You found the shape. I documented it. Both of us, he said. Both of us, she agreed and hung up. He sent the invoice to Carol's email at 11 and to Vance's office for the case file at 11:15, the clean paperwork of a finished thing, the administrative completion that turned work into record. He closed the laptop He looked at the marina. Deanne was at the bait shop counter with the fishing report. The charter captain 3 slips down was hosing his boat. The shrimp boat was heading out on the morning tide. The outriggers folded, the captain in the wheelhouse doing whatever shrimpers did in wheelhouses on their way to where the shrimp were. He watched the shrimp boat move down the channel and out toward the Gulf. He thought about 9 years of partnership and what they had contained. He thought about Carol Boone telling him the real business was real. He thought about what it took to maintain that certainty when the thing built alongside it was revealed to be something else. He thought about real and constructed, and the specific work of telling them apart after they'd been living in the same space. His phone buzzed. A text from a number he'd started recognizing without looking at the contact name. Voss, evidence processing complete at Sewanee property. Full clothing inventory recovered and documented. Matches the profile across all 3 victims. A pause then. The inventory sheets she kept, the DA called them the most useful piece of self-documenting evidence she's seen in 15 years. He looked at the text. He thought about organized people and what their organization produced. He typed, Diane Feltz confirmed Latimer in custody Nassau. Extradition moving. Her response came quickly, both cases closing simultaneously. He typed, they opened simultaneously. A pause. Then, how's the boat? He looked at the severance package in its slip, the carver sitting in the water with the specific rightness of something in its correct place. He typed, good. Thinking about taking it out this afternoon. Her response, do that. You've been on the dock long enough. He looked at the text. He typed, you too. A longer pause. Then, I have reports. He typed, after the reports. Another pause. Then, after the reports. He put the phone in his pocket. He took the boat out at 2. South through the Marina Channel and past the city dock and into the open water, the Gulf doing its afternoon version, the October light going long and gold across the flat surface. He ran for 30 minutes without direction, just south and slightly west, the barrier keys on his right, the open Gulf on his left, Cedar Key shrinking behind him into the tree line and the water tower, and then into the horizon. He cut the engine. The boat rocked in the small swell. He sat in the pilot's seat and looked at the water. He thought about all the things the 2 cases had been: the banker's box, the ceramic frog garden, the card in the kitchen drawer, the fishing rod in the truck bed, the corridor map with its 3 points and the X between them, the inventory sheets she'd kept for her own crimes, the bag Latimer had packed and placed in the main cabin of a 32-foot sloop in Nassau Harbor. He thought about organized people and what their organizations said about them. He thought about Carol asking about the real horses 3 times. He thought about Wade Greer sitting on a dock with a bare hook. He thought about Philip Drew moving frogs near his porch steps at 9 in the morning. He thought about Beverly Frick's letter in the Marina mailbox and Danny's bookshelf on the east wall and the crossed-out word. He looked at the water. He thought about what cases left behind when they were finished. Not the resolutions which the official process carried forward, but the specific people in them, the way they stayed in the composition book and in the space behind thought where things went when they mattered. A dolphin surfaced 30 yards off the bow. Just one. Alone, which was unusual. It came up in the specific arc of a cetacean, checking the surface, breathed, and went back under without apparent agenda. He watched the ring it left on the water close and disappear. He thought about the dinner question and the specific week it was getting closer in. He thought about next week and what next week looked like, the arraignment prep done, the evidence processing complete, the trial calendar not yet set, the specific space that opened in a detective's life between the arrest and the trial when the acute phase was over and the long institutional phase had not yet fully begun. He thought about Maybelle's at 7 in the morning, and the 20 minutes that became an hour and 15. He thought about what a dinner looked like when neither party was managing the other person's access to information. He thought about it for a while on the flat gulf, with the October light and the single dolphin gone to wherever it was going, and the boat rocking in the swell. Then he started the engine and turned north toward Cedar Key. He was tying off at the slip when Deanne appeared on the dock. She had a Cuban in her hand, the afternoon version, the second batch of the day that she made at 2 and kept until they were gone. She handed it to him over the stern rail. "Good run," she said. "Good enough," he said. She looked at the harbor. "The Greer arrest," she said. "The Journal ran an update this morning." "I saw it," he said. "The corridor women," she said. "The ones who," she paused, selecting the word with the care of a woman who chose words the way she chose everything. "The ones who were killed." "Yes," he said. "Were they people anyone talked about?" she said. "Before. In the community." He thought about Cheryl Watts at the Perch on Tuesday mornings. He thought about the fish camp woman saying she always left a good tip. "Yes," he said. "They were people." Deanne looked at the harbor. "Good," she said, with the flat conviction of someone for whom this was the most important fact in the whole account. She went back to the bait shop. He ate the Cuban on the stern and watched the marina do its late afternoon version, and thought about what Deanne had said, and about how the most important questions sometimes came from the person who had been watching from the dock all along. He thought about what it meant to be a person that someone talked about. He thought about the people in the composition book. He thought about whether the composition book was enough. He thought that it wasn't, and that it didn't need to be, because the composition book was just where he kept the shape of things, and the things themselves existed in rooms and on docks and in gardens and in kitchens and on boats and in all the places where people actually lived their actual lives, which was everywhere except the composition book. He finished the Cuban. He put the wrapper in the dock box trash. He went below and wrote the invoice for the Greer case, the hours, the mileage, the public record time, the 2 trips to Chiefland, the corridor drives, and emailed it to nobody because nobody had hired him for the Greer case. He looked at the invoice on the screen. He deleted it. Some cases didn't have a client. Some cases were just the work. He closed the laptop. He went to the stern and watched the day finish its business with the harbor. Chapter 16. Kenny called Thursday morning. Not the careful call of their first conversation. This one had the quality of someone who had been waiting for the right moment and had decided the right moment was now. The specific impatience of a 22-year-old who had been patient longer than 22-year-olds were designed to be patient. The attorney called him officially, Kenny said. Yesterday afternoon. She said the investigation had formally shifted focus, and that his cooperation was concluded, and that no further contact with the investigation should be expected. He paused. She said it in language that was, she was very careful. Attorney language, Gumbo said. Very attorney language, Kenny said. My uncle called me after, and I had to translate. He paused. I told him it meant he was clear. He said he knew. He just wanted to hear me say it. Good, Gumbo said. He went to the St. Augustine ceramicist, Kenny said. Yesterday morning, before the attorney even called. He'd already booked the trip. He went before the official word, Gumbo said. He said he decided he was done waiting for official, Kenny said. He said he was going because he'd been wanting to go for 2 years, and the only reason he hadn't was that he'd been letting other people's version of his life determine his schedule. He paused. His words. He said them very specifically. Another pause. He bought 2 pieces. What did they look like? Gumbo said. I don't know yet, Kenny said. He's driving back today. He said he'd send photographs when he got home. A pause. He also said the ceramicist knew his collection by reputation. Apparently, the vintage ceramics world is smaller than you'd think, and his collection has a reputation in it. Gumbo looked at the harbor. He thought about a reputation built over 12 years in a small world that the larger world didn't pay attention to. He invited you, Kenny said. I know, Gumbo said. He said when it's over. It's over, Kenny said. I know that too, Gumbo said. Tell him I'll come by this weekend. Saturday, Kenny said. Saturday morning, Gumbo said. If that works. I'll tell him, Kenny said. He'll make coffee. He paused. He makes good coffee. He has opinions about it. Good, Gumbo said. Gumbo, Kenny said. Yeah. I've been thinking about what you said, he said. About the photographs being the key. The 12-year timeline. He paused. I posted a lot of things about the case that were. I was right about my uncle, but I was wrong about how I argued it. You were passionate, Gumbo said. I was imprecise, Kenny said. There's a difference, and the difference matters. He paused. The specific evidence, the photographs, the documented timeline, the psychology of collection versus trophy behavior, that was what actually shifted the investigation. Not my posts. Your posts kept the issue visible, Gumbo said. That's not nothing. But visibility without accuracy, he stopped. I'm in a program that requires precision. I should apply it everywhere, not just in the lab. He paused. I've been thinking about that. Apply it everywhere, Gumbo said. Yeah, Kenny said. I'm going to. He paused. Thank you. For listening to the posts, even when they were imprecise. Thank you for making them, Gumbo said. Imprecise or not, someone needed to say it. He heard Kenny smile, in the specific way you heard a young person smile on the phone, a change in the quality of the silence around the words. Saturday, Kenny said. I'll tell him. He spent Thursday morning on the boat, doing the maintenance he'd been deferring during both cases. The port cabin window latch that had been stiff again since September. The bilge pump that ran 2 seconds longer than it should have been running. The teak on the stern table that had gone gray at one corner from prolonged sun exposure and needed oiling. He worked with the focused attention of someone whose hands had been doing casework for 3 weeks and needed something physical and finite. The latch took 20 minutes. The bilge pump required an hour and a hardware run to Deanne's where she stocked marine supplies alongside the bait and the Cubans and the back coverless paperbacks. The teak took 30 minutes and left the stern smelling of teak oil in the specific way that made the boat smell like itself rather than like the season it had been through. He was finishing the teak when his phone rang. A number he didn't have in his contacts. Chiefland area code, but not Voss and not Vance. Hello, he said. Mr. Malone. A woman's voice, younger than middle-aged, with a careful quality that meant she'd thought about making this call and was still thinking while making it. My name is Crystal Dupree. He put the oilcloth down. He knew the name. Not from this case, from the previous year. Dale Suarez's sales manager. The woman who'd called him from a parking lot to tell him about the boat. Miss Dupree, he said. I know this is. You probably don't expect to hear from me, she said. It's been almost a year. It's been a while, he said. First left Suarez Marine in November, she said. After the settlement. I thought I should go, and I went. She paused. I'm at a different dealership, in Gainesville now. It's better. Good, he said. A pause. I'm calling, because I heard about the Jack the Stripper arrest, she said. The Crystal River Woman. Lorraine Greer. She stopped. I know that's not your case officially. I know you're a PI in Cedar Key, and the case was Levy County major crimes. She paused. But people talk, and your name came up in connection with how the investigation shifted. Where did you hear that? He said. Patricia Vance, she said. I called her office last week about something unrelated to the settlement, a question about a business agreement at the new dealership. She mentioned in passing that you'd been working adjacent to the Greer case. She paused. She said you'd done good work. He thought about Vance. He thought about what good work meant in her vocabulary, which was the same as what right meant in her vocabulary: precise, functional, admissible. Is there something I can help you with? He said. I don't know, she said. Maybe. She paused. My sister works in the Crystal River corridor. She has for 3 years. She stopped. She works independently. He looked at the oilcloth on the stern table. She's okay, Crystal said quickly. She's not one of the victims. She knew Cheryl Watts. Not well, but she knew her. She paused. After the arrest, she called me. She said she'd received a visit a few months ago from a woman who made an offer. She said no. She said no to Lorraine Greer's arrangement, he said. She said no, and then she was frightened for a while, and then the arrest happened, Crystal said. She called me because she needed to tell someone, and I'm her sister. She paused. She's one of the women who said no and survived it. Is she cooperating with the investigation? He said. She talked to Detective Voss last week, Crystal said. Voss went to see her in person. My sister said she was direct and professional, and that she didn't make her feel, she paused. She didn't make her feel like what she was the problem. Good, he said. The reason I'm calling, Crystal said. My sister is thinking about what comes next. After the trial, after all of it. She's been in the corridor for 3 years and she wants something different. Not different work, necessarily. Different circumstances. She paused. She mentioned a woman named Deanna Purcell. She said Purcell had been talking to some of the others about building something. He thought about Deanna Purcell's horticulture books, and the dog and the window. I gave Deanna Purcell some thoughts on that, he said carefully. I know, Crystal said. My sister said Purcell mentioned a PI from Cedar Key who'd suggested the possibility. She paused. I put it together. He looked at the harbor. What does your sister want to know? He said. Whether it's real, Crystal said. Whether the possibility is real, or whether it's the kind of thing that sounds good in a conversation and disappears. She paused. She's been told things that sounded good and disappeared before. It's as real as the people who build it make it, he said. I'm not in a position to build it. Deanna Purcell might be. Your sister might be. He paused. What I know is that Deanna Purcell has the qualities for it. She thinks carefully and she acts on what she thinks. My sister has those qualities too, Crystal said. Then they should talk, he said. Directly. Without me in the middle. I'll tell her, Crystal said. A pause. Mr. Malone. Gumbo, he said. Gumbo. She said it the way people said his name when they were deciding how they felt about it. The same 2-second evaluation everyone ran. The Dale situation. Last year. Yes, he said. You handled it. You handled me carefully, she said. When I called from the parking lot. You didn't make me feel like what I'd done was the story. She paused. I appreciated that. You made a call you didn't have to make, he said. That was what it was. I've thought about it a lot, she said. Whether I made it for the right reasons. Did you? He said. A pause. I think so, she said. Mostly. She paused. I think I made it because it was right, and also because I was tired, and those two things were the same by the time I got to the parking lot. That's usually how right things get done, he said. When tired and right line up. She was quiet for a moment. Tell your sister to call Deanna Purcell, he said. That's the concrete thing. I will, she said. Thank you. Take care of yourself, he said. You too, she said, and hung up. He sat on the stern with the oilcloth and the smell of teak oil and thought about Crystal Dupree in a parking lot in Chiefland 11 months ago, making a call she'd thought about for a long time and had timed too when tired and right lined up. He thought about her sister in the Crystal River corridor saying no to an arrangement and living through the saying. He thought about Deanna Purcell with her horticulture books. He thought about what got built when the right people found each other. He picked up the phone and called Voss. She answered from what sounded like the county building, the hallway acoustics. A woman named Crystal Dupree called me this morning, he said. Her sister is in the Crystal River corridor. She's one of the ones who said no to the Greer arrangement and survived. She talked to you last week. I know who she is, Voss said. She's interested in what Deanna Purcell is building, he said. Or thinking about building. I know that too, Voss said. Purcell called me Tuesday. She asked about the legal framework for a mutual aid organization in this specific context. She paused. I told her what I knew and referred her to a public interest attorney in Gainesville who handles that area. You referred her, he said. It's not my job to build it, she said. It's my job to not obstruct it. She paused. The public interest attorney I referred her to is good. She handles worker organization in non-traditional labor contexts. She knows the specific legal landscape. She paused. Whether anything gets built is up to the people who want to build it. Crystal Dupree's sister, he said. And the others. There are 4 women in the corridor who said no and survived, she said. Plus the 2 who converted to the Greer arrangement and are now back to independent. She paused. 6 people who understand the corridor from the inside and have a shared recent experience and a shared interest in what comes next. That's enough to start with, he said. I think so, she said. He looked at the harbor. Boss, he said. The trial timeline. The DA said, a year minimum. At least, she said. Complex conspiracy case with a financial component and a homicide component. The DA is going to build it carefully. She paused. The evidence is strong. The inventory sheets alone, she stopped. The defense is going to have a difficult time. How are you doing? He said. A pause. Not the case file pause, a different one. I'm processing the reports, she said. That's not what I asked, he said. Another pause, shorter. I'm doing what detectives do after a major case closes, she said. Which is work on the next thing and let the closed things settle into the background. She paused. It doesn't settle immediately. No, he said. It doesn't. 3 families, she said. I called them Saturday. The conversations were, she stopped. They were what they were. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Malone, she said. Yeah. Next week, she said. The dinner question. I know it's next week, he said. I'm going to pick the place, she said. Not Maybell's. She paused. Somewhere that isn't already associated with the case. I'll go wherever you pick, he said. I know you will, she said. I'm telling you in advance so you don't try to pick it first. I wasn't going to pick it first, he said. You were considering it, she said. He thought about whether he'd been considering it. He had been slightly, in the background way of considering things without fully committing to the consideration. Maybe slightly, he said. I know, she said. I'll call you with the details. She paused. Now go do something that isn't this case. She hung up. He went back to the teak. He finished the oiling and stood back and looked at the stern table, the gray corner restored to the warm brown of maintained teak, the smell of the oil doing what teak oil did in the afternoon sun. He thought about what Voss had said. Go do something that isn't this case. He thought about Francine saying, take a day. He thought about the specific phenomenon of people telling him to stop working, and the specific phenomenon of him needing to be told. He put the oilcloth away. He made a sandwich from what was in the galley, and ate it on the stern, and looked at the harbor, and thought about Saturday morning, and coffee with a man who had opinions about it, and a collection that had a reputation in a small world, and 2 new pieces from a St. Augustine ceramicist bought on a Tuesday morning before the official word came. He thought about going before the official word. He thought about what it meant to stop waiting for official. He thought about the cases and what they'd been, and what they'd left, and what came next, which was the Ocala woman's missing brother, and the boat found with the engine running, and everything in order except the brother. He thought about what everything in order meant. He finished the sandwich. He went below and got the letter from the chart shelf where he'd put it when the cases started. The letter from Ocala, the careful handwriting. The woman who'd written to a pie in Cedar Key because the situation required someone who looked at what was actually there rather than what was supposed to be there. He brought it up to the stern. He read it again. He put it on the table beside the composition book. He looked at the harbor. He thought about a boat found 40 miles offshore with the engine running and no brother. He thought about what you had to know about a boat to know what that meant. He thought about Skeeter. He thought about the Gulf. He looked at the letter. He opened the composition book to a fresh page. He wrote a name at the top. He looked at it. He was about to write the first question when his phone buzzed. Renata, Snook again tonight. Tommy, had a good week. 7. He looked at the text. He looked at the letter. He typed 7. He put the phone down. He looked at the name at the top of the fresh page. He wrote boat found. Engine running. Everything in order. He looked at that. He wrote below it, what does everything in order look like when someone is gone? He looked at the question. He looked at the harbor. He thought about it for a long time without writing anything else, which was the right way to start a case, with the question sitting in the space before the first answer, before the composition book filled up with what you found, in the specific moment when the only thing you knew was the shape of what you didn't know. He let the question sit. The harbor went about its afternoon. Chapter 17. Saturday morning came in with the specific clarity of a November front pushing the October air south, the temperature having dropped overnight to something that qualified as cool by Florida standards, and that the island's permanent residents experienced as a collective exhale after 4 months of heat they'd been managing rather than enjoying. Gumbo walked to the north end at 9. He'd called Philip Drew the previous evening. A brief call, logistics only, the time confirmed and the coffee mentioned again. Kenny passing the invitation, and Drew accepting it with the quiet directness of a man who had decided to stop letting circumstances determine his schedule. The Gumbo limbo tree had lost some of its summer fullness. The canopy thinned at the edges, in the way trees thinned in October before the mild Florida winter, made the distinction largely academic. The morning light came through it differently then in the July drive past, at a lower angle, reaching the front walk in a way the summer sun hadn't. The frogs caught it. He stood at the sidewalk and looked at them in the morning light. The full line of them along the walk, each one distinct, each one positioned with the attention he'd recognized from the car and could now see properly. The three near the porch steps that Kenny had mentioned were there. The green surprised one, and the small brown seated one, and the blue-green one that caught the light and gave it back differently. In the October morning light, the blue-green one looked like a different object than it had in the descriptions. The glaze moved through three colors depending on the angle: blue, then green, then something between them that didn't have a specific name, the specific quality of a thing that changed with observation. The screen door opened. Drew came out with 2 mugs and looked at where Gumbo was looking. "The light changes it," Drew said. "Yes," Gumbo said. "Summer light flattens it," Drew said. "The sun's too high. This angle in October, this is when it does what it actually does." He held out a mug. "Come up." The coffee was from a pour-over setup on the kitchen counter, the manual kind, and it was the kind of coffee that made you understand why someone had opinions about it. Gumbo sat in the porch chair and held the mug and looked at the garden in the morning light and let the coffee do what it did. The cat was on the rail. Drew sat in his chair and looked at the frogs. They didn't talk for a few minutes, which was the right thing to do with good coffee on a cool morning on a porch with a garden that had earned looking at. "The St. Augustine pieces," Gumbo said. "Did you send Kenny photographs?" "Last night," Drew said. "He called immediately." A pause. "He said one of them was his favorite thing in the collection. I told him he'd said that about 4 other pieces." "Which one did he pick?" "The larger one," Drew said. "She works in a technique where she layers the clay, different colors in different layers, and then carves back into it so the layers show at different depths." He paused. "The result is that the color isn't on the surface, it's in the object at different depths, and what you see depends on how deep you're looking." He held his mug. Kenny said it looked like it was thinking about being a frog rather than just being one. Gumbo looked at the garden. "That's accurate," he said. "It's more accurate than he knows," Drew said. The ceramicist talked about the technique for 40 minutes. She said it was about the difference between appearance and presence. He paused. "Things can appear to be what they are. That's surface. Or they can be present in what they are. That's depth." He paused. She said most decorative ceramics work on appearance. This technique works on presence. Gumbo held his mug. He thought about the investigation, treating Drew's collection as the appearance of trophy behavior rather than the presence of a 12-year aesthetic practice. He thought about appearance and presence as categories. "Can I see the collection?" he said. "That's why I invited you," Drew said. The collection occupied a room at the back of the house that had been a second bedroom and had been converted with the specific intention of someone who understood what the collection required: the lighting, the shelving, the organization. The shelving ran floor to ceiling on 3 walls, built-in, painted white, with individual spotlights on an angled track that could be directed at specific pieces or zones. The 4th wall was a window facing the backyard, a live oak outside it, the morning light coming through in the specific quality of light that had passed through leaves and arrived softer. The frogs were on the shelves in the same way they were in the garden, each distinct, each placed with attention. But inside, with the individual lighting and the specific arrangement, the collection had a quality the garden didn't have, which was coherence. You could see it as a whole thing in here. Outside, the frogs were a line. In here, they were a conversation. Gumbo walked along the first wall. He looked at each one. He wasn't performing interest. He was interested, The genuine interest of someone who had understood the collection only theoretically until now and was encountering it actually. Each piece was different in the specific way of things made by hand in the ceramic tradition, where the same idea could be executed 1,000 times and never come out the same twice. Glaze variations, form variations, scale variations, the individual mark of individual makers. You know where each one came from, he said. Each one, Drew said. He stood in the doorway. Every estate sale, every pottery market, every ceramicist whose studio I visited. He paused. Some of them I corresponded with. Long correspondence. About the technique, the intention, what they were trying to do. He paused. A few became people I'd call friends, in the way of people who share a specific interest and don't share much else. The community, Gumbo said. It's small, Drew said. The people who collect handmade ceramic frogs specifically. It's not a large population. He paused. But it's real. It has its own internal knowledge, who the important makers are, where the significant collections are, what distinguishes a serious piece from a decorative one. He looked at the shelves. The investigation found a private collection of women's items and read it as evidence of a pathology. But there's nothing singular about having a collection that exists in a community of people who share the interest. The vintage clothing collection, Gumbo said. It has the same quality. The community. A larger one, Drew said. Vintage clothing collectors are more numerous than ceramic frog collectors. He almost smiled. There are forums, catalogs, annual events. I've attended some of them. He paused. Publicly. With other people who attend them publicly. Which the investigation didn't find, Gumbo said. The investigation wasn't looking for that, he said. They found the collection in the context they were looking in. He held his mug. You found the collection in a different context. I found the garden, Gumbo said. The garden told me the context. Drew looked at the shelves. The garden is the public version, he said. The version I'm comfortable having visible. He paused. This room is the private version. I don't show people this room. Why me? Gumbo said. Drew looked at him. Because you understood the garden without asking me to explain it, he said. People who understand the surface usually understand what's underneath. He paused. And because, he stopped. Gumbo waited. Because you looked at it when others were looking at something else, Drew said. And what you saw changed what happened. He looked at the shelves. I owe you the interior version of the thing you understood from the outside. Gumbo looked at the collection. He walked the second wall. The pieces here were older, the patina different, the glazing techniques of earlier decades, the specific beauty of things made before certain materials and methods were available. He stopped at one. It was small, 3 inches perhaps, in a dark earthenware with a salt glaze that had gone silver-brown with age. The form was simple, a sitting frog almost abstract, the features suggested rather than detailed, the face turned slightly upward as if listening. 1940s, he said. Drew looked. 1938, he said. A studio in North Carolina. The woman who made it died in 1952. There are 11 known pieces of her work in collections I'm aware of. I have 3. How did you find them? One was at the estate sale in Gainesville, Drew said. The first sale. The one Kenny's mother photographed. He paused. The other 2 took 6 years. I found the second one through a collector in Virginia who didn't know what they had. The third one, he paused. The third one I found at a church rummage sale in Tallahassee in 2018. In a box of miscellaneous items priced at 50 cents each. Gumbo looked at the piece. He thought about 12 years of specific looking. He thought about 6 years to find the second of 3 pieces. He thought about a box at a church rummage sale in Tallahassee. You recognized it immediately, he said. In the box, Drew said. Under a broken picture frame and a paperback novel. He paused. The specific weight of it. The texture of the salt glaze. Even dirty in a box at 50 cents. He paused. You know a thing when you've been looking for it long enough. Gumbo looked at the piece. He thought about that. He thought about knowing a thing when you'd been looking for it long enough, and what that applied to beyond salt-glazed earthenware frogs from North Carolina studio potters who died in 1952. He thought about Cedar Key at the end of a road. He thought about the island room at 7 in the evening. He thought about 30 feet of clear water and the bottom visible through it. He looked at the piece on the shelf. The new ones, he said. From St. Augustine. Drew led him to the third wall, the shelves at eye level. The new pieces still carrying the freshness of things recently acquired before they settled into the collection and became part of its accumulated temperature. The larger one, the one Kenny had called his favorite, was immediately clear. It was the size of a large grapefruit. The layered clay technique visible in the carved sections, the colors moving from a terracotta orange at the surface through successive layers of red, brown, and a deep amber that emerged at the deepest carved points. The form was not abstract. It was a frog in the posture of listening, similar to the 1938 piece, but separated by 80 years of formal development, the same essential observation executed with everything the tradition had learned in the interval. It was, Gumbo thought, one of the most accomplished small objects he'd seen. Presence, he said. Yes, Drew said. Not appearance. No, Drew said. Not at all. He looked at it for a long time. Drew refilled both mugs without going to the kitchen. He had a small carafe on the shelf by the door, prepared in advance, which told Gumbo that showing the collection had been planned for a while, and the planning had included the coffee. You went before the official word, Gumbo said. I did, Drew said. What decided it? Drew looked at the new piece. You said something to Kenny, he said. Kenny passed it to me. He paused. You said the investigation, taking the garden from me, was a thing the investigation didn't have the right to do. He paused. I'd given it that right without being asked. I'd stopped doing the thing I'd been doing for 12 years because someone else's version of what it meant had become louder than mine. He looked at the piece. I decided to stop letting that be true. And the official word came after, Gumbo said. And the official word came after, Drew said. Which confirmed what I already knew. He paused. The official word is useful for legal purposes. It's not what tells you who you are. Gumbo looked at the collection. The 3 walls of it, 80-some pieces, 12 years of specific looking and finding and placing. He thought about what the collection said. He thought about presence versus appearance. He thought about 12 years of building something in a community of people who shared the interest, building it carefully and specifically, each piece chosen for what it was rather than for what it looked like. He thought about the investigation finding it and seeing something else. He thought about what it cost to be misread. He thought about what it cost to correct it. Philip, he said. Drew looked at him. The ceramicist in St. Augustine, he said. She knows your collection's reputation. She does, Drew said. Tell her about the 1938 pieces, he said. The North Carolina studio. The 11 known pieces. He paused. That's worth documenting. In the ceramics community, specifically. Someone should know the full provenance. Drew looked at the 1938 piece on the second wall. "I've been thinking about that," he said, writing it up properly. "What I know about each significant piece." He paused. "There are things I know about certain pieces that aren't written down anywhere. They exist only in my head and in the correspondence I've had with other collectors." He looked at the shelves. "If I don't write them down." "Write them down," Gumbo said. "Yes," Drew said. "I think I will." He walked back to the marina at 11. The Cedar Key, November morning had reached what it was going to be. Cool enough for a light jacket, which neither he nor anyone on the island was wearing, because the threshold for jacket wearing in Cedar Key required temperatures that Cedar Key rarely achieved, and cool enough that the quality of the light had changed from the flat summer brightness to something with more angle and dimension. He walked past the perch, past the island room, dark at this hour, the Saturday prep hours beginning inside without him, past the fish houses at the waterfront, the morning's catch coming in, the working infrastructure of an island that had been doing this since before anyone now on it had arrived. He thought about the collection and what it said about its keeper. He thought about presence and appearance. He thought about what cases looked like from the inside versus what they looked like from the outside, and about how the distance between those two perspectives was where most of the work happened. He thought about a woman who had been inside the corridor economy and had built her way out of it in the direction of appearance rather than presence, the professional clothes, the printed card, the legitimate consultancy name, and about how the building had required the specific kind of violence that appearance-based architecture required when presence reasserted itself in the form of people who said no. He thought about 3 women who had said no. He thought about their presence. He thought about the inventory sheets. He thought about what Deanne had said. Were they people anyone talked about? He walked down the dock to slip 12 and sat on the stern and opened the composition book to the page with the new case's name at the top. He looked at the name. He looked at what he'd written: boat found, engine running, everything in order. He wrote below it, everything in order is a specific claim. What does the person who makes it know about the order? He looked at that. He wrote, the woman who wrote the letter knew her brother. She knew his order. The boat's order is someone else's claim. He looked at it. He wrote, whose claim? He capped the pen. He looked at the harbor. His phone buzzed. Boss, place picked. Tuesday, 7 p.m. There's a restaurant in Chiefland on the main road, Italian, family run. Barone's. You know it. He looked at the text. He thought about Carol Boone, mentioning the Italian place in Chiefland. He thought about pasta that was what it should be, and wine that was unpretentious and correct. He typed, I know it. Her response, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Don't be early. He looked at the text. He typed, I'll be on time. Her response came fast, you'll be early. Just come in when you get there. He looked at that. He put the phone in his pocket. He looked at the composition book. He looked at the question, whose claim? He thought about it for a while. Then he closed the book and went below to make lunch because Francine had told him to eat, and because Drew's coffee had been excellent but insufficient for the morning, and because the new case would still be there after lunch and some questions were better approached on a full stomach. He made the lunch and ate it at the galley table and looked at the porthole and the marina and thought about a boat 40 miles offshore with the engine running and no brother, and what the brother's sister knew about order that the official record didn't. He thought about calling her. He'd call Monday. Today was Saturday, and the collection was in his head, and the November morning was doing what it was doing outside, and there was dinner at Barone's on Tuesday, and the new case waiting in the composition book, and the harbor visible through the porthole doing what it always did. He ate the lunch. He washed the plate. He went back to the stern. He sat in the stern chair without the composition book and without the phone, and looked at the harbor doing its Saturday version, the weekend traffic on the water, the family on the guest dock he'd been watching for 3 weeks now. A different family this time, but the same dynamic. The cooler negotiation, the rod organization, the departure that took longer than planned and went well anyway. He watched them go. He thought about the blue-green frog, catching the morning light and giving it back differently. He thought about presence. He thought about what it looked like from the inside. He sat on the stern of the Severance package in Slip 12 of the Cedar Key City Marina on a November Saturday morning with the harbor around him and the Gulf somewhere past the fish houses and the new case in the composition book below, and the dinner question answered, and the previous cases settled into the background where finished things went, and felt what it felt like to be exactly where he was. It felt like enough. It felt like more than enough. It felt, as it had felt since sometime around month 8 in Cedar Key, like the thing itself rather than a temporary arrangement, pending something better. He was still sitting there when Deanne called down the dock at 12:30. "Cuban," she said. "Please," he said. She went back inside. He stayed where he was. Chapter 18. Gary Timms was wiping the bar when Gumbo came in Monday afternoon. Not the evening version of the perch, the 3 o'clock version, the specific quiet of a bar between lunch and the after-work crowd, the specific quality of a room that held its character in the absence of people as much as in their presence. The salt haze windows. The dark wood. The amber light coming off the Gulf, filtered through glass that hadn't been washed since the previous administration. Gary looked up. "You're here in the afternoon," he said. "I have somewhere to be tonight," Gumbo said. Gary set a Yingling on the bar without being asked, which was what Gary did, and went back to wiping. "Detective Voss," Gumbo said. She came in. "Saturday morning," Gary said. "She was here at 10. He wiped a section of the bar that was already clean. "She's good." "Yes," Gumbo said. "She asked the right questions," Gary said. "She asked them in the right order." He looked at the bar. "The name I gave you. The earlier name. She already knew it from her records before I said it." "She had it from the first victim's phone records," Gumbo said. "A contact saved under that name. One call 8 months before." Gary stopped wiping. He held the cloth. "She called Cheryl," he said. 8 months before," Gumbo said. Feeling out whether Watts was convertible before making the formal offer. Gary looked at the bar. 8 months, he said. "Cheryl was a regular here for 2 years before she died. She sat right there." He pointed at the stool 2 down from Gumbo. "Every Tuesday. The same stool." He paused. She was funny. She noticed things about people. She'd say one thing that was entirely accurate about whoever she was watching, and you'd be thinking about it for the rest of the night. Gumbo thought about what Wade Greer had said. She asked good questions about the springs. He thought about a woman who had a specific quality of noticing. "Did she ever mention the call?" he said. 8 months before she died. A contact she might have renewed, or a conversation she'd had with someone new in the corridor. Gary thought about it. "She mentioned something," he said. "She mentioned it once, and she said it the way she said things, sideways without the full weight of it. She said someone had approached her about a different arrangement, and she'd been polite but clear." He paused. "I didn't ask follow-up. She didn't seem troubled by it." He looked at the cloth in his hand. She seemed like she'd handled it and moved on." "She had moved on," Gumbo said. "She'd said no clearly enough that the contact stopped for a while." He paused. The formal offer came later, 6 weeks before she died. Gary looked at the bar. She told people about the formal offer, he said. I heard her say it here. Cedar Key was her territory. Yes, Gumbo said. Gary put the cloth down on the bar. He looked at the Gulf through the salt haze windows. She shouldn't have said it here, he said. She was right to feel it. She shouldn't have said it in a bar. No, Gumbo said. But she did, because she was confident, and because Cedar Key was her territory, and she'd said no to the approach, and she felt the saying of no had settled the matter. He paused. She didn't understand what she was dealing with. Nobody did, Gary said, until 3 women were dead. He looked at the windows for a long moment. I knew something was wrong, he said. When Cheryl died. Then the second woman. I knew the shape of something, but I didn't have words for it. He paused. I talked to you, and I gave you what I had. He looked at Gumbo. Was it enough? What I gave you, was it enough to matter? Gumbo thought about the corridor map and the triangle, and the east-west pattern, and the fish camp woman, and the perch conversations and what all of it had produced. It mattered, he said. The conversation about the Crystal River operation, the referral service. That was the first time the business geography argument had a human witness behind it. Not public record. Someone who'd seen it. He paused. And the earlier name. The one you gave me. That was the link between the investigation's background records and a specific documented identity. He paused. That was the thread Voss needed to pull. Gary looked at the cloth on the bar. I should have come forward sooner, he said. You came forward when you had someone to come forward to, Gumbo said. That's how it usually works. He looked at his Yingling. People don't walk into sheriff's offices with corridor information on their own. They wait until someone asks the right question in the right way. He paused. Voss asked you the right question. You asked it first, Gary said. I gave her your name, Gumbo said. She asked it. Gary looked at him with the flat assessment of a man who had been listening to people tell partial truths across his bar for 15 years and knew the difference. The corridor, Gary said. After the trial. Is it going to be different? I think so, Gumbo said. Some of the people in it are talking about building something. Not what Greer built, the right version. He paused. Whether they build it depends on them. Who's involved? Deanna Purcell, he said. A few others. He paused. It's early. Gary picked up the cloth and looked at it and put it under the bar. Deanna's smart, he said. She's been operating in the corridor for 8 years. She knows it from the inside. He paused. She came in here a few times. Always alone, always at the end of the bar, always a glass of wine and a book. He looked at the far end of the bar. She reads actual books. Physical ones. He paused. People who read physical books in bars have thought about things. Gumbo looked at the end of the bar. He thought about Deanna Purcell's bookcase with the horticulture books and the small dog and the window she watched from. I'll tell her you said so, he said. Don't tell her I said anything, Gary said. Just, if she comes in and orders a wine, I'll ask if she needs another. He paused. That's how it starts. Gumbo drank the Yingling. Outside, through the salt haze glass, the Gulf was doing the November version of itself. The light lower, the chop slightly different from October, the specific character of water entering the season when the tourists stopped coming and the regulars had it to themselves. The trial, Gary said. Are you going to follow it? From a distance, Gumbo said. Will you testify? If the DA needs me, he said. What I have is public record and voluntary conversation. Whether it rises to testimony depends on what the DA needs." He paused. "Voss's evidence is stronger than anything I can provide in court." "The inventory sheets," Gary said. He'd read the journal. Everyone on Cedar Key had read the journal. "The inventory sheets," Gumbo said. Gary shook his head slowly. "She documented it herself," he said. "Every item. Organized." He looked at the bar. The same quality that made the operation run for 6 years was the thing that put her in a cell. He paused. "There's something in that." "Yes," Gumbo said. "There is." He thought about organized people and what their organization revealed. He thought about Doobie's binder in a fishing cabin in the Big Cypress. He thought about Latimer's alphabetical indictment paperwork in a packed bag on a Nassau sloop. He thought about Lorraine Greer's itemized inventory of 3 victims' clothing in a Sewanee River outbuilding. He thought about the specific irony of precision applied to the wrong thing. Gary refilled the Yingling without asking and leaned against the back bar. "Cheryl," he said. "Yes," Gumbo said. "She would have found it funny," Gary said. "The inventory sheets. The fact that the woman who killed her kept a detailed, organized record of what she'd taken." He paused. Cheryl had a specific sense of humor about irony. She appreciated when reality was more absurd than anything you'd invent. He paused. She would have said something about it. One thing, very quiet, and you'd be thinking about it the rest of the night. Gumbo looked at his Yingling. He thought about the specific economy of a person who noticed things and said one thing very quietly. He thought about what was lost when a person like that was gone. "She would have been good at a lot of things," he said. Gary looked at the Gulf. "Yes," he said. "She would have been." He walked back to the marina at 4:30. The Cedar Key Monday afternoon was what Cedar Key Monday afternoons were. The working town going about its business, the fish houses open, the marina traffic at its weekday level, Deanne's radio audible from the dock playing the same station it always played. He went below and changed his shirt. Not the hibiscus, not the marlin, not the Hawaiian shirts that constituted his standard working wardrobe. The solid shirt, the blue one, the one he wore to things that required a person rather than a costume. He looked at himself in the small mirror in the head. He looked like a large man who had been in the Florida sun for 2 years and had the coloring to show it, and who wore a solid blue shirt when the occasion was specific enough to call for one. He thought about dinner at Barone's. He thought about Voss across a table that wasn't a diner and wasn't the context of a case. He thought about what the conversation looked like when neither of them was managing access to information. He thought about it was going to look like people eating dinner and talking, which was what it was going to look like, which was the right thing for it to look like. He drove to Chiefland. Barone's was what Carol Boone had said it was. The building brick, the sign modest, the interior the kind that announced nothing about itself and was entirely itself regardless. The pine tables and the candles in the glass holders and the menu on a chalkboard that changed when the kitchen decided it had something different to offer. A man who appeared to be the father of the operation was at the host stand. He was 60-something, with the specific gravity of someone who had been feeding people in the same room for 30 years and had no uncertainty about the value of the activity. Gumbo was 17 minutes early. He sat at the bar and ordered a glass of the house red, which arrived without description or apology, which was the right approach to a house red. He didn't look at the door. He looked at the room. The 3 tables occupied on a Monday. A couple at the window who had the settled quality of people who ate here regularly. A family at the round table in the back, a man alone at the corner table with a newspaper and a glass of white. The specific contentment of someone who had arranged his Monday evening exactly as he wanted it. He thought about what Renata had said. Organized people don't agree to 7 a.m. coffee with someone they've decided is useless. He thought about Tuesday dinners, and the woman who had arrived at the perch 2 stools down on a Wednesday night, and left before the question, and who had said, "Ask me when the case is closed," and who had been the one to name the restaurant. He heard the door. He didn't turn. "You're early," Voss said. "You said come in when I got here," he said. She came around to the stool beside him. She was in the off-duty version. The dark red hair down, dark trousers, a jacket that was a jacket rather than the suit jacket she wore on duty. She looked at his glass, and looked at him with the assessment expression that was also the other thing. "The house red," she said. "It arrived without apology," he said. She looked at the bartender, who appeared, and she ordered the same. They sat with the wine, and looked at the room, and didn't talk about anything for a moment. The specific quality of 2 people who had been talking about cases for 3 weeks, and were in the process of establishing that the evening didn't have one. "Barone's," he said. "How did you find it?" "I've been in Chiefland for 2 years," she said. "I eat dinner." She looked at the chalkboard. "I came here the 2nd week I was in the county. I needed a meal that wasn't gas station or chain, and someone at the office said Barone's." She paused. "I've come back every month since." "What do you order?" he said. "The pappardelle when they have it," she said. "The ragu is a 2-day process. You can tell when you eat it." She looked at the chalkboard. "It's on tonight." "Then that," he said. She looked at him. "You're not going to look at the menu." "You've been coming here for 2 years," he said. "You know what's right." She looked at the chalkboard for a moment. Something in her expression resolved. Not the assessment expression, the other thing fully present. "The pappardelle," she said to the bartender. 2. They moved to a table at 8, when a corner one opened. The bartender carrying their glasses with the practiced ease of someone who did this regularly, and understood the social geography of when a bar conversation needed a table. The pappardelle arrived, and it was what 2 days of ragu produced, which was something with depth rather than surface, the flavor in the thing itself rather than on it. The presence Drew had described in the ceramics translated to food through the specific patience of a kitchen that understood the relationship between time and result. They ate and talked about things that weren't cases. She told him about Gainesville and the case that had gone sideways, not bitterly, not with self-defense, just the plain account of someone who had processed something and arrived at its accurate shape. The lieutenant had managed it wrong. She had been associated with the wrong management through proximity. She'd transferred because proximity to the wrong management accumulates, and Cedar Key was far enough from Gainesville that the accumulation stopped. "Do you miss it?" he said. "Gainesville?" "The resources," she said. "The department had more. More people, more equipment, more support infrastructure." She paused. "This case would have moved faster with more resources." "Would it have moved in the right direction?" he said. She held her wine glass. "Maybe not," she said. "The behavioral consultant would have been the same. The profile would have been the same." She paused. "The corridor geography argument, that required someone looking at it from outside the investigation. Someone without the profile already in place. Someone with the public record and 4 days," he said. "And a conversation with a bartender," she said. "And a ceramic frog garden," he said. She looked at her wine. "The frog garden," she said. "When I found the attorney's letter and the photographs, when I actually looked at the full 12-year timeline," she paused. "I went back to the profile. I read it with the timeline in mind." She paused. The behavioral consultant's language was appropriately hedged. The investigation had read the hedging as confirmation. She looked at him. I'd read it as confirmation. The evidence fit the frame you had, he said. Yes, she said. That's the mechanism. Evidence fits the frame you have, and you don't look for the frame that fits the evidence. She looked at the table. Drew's garden was the frame that fit the evidence. I just didn't have access to it when I needed it. You had it when it mattered, he said. She looked at him. The investigation shifted before the arrest, he said. Drew was cleared before the warrant was signed. The frame was corrected. He held her eyes. That's the right sequence. She held his eyes for a moment. Yes, she said. It is. They ate the pappardelle, and the man with the newspaper folded it and paid and left, and the couple at the window ordered dessert, and the family in the back redistributed children in the way of families ending a dinner, and the room did what good rooms did, which was hold what was in them without calling attention to the holding. The new case, she said. You know about it, he said. I know you've been looking at a letter from Ocala, she said. Deanne mentioned it to the deputy, who gets coffee at the bait shop. 700 people, he said. 699, she said. What's the case? Missing brother, he said. A woman in Ocala. Her brother disappeared in June. His boat was found 40 miles offshore with the engine running and everything in order. Coast Guard, she said. They handled the initial response, he said. Maritime jurisdiction. Open water, no evidence of foul play. A man who went out alone and didn't come back. He paused. The official finding is most consistent with accidental drowning. But, she said. But the boat was in order, he said. Specifically, in order. The way a person puts a boat in order before they leave it. He paused. Not the order of someone who went overboard accidentally. The order of someone who put things away. She held her wine glass. That's a significant distinction, she said. If it's accurate, he said. I don't have the Coast Guard report yet. I have a sister's letter and a feeling. He paused. And the knowledge that everything in order is a claim someone makes, and the claim needs a claimant. She looked at him. Who reported the boat in order, she said. The Coast Guard, he said. In their initial assessment. Who found the boat, she said. He looked at her. He thought about that. He thought about it the way he thought about cases when they were new, with the specific attention of someone whose job was the gap between what someone said and what was actually true. Who found the boat? He hadn't asked that yet. It wasn't in the letter. The letter said the boat was found 40 miles offshore. It didn't say who found it. He picked up his phone. Don't, she said. He put the phone down. She looked at him. Monday night, she said. Barones. The pappardelle. He looked at her. The case will be there Tuesday, she said. He looked at the phone on the table. He looked at her. You're right, he said. I know, she said. She refilled his wine from the carafe the father had left on the table without being asked. Tell me about the paper supply business. She said it with the specific directness of someone who had decided what the evening needed. 28 years. Columbus, Ohio. What does a paper supply VP actually do? He looked at her. She looked back with the expression that held all the things it held. He put the phone in his pocket. He told her about the paper supply business. She listened the way she listened to everything, fully without performance, and asked questions that were the questions of someone genuinely interested rather than someone performing interest. and the room held them in the good light of a kitchen that understood the relationship between time and result. And the evening went the way evenings went when they were right. He didn't look at the phone. The case would be there Tuesday. The end. Did you get your copy of Red Tide Retired? When Danny Gumbo Malone was laid off after years at his corporate job, he took his goodbye money and headed south. And when a drunk on a bar stool convinced him to become a pie, Gumbo thought it would be easy living. Take pictures of cheating spouses, find lost dogs, and maybe keep the beer money flowing. Until the weird side of Florida beat a path to the dock of his houseboat.